Excellent.
Hello.
Welcome to the first hearing of the Portfolio Committee Number 3 Education Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2026-27. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching us online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I'm chair of this committee. I welcome Deputy Premier Carr and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of education and early learning and Western Sydney. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to all witnesses outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I note that there are witnesses in the overflow seating area, and I'd like to remind you that if you come forward to answer a question, to please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table. That will assist Hansard in ensuring that the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. So, welcome to our witnesses and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you, you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. But for all other witnesses, could you please state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or affirmation. And I will begin on my left.
Thank you, Chair. Lisa Harrington, Deputy Secretary, School Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair. Deborah Summerhayes, Deputy Secretary, Public Schools. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning to the committee. Murat Dizdar, Secretary, New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Barrackett.
Good morning, committee members. Mark Barrackett, Deputy Secretary, Early Childhood Outcomes. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, committee members. Sean Rumming, Chief People Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Paul Martin, CEO of NESA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, committee. Darryl Curry, Early Learning Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I'll ask.
Good morning, I'm Melinda McCabe, I'm the Deputy Secretary, Chief Operating Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Morning, Martin Graham, Deputy Secretary, Teaching, Learning and Student Wellbeing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Jeremy Croots, Acting Deputy Secretary of Education and Skills Reform. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Daniel French, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategic Priorities. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Got two more. They're not. Very good. Okay, that is it. Cast of thousands. Excellent. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. And in the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. Just before we begin with questions from the opposition, Mr Latham?
Yeah, I declare the interest I previously declared to the delight of Miss Summerhayes that we're first cousins.
Thank you. I'll now start with the opposition.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. Minister, your budget paper number 4, operating expenses, employee related in your budget, that has an operating statement with a breakdown of expenses, and that first line item is there saying employee related expenses. Does that line item include staffing of new preschools?
I'd have to ask to make sure. I'd have to take that on notice to make sure that I give the committee the right information.
Why do you have to take it on notice? It's budget estimates, the budget papers. So do you have the budget papers?
So I give you the right information.
Well, it's budget estimates. Do you have the budget papers with you today?
Yeah, I have the budget papers here, but I'm just saying I'll take it on notice so we can come back later with the right information.
Well, surely you can do that today. Today we're asking about point of...
I'll hear the point of order.
Seriously.
Question on notice. They are able to take it on notice. It's been taken on notice. The member should move on.
Just in relation to the point of order, yes, of course, the witness can take something on notice, but it's also within the member's right to query why.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. We are in budget estimates hearings, and I will be asking questions about the budget. It shouldn't come as a surprise to the 30,000 staff assisting you. So I would ask for clarification today in the time that you're here this morning in the budget
Before we
estimates
get started,
hearing.
maybe it'd be nice to set some ground rules. There's no really need to be that rude, I think. I've said I will take it on notice. I understand the manner in which you operate.
What's rude about asking about budget estimates?
No, about the way you're framing the question. I've
about
said I will
the
take
line
it on
item?
notice.
What's rude about asking about a line item?
Ms Ward, I said I'd take it on notice.
But surely at a budget estimates hearing, you would be able to clarify whether that operating expenses employee related line item refers to staffing of new public preschools.
I've answered this question.
Well, with respect, no, you haven't. Could you also assist the committee with clarification on if that is the case and it is included, then, or perhaps Mr Murat might assist, does that include staffing for public preschools?
Mr Disdar?
Sorry, Mr Disdar, my apologies.
That's okay. Miss Ward, just repeat what you're asking about, the operating expenses?
Your budget, line item, operating expenses.
Do you want to just tell me what page it is? And
yeah,
I'll
6-1.
confirm. Sorry?
6-1, your budget.
6-1. Let me just go there.
So it's not going to be in there because it's page 6.2, but I'm asking for the breakdown of that expense.
Sure.
Your first line item in your budget, 6-2, talks about operating expenses, employee related. I just want to know, does that include staffing of new public preschools? It's not a trick question, it's your budget, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at 6-2.
Yeah.
Employee related. It includes, this is the 25-26 financial year, so it includes the staffing of the existing 100 public preschools. The government has...
With respect, that's not my question. My question was specifically, does it include the staffing of new public preschools?
Yeah, and I wanted to give you a fulsome answer. So it includes the staffing of the existing 100 public preschools, as well as those public preschools that have commenced operation. We're delivering 100 new public preschools. It's a government commitment. We have to deliver that by day 1, term 1, 2027.
So does your budget include an allocation for that?
Those that have opened and operating in that financial year are included.
And what about the 26-27 year?
For the 26-27 year, those 100 that then open by day 1, term 1 will be included.
So they are included presently in the allocation?
For the 25-26 financial year, you asked about 6.2, which I'm at. It includes only those that have been opened and operating.
The 3. So what about 26-27?
It'll include all additional 100 by way of their staffing when we open them.
So it doesn't presently include them? You said it will include them. It doesn't presently now.
It doesn't presently include because there's we haven't started operating all of those.
Yep.
It will by day 1, term 1, 27. I would anticipate for the 26-27 papers, it will include those additional 100 by way of their full staffing.
So that would make sense, and it would follow then from what you're saying that preschool staffing expenses in 26-27 will be greater than 25-26. That's correct, isn't it? Because there'll be more preschools.
Well, we're going from
So there'll be more
100.
expense.
I'll hear the point of
Oh,
order.
seriously.
No, seriously, this line of questioning is now becoming about future budgets. This is budget estimates, which is regarding the budget papers. I'm asking a hypothetical question.
It's not
to a public
hypothetical.
servant about future budgets is out of order because we are supposed to be looking at budget estimates, which is, obviously the budget papers.
Chair, with respect, I haven't even gotten to the trick questions yet. It's simply a line item on the budget. The government has announced 100 new preschools. I've asked if the allocation is taken into account. Mr Disdar said that it has been. I just want to clarify if it's for those new schools. It's a straight up budget estimates question.
To the point of order, these are experienced witnesses. I don't see any problem with the current line of questioning. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well then, in relation to employee related expenses, so I'll go back to that question. So more preschools you've announced. You've said 103 as we understand it, but that preschool staffing expense will have to be bigger than 25-26 because you're opening more preschools. That follows, doesn't it?
I don't know whether Ms Ward is trying to trick the government into talking about the fact that we're expanding the provision of public preschools. We're not going to deny that. We're building 100 public preschools across New South Wales. That's double the amount that existed before we came to government. So yes, we are going to be spending money on more preschool teachers in public preschools.
And it follows that is either in the budget or it's going to increase in the next budget. That's right, isn't it?
We're going to be spending more money on teachers in public preschools.
Yeah, but
I wonder where you're getting to with this. Why don't you just get to the gotcha?
let's get back to the budget, which is why we're here, Minister. So operating expenses, employee related. Actually, let's go back to that then. So the 26-27 budget is what we're talking about here. This is the budget that we're examining. That is this year's budget. How is that an issue for you, Minister?
I didn't say it was an issue.
Well, so you take issue with me asking questions about the 26-27 budget, whether that will increase from the 25-26 budget, which was my question.
Did I say that? I don't think I said that.
All right. I'm not asking about future budgets. I'm asking about this one in front of us.
You may have imagined something I said, but I didn't say that.
And said, you think, because we're not even at the tricky stuff yet, but all right. So happy to talk about the 100 preschools, not happy to clarify for the committee whether the increased number is in that allocation as it stands.
I made it very clear. I don't see a way around this. This government is... In fact, we'll talk about the money we're spending on 100 public preschools anywhere.
Well, let's talk about what's in your own budget then.
We'll be spending more money on teachers that will be in the 100 public preschools, all of which will be open by day one, term one next year.
Great. I didn't ask when it's open. I asked if the line item in the budget is there, but don't seem to get clarification. If you'd like to provide something further on notice, that'd be great. But I would have thought today, with this budget that is printed before this committee, you might be able to answer it, but I'll move on. Employee-related expenses. So what assumption is made in this budget, 26-27, about increases in wages?
Well, I mean, that we would be, in employee-related expenses, would be assuming the payment of wages in accordance to current awards.
Yes, but my question is what assumption is made about wage increases?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to, perhaps Mr. Rooming would know, or Mr. Disdar.
Well, we're not doing maths here, it's 3%, isn't it? We're not at 2GB Studios, it's the 3% wage increase that you've promised, isn't it?
Well, current award conditions, yes.
So you agree, 3%?
Okay. What are you getting at, Ms. Ward?
I'm asking about the assumption from wage increases in your budget, 26-27. What is the assumption?
Well, current award conditions, yes.
So 3% is what teachers are due to get from 9 October under their 2024 award. That's
yes.
Right. And it's 3% for other workers in the department?
Mr Disdale, I'll ask you to confirm
Yeah, it's
that.
3% for teachers in October in the last year of the 4-year award agreement that we have with them.
Other workers?
And it's 3% for departmental employees in line with the government.
All right, so wages are going up by 3%, and given you confirmed that, but operating expenses, employee related in this budget, are going down by over 175 million compared with the 25-26 revised budget. So that's about a 1.1% cut in the budget number. If the wages are growing by 3%, and that plus the 1.1% nominal cut, that must mean that the number of employees is falling in 26-27. Is that right?
I think you've conflated things that shouldn't be conflated. A few
What have I
things there.
conflated?
I'm going to answer your question. A few things there. The department has significantly reduced executives, as well as we have removed what was the early learning, the regulator to become the early learning commission,
Yeah,
which
we're
sits
gonna get to
outside the
that.
department.
Yep.
Reduction of contractors, consultants. Also, the reform
Are
that this
consultants
government.
employees?
No, hold on.
No, hey, just
And
on
also
that
the
point, are
no.
consultants employees?
Employee-related expenses, I'm saying it's the Early Learning Commission, reduction of PWSE, the reduction of consultants and contractors, and also the biggest impact on the employment-related expenses was the reform that eventually we dragged the Liberals and Nationals for supporting, and that was the workers' compensation reform. So,
So let's
that
talk
actually
about-
is what the employee-related expenses are. So I think the complicated calculation that you were trying to get to is not right.
Okay, it's not at all complicated. It's very simple. It's the 3% increase.
But that doesn't
and the
mean...
Wait, if I can finish. The 1.1% decrease, or the cut, according to your own budget numbers. No one's
I've explained
conflating
why that
anything.
goes down.
I beg your pardon?
I just explained why that went down. That's going down.
All right, so what's been the quantum of saving from all of those things that you just outlined to community?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice, unless there's a deputy secretary that can provide that information. But I've explained why the employee-related expenses are going down.
Sure, but what is the quantum? You've outlined the categories of them. Can you outline in budget estimates with your printed budget what those might be?
I can either take it on notice, or if there's a deputy secretary that has it at hand.
Okay, just order.
I
'cause
agree
there's
there's
been
an important
There's been a point of
information.
order, so I need to hear it. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, the point of order is that the Minister's taken the question on notice. And
This has been
Ms.
answered.
Ward is-
Us. We're asking about budget estimates, Chair. It's not.
Yeah, there's no point of order if the member wants to keep asking the same question and getting the same response. That is on her. I don't see that there's a point of order here. You can take the question on notice. Go ahead.
Thank you. So there is an even tighter squeeze on these public schools if the reduced figure includes that increase in the preschool spending, which you spoke about earlier. Clearly there's a tight squeeze on that, but you didn't know whether, so you knew about those things that have been cuts, but you didn't know about whether the preschool teachers were included.
I didn't say that, actually.
You took it on notice, so either you did know or you didn't.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say what?
I didn't say that I didn't know.
But you didn't answer the question, Minister.
So what's your question now, Ms Ward?
So you've just outlined the number of things that have been cut to account for your cut, taking into account increases in wages according to your own policy, the 1.1% cut in your budget. So I've asked you to account for that. You then told the committee that there were a range of things that you've cut. But I
We've
asked you
saved.
previously whether preschool teachers have been included, and you say you knew about those things, but that you couldn't inform the committee about whether those preschool teachers were included. That's right, isn't it? That's your evidence.
No, I didn't say that I didn't know. I've taken it on notice.
Okay. All right, and the quantum of savings from all those things you've described, somebody might get back to us today, perhaps?
Unless
Can I
Mr
invite you to
Disdale
do
has
that?
a figure at hand.
Yeah, we can get you the exact figure, but I can tell the committee that we've reduced contractor expenditure.
Does that
by-
fall under employee?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Okay.
We've reduced that by 40% since 23-24. I can tell the committee that we've met the government target for a reduction of PSSE by 15% and have been able to achieve that in the financial year just passed.
Thank
I
you.
can-
I might invite
Well,
you
I can
on
tell the
that
committee-
to...
I think the confusion here, Ms Ward, is that
not
employer-related
confused.
expenses, I think you may be. Employer-related expenses includes other items other than wages, so like workers' compensation. So I think
that's what I was asking.
you're being
It's not
quite
that hard.
deceptive in the way that you're constructing this argument.
What's deceptive about asking about line items in your budget?
I'm just saying it's not just about wages. You're trying to say it's about wages.
No, I didn't say that at all. I asked about a line item in your budget, whether you knew, but I'll move on. Do you agree that you can't have a budget for employee-related expenses without having those wage levels and the size of the workforce in there? So, given those teacher numbers, what estimate is made about public school teacher numbers in 26-27?
Are you talking about public school teacher numbers across, not just public preschools, across 2,219 schools and growing?
Correct. Yep.
Yes, well, what do you mean, what assumption, in terms of their wage increases?
No, what assumption is made about the teacher numbers?
Yeah, well, we fund schools and teacher numbers based on the enrolments in public schools and in line with the funding agreement that we've signed nationally. It's then according to the SRS.
Thank you, but what is the estimate made about those teacher numbers?
Do you mean you're asking for a number of teachers that will be employed next year?
I'm asking the basis on which you provided. Surely for a budget you have to estimate the number of teachers and their wage costs. They're the basics that would go into the budget. So what I'm asking is what estimate was made by Education and you to feed into that? What estimate was made about teacher numbers in 2026? Because you can't have a budget for employee expenses without estimating their wage levels and the size of the workforce. So
yeah, that's true.
what estimate was made about the public school number of teachers?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm very proud that workforce in particular, when it comes to wages now, is paid significantly more than when you had carriage of government. The number of teachers will depend on the number of students enrolled because many things go into that calculation. So
what was the
estimate
estimate made that
more
fed in?
information on that.
Yeah, and so what is the estimate that was made to feed into this printed budget?
The Deputy Premier is correct. Schools are currently, the 2,219 public schools are going through the anticipated enrolment process for 20...
No, sorry, with respect, that's not my question. My question is about this 26-27 budget.
It is related to your question, Ms Ward, because we're talking about the number of teachers and the assumptions.
Yes, but there must have been an estimate made. It might be variable and it might change according to future needs. What I'm asking is the number that fed into this budget paper that you would have to have provided to Treasury. I can't think that they would tolerate you saying, well, we're not quite sure. You would have to say, this is the estimated number of teachers and this is the wages we'll be providing, surely, to feed into that budget. All I'm seriously asking is what estimate was made.
The number that fed into the 25-26 was
26-27, this budget.
So if you allow me to help the committee, the number that fed into 25-26 was a head count of 86,512. I was explaining to the committee that schools are going through the anticipated enrolment process right now. What happens is they put in the numbers they're expecting, if it's a primary school, for kindergarten, year 1, all the way through to year 6. Our high schools do the same for year 7 through to year 12.
Sure. Mr. Dissar.
And what we then... Well, I mean, if you want me to help the committee and answer how this works so we can get to a teacher number.
Your help would be better directed to the question that I asked, and that was about this budget and what estimate was fed into this budget to provide those budget numbers. It's a really very simple question. There must have been a calculation made. We're just simply asking
Let's
in
come
budget
back to the
estimates what
committee
that
with
was.
that number. I only have the 25-26 number.
All right. What full-time employee FTE number did you use for 26-27 for this budget?
Now we're getting to the nub of the question. This is something I think probably that the member for Cronulla has handed you. He's obsessed with talking about this FTE number of teachers, but I can tell you that actually there's more than 2,000 extra real teachers in the system.
My question, Minister, is about this budget.
Real
What
teachers,
number?
not numbers on a spreadsheet. Actually
These aren't
living,
tricky
breathing
questions. We're not at
teachers in
2GB
front
now.
of
We're not in
children.
the studios. We are sitting here in budget estimates, which I hopefully
Sorry?
everyone's prepared for.
Sorry?
And in these budget papers, there would have been an estimate made in order for Treasury to produce this
Yes.
document. What I'm asking is, in this document, what FTE number did you use for 26-27?
I think we've explained how we work out how many enrolments we're expecting
no,
in public
you're
schools and then therefore
misunderstanding
how
the
many
question.
teachers we need. It's actually not a trick we're trying to answer with.
All right.
It's
What
the
it- what for the
calculation
20
of how many
I have
teachers we
30
need in
seconds.
classrooms.
I'll hear
I
the
have
point.
30
of
I'm not
order.
sure if Miss Ward is being inside a classroom at any point, but that is the way it works.
Okay.
Wow.
Just in relation to the point of order, I do believe that Mr. Distar has admitted that there is a number
Yeah.
that does exist and
Does
that he's
seem
taken
right.
it on notice.
Thank you. What are the 2026 preliminary student enrolment numbers for New South Wales schools, and what are the projected enrolments for 2027? And could you provide a comparative figure for 25, 24 and 23, please?
Well, that's an operational matter that Mr. Disdale, but I don't think we have that information at hand yet.
We're 773,000 enrolments.
For 2027? Is that the projected,
No.
or that's your 2026?
2026.
Mm-hmm.
The projections for 27, I was explaining to the committee that we're right in the middle of our schools putting in their anticipated enrolments. That process is completed by October.
Mm-hmm.
We then give preliminary staffing to our schools. And then what happens when the school year commences for 27, late January, early February, we do an actual enrolment process and we do an actual staffing enrolment
Sure.
process, and then we confirm that number, and that number is collected by the Commonwealth in October this year.
Understand all of that. I'm
And
just
it's
asking for the
published
number.
by the ABS in March next
Understand all of that. That's nice context. Thank you. I'm just asking for that number. If you're able to provide that to the committee today, and the comparative figure for 25, 24, and 23.
The
that'd
publicly
be great.
reported figure is about 773,000 and a little bit more, but approximately 773,000 for the current school year.
Okay. Minister, on the 26th of June, your government announced a revised funding commitment for community preschools, with Start Strong to be replaced by a so-called universal preschool program. Has the total funding commitment increased, stayed the same, or decreased?
Yeah, look, we're very happy that we came to an arrangement that both the peak body in terms of being CELA and the union representing the workforce being the Independent Education Union welcomed that settling of that funding for community preschools. We will be funding based on above ratio funding for each centre. Of course, noting that New South Wales has better ratios under the NQF than any other state or territory around the country, as well as funding for a centre director in the community preschools, and also ensuring that those community preschools pay the workers the wage increase that we had quite the exchange about last estimates.
Yes.
That I was supportive of, and now that we've delivered the funding for. But Mr. Barakat would have detail in terms of the actual funding arrangement.
And maybe we're talking at cross purposes, because my understanding is that the union certainly is not happy, and that the Fair Work Commission recommendation has not been met. But we'll get to that. The first question there was, has the total funding commitment increased, stayed the same, or decreased?
Yeah, look, I'm fairly sure that the funding for the community preschools, or the universal preschool funding, is based on the number of enrolments that those community preschools may have. So I'm not sure whether it's premature to actually compare last year to this year.
Do you know,
Mr.
Barakat?
Barakat may have details.
Yeah.
I just don't want to give the committee the wrong information.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is significant reform underway in relation to how we structure payments to community preschools. That includes, for the first time, fully funding 3-year-olds to attend 600 hours a year, as well as some cohorts of children attending additional days. at full funding in the 2 years before school.
Yeah.
The annual preschool census is currently underway. It closes at the end of this month.
Okay, sorry, let me just stop you there because the question was very simple. Has the total funding commitment increased, stayed the same, or decreased? And I'm happy for that to be on a per capita basis if that helps.
So we need to look at the enrolment profile, which is currently being submitted through the annual census to determine the quantum of funding that will be applied to the program. We anticipate once we have that, we'll be able to determine a range in how that program will be applied.
It's enrolment driven, I think, is what Mr. Barracket's saying.
Okay, but on a per, you must know.
So I'll take on notice the per child funding allocation, but my understanding is that it has increased for 3-year-olds. There is that extra day for some cohorts of children, such as children with a disability, children from Aboriginal backgrounds and those from low socioeconomic status communities. And the funding rate for the 4-year-olds is roughly around the same, but I'll take on notice those exact funding rates.
The clear recommendation of the Fair Work Commission was to increase community preschool teacher wages in order to address the attraction and retention crisis. Now, the government announcement stated that funding will reflect the expected operating costs of services, including staffing levels appropriate for the service enrolments and required ratios, industrial award rates and conditions, and other operating costs. At what rate will teacher wages be paid for community preschools?
Look, we, as a condition of this funding, we expect obviously community preschools to pay the increase that the Fair Work Commission handed down, and they will be funded based on enrolment, above ratio, with a centre director, is my understanding, and reforming the way that disability is funded in community preschools to make sure it's getting to those who need it the most. But on the rate, the actual rate, I think Mr. Barracket would have that.
So specifically for teachers, we are requiring that community preschools pay the teachers at the award rate with a 5% increase on top of that. And the funding model that we are currently structuring includes the funding for that per teacher.
Okay, but the majority of services currently provide 6 to 15% above award, so that would be a cut to teacher wages.
So the government's required to consider the legal frameworks that are in place, the awards that are in place to support the provision of early learning in New South Wales. With the Universal Preschool Program funding, services will also be able to complement that funding with Disability Inclusion Program funding and fees that they utilise, that they apply, and combine that to make decisions about if they are going to pay their staff above what the government is recommending in the guidelines.
Just so we had the funding was already, that other funding was already being provided to these centres. They were already losing staff because they couldn't pay them equivalent rates to what you get in public preschools, and the Fair Work Commission made a very clear statement around needing to increase that funding so that they could keep these teachers. But what you're telling me now is that this funding arrangement is actually a pay cut for these teachers.
What I'm indicating is that there is a complex funding model that needs to be applied, and that component for the teacher is only one element of the funding that services will receive. When they use their combined funding, they will be able to use that in flexible ways to make decisions about how they pay their staff. But as a requirement of the guidelines, they must, at a minimum, pay their staff the award rate plus the 5% for teachers.
Which doesn't help the teachers who are already on 6 to 15%.
Well, services will be able to use their combined funding to make decisions about whether they want to increase the amount of money that they pay teachers above what the government is mandating through the guidelines.
Minister, in the last round of budget estimates, we had a conversation about that Fair Work Commission decision, and I put to you that if the government didn't directly increase funding for community preschools to pay for their pay increase, then the services would close, or there'd be staff cuts or a degradation of quality. And as you know, these community preschools tend to be the far better, safer, less problematic early childhood settings in New South Wales. My understanding is that the current funding allows community preschools to staff with 3 adults to 20 children, which is 1 teacher and 2 educators, which is a model that protects children by ensuring 2 adults can be present with children at all times, while the third supports the younger 3-year-old children with toileting and care needs. The 2027 model, though, funds only 2 adults in the room, which strips the model of 30% of current staff. With only 2 adults, children will be regularly left alone with 1 adult, while the other consistently supports toileting routines in the bathroom and the individual care needs of young children. That's a pretty dramatic move that then goes exactly opposite to the recommendations around keeping predators out of preschools.
I'm not sure that's correct. And before I pass to Mr. Barrack, because I think that's actually incorrect, I would say that I accept your point that community preschools are less problematic than for-profit providers. But actually, if you look across the sector, the services with the highest quality rating are public preschools. And actually, what we're doing with this funding arrangement for community preschools is funding them in line with the way, in terms of ratios, etc., that the way public preschools are funded. So,
but the teacher pays far less than what you get in a public preschool.
What you're talking about is quality, and the quality rating,
and that goes
the
to
quality rating of public preschools is actually higher than community preschools.
But
so if public preschools can do it, I'm sure community preschools can do it. We are funding community preschools in line with the way that public preschools are funded.
It's not a competition, Minister.
I know it's not a competition. What we're actually looking for is the services with the highest quality rating, therefore to keep the predators out, Ms. Boyd. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do. But I think your assertion was incorrect about the about the ratio.
So we have over 700 community preschools that are doing excellent work. And are you now saying today that in your effort to try and increase the very relatively small number of public preschools, and we all say that's great, we all want more public preschools, that you are going to defund the community preschools? It's not a competition between these.
No, that's not what I said. The truth is...
Why would you expose them to lower staffing ratios, which is the exact opposite of what everyone's been telling us about child safety?
The thing is that everyone in this sector, including public preschools and community preschools, needs workers. And when community preschools are staffed at very small ratios...
So you're admitting that you're trying to attract them into the community, into the public preschool sector from the community preschools
We want them to go into underserved areas. I'm sure that's what you've been about the whole time.
That's what community preschools do. They're the ones in the regions, they're the ones in the rural areas that have been supporting the most disadvantaged kids for decades.
No, actually there are underserved areas that we are going into now, and I know, Ms. Boyd, that you started this crusade all about the provision.
And you're doing the exact opposite of everything that was recommended.
True. We're providing public provision in underserved areas.
Ms. Mahalik.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Premier. I might just start, before I start with my line of questioning, I thought I'd just ask you about the article that I think your office or your department might have dropped to the media in relation to the suspensions.
Oh, this morning, yes.
Yes, yeah. Just on that, what are your thoughts? I was reading the article, and obviously it's based on some data that your department has. What are your thoughts on why North Sydney has the lowest suspension rate and smallest total number of suspensions? In here it says it's because it has Australia's most prestigious schools. Is that what reason?
I don't think I said that.
No, but what's any view on why North Sydney and that area would have less suspensions?
I wouldn't say that I have an opinion or a view, Ms. Mahalik, but I tell you what we have done, and we make no apologies for this, is we've allowed teachers and principals and deputy principals, who are often the person in the school that has to deal with this type of stuff, the authority to be able to suspend students so that they can have settled classrooms and playgrounds, and that's necessary sometimes.
But do you have, when you collect this data, do you try and ascertain why some areas might have lower rates than other areas? So this article suggests that regional New South Wales has significantly high suspension rates.
Unfortunately, that's what the data shows.
Areas like Newcastle and Central Coast have increased in terms of the numbers of suspensions there. But do you have any sort of background data available as to why this is happening?
I think the data there shows that, unfortunately, in those areas that has increased. The reason why we've seen that increase, and to be honest, we expected this to happen, is that upon coming to government, I've spoken about this many times at this committee, is the fact that we redid the behaviour policy and made it easier for principals and deputy principals and teachers to suspend and sometimes expel. It's not ideal. No teacher goes to work wanting to suspend a child, but if it's necessary for persistent misbehaviour, then it has to be done. There are consequences to bad behaviour.
That it's more necessary in regional New South Wales and certain parts of Sydney and maybe
I don't
not
know
other
if
parts.
it's more necessary, it's just what the data shows at the moment. I'm not saying...
Well, I'm asking why that is. Like, is there any kind of, other than just collecting the data of suspensions, does the department look further as to why you're getting a higher number of suspensions in certain parts of New South Wales?
Well, the reason why this data is collected, and can I say in public schools, it's collected in public schools.
Of course, it's public schools, yes.
The reason why this data is collected transparently and communicated transparently in public schools is that, of course, public schools will look at what that means and what support we can provide to these communities. That's what it's about. And I know Miss Summerhayes leads an extraordinary team of people that then leads extraordinary principals and teachers in our schools that will actually go to supporting the schools that need that. That's what we collect the data for.
Deputy Brent, can I just then ask you, in there it says that so North Sydney has the least amount of suspensions, followed by Inner Sydney, North West Sydney and West Sydney. Is South West Sydney included as part of West Sydney data, or is that separate data?
I'd have to ask if there's... anyway, Mr Distar, do you know if that's included in that category?
We look at it in what's called performance directorates, which Ms Summerhayes can talk to. There's 8 of them across the state. We don't include South West Sydney and Western Sydney.
Right, so it's a separate data. So where's South West Sydney in terms of suspension rates? And it's not in the article. Do you know?
I don't
Minister,
know.
do you know? Or?
No, I mean that would just have to be maybe. Look,
well, you guys dropped this story, so I thought
no, but the journalist has written it, and
Just
I
not
mean
Western
it's a
Sydney,
funny
John.
day when Natalie Ward is laughing about Western Sydney. But anyway, look.
You've left it out.
No, it's a different data collection point.
Is that tomorrow?
No. But Southwest. Can I just ask? Sorry,
I'm not sure if
I can
you
draw
might know,
attention-
Tanya. You know, Southwest Sydney is different to Western Sydney.
Yes,
parts of
I
Western
know it
Sydney.
is.
You
I'm
know
asking
it is.
you. Do you know the suspension rates for Southwest Sydney? Do you know?
I'd have to-
do
I
you know
don't
where
have the
they're
data
ranked
on
in this
me
sort of
right
rank?
now.
Because there's so much information already in this article. So I just wanted to know where Southwest Sydney sat in it. Can anyone give any advice to that?
We would have that.
Do
We're
you?
happy to come back.
Can you take it on notice? That's fine. Thank you.
we'd have that.
All right. I'll park that for now. All right. Can I, Minister, Deputy Premier, can I welcome your decision to suspend further funding to Macarthur Football Club?
Yep.
What specifically caused you to make that decision?
I'm assuming that you are you're referring to Macarthur Bulls Football Club in relation to the football in schools?
Macarthur Football
Just
Club.
want to get that right.
Yep.
Look, this relates to an election commitment. Also, obviously, that was made with the intention of getting young people in schools being active and playing sport. Obviously, through routine assessment, we picked up the department was monitoring this grant program through an election commitment. Then there's been several audits, if I'm correct, including a forensic audit that has recently taken place, which then my understanding is... No, I'm about to answer. My understanding is that that has necessitated some further questions to Macarthur Bulls, which we have asked for answers on while the funding is suspended. Mr Graham is dealing with this in detail, and because we take very seriously the use of taxpayers' money, and that's what led to that suspension.
So, Deputy Premier, has the club been told specifically that the funding's been suspended?
I believe they have, but Mr Graham would know
And
where that's
has the
up
actual
to.
funding been suspended is what I'm asking. So
My advice is yes, but I'd have to ask Mr Graham he's in the detail of this.
Happy to help.
Or Mr Distar.
We've written to the Macarthur Bulls and,
did you?
and indicated that we're commissioning a forensic audit which has commenced, and we've indicated in that letter that we're after greater surety of some of the items that were raised by the Grant Thornton audit, and have indicated in that correspondence that future funding is subject to the outcome of that forensic
Oh,
audit.
so they actually haven't been suspended then?
They're not receiving any further funding.
But they're still paid the amount of money that they received earlier this year, then they still have it then.
Happy to get Mr. Graham up, and he can talk to when we're giving them money. We have we've indicated to them that there's no further funding flow until we can resolve the matters raised from the Grant Thornton.
But the
audit.
funding flow that was issued early in the year
Mr. Graham can talk to
remains in force.
when that is. Yeah.
So we've informed the club that under our funding deed,
Yep.
if we do find non-compliance, our actions can include
Okay.
either not paying future funding or reclaiming funding that has been paid under the deed.
You've already found non-compliance.
Sorry, I thought, Minister, can I just go back with the Grant Thornton audit? I thought there was already very clear non-compliance found with Macarthur Football Club.
My advice, and this is a very serious, detailed matter, so I will ask Mr. Graham to add to this, but my advice is that that audit did uncover some discrepancies that caused us to ask further questions. Then the forensic audit has unearthed more questions of which we are have not satisfactorily been answered.
Right.
If it is to speak in plain, and that has led us to where we are today, is my advice. Is that right, Mr. Graham?
That's right. So the midpoint audit, which is the Grant Thornton audit, found areas of partial compliance. So the areas included some financial accounting requirements were not completed, also included some recommendations around the counting of participation. So the and recommendations of the department, including the department should clearly outline what expenditure was permitted under the funding deed and should work with the clubs making sure that the participation numbers were also accurate. So we've been doing that since the Grant Thornton audit in late December, and what we're doing now is going back to review how the clubs performed against that audit.
Can I just ask through you, Deputy Premier, and you can direct it how you wish, is there now a different auditor from Grant Thornton? You said there's now a forensic audit in place. Are we now at a stage where there's a different auditor now going through?
My advice that there has been a forensic audit, but Mr. Graham would have the answer to that.
So the department has now contracted McGrath-Nicol as the forensic auditors to do further work on the Macarthur Bulls.
Is there any reason why you would use a different auditor from? Is that usual sort of practice?
Yeah, so Grant
use
Thornton
one and then decide to do another auditor?
Yeah, so Grant Thornton, they did an audit which included a sampling of transactions, but they didn't just take random sample, they took like the most significant transactions, which is a kind of general audit methodology. But with the questions that arise, when you get more than, when you get questions outside that sample or you get more issues, what you do is take a forensic audit. So what we're doing, they will actually look through every transaction rather than taking a kind of standard audit approach. And so we use an auditor who has experience in that kind of forensic approach.
Forensic approach.
Yep.
And when will that be completed? So that started?
So that's started, and we hope to that finished within a few weeks.
Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So can we just get back to those, the full-time employee numbers?
Yep.
Leaving aside what the estimate is, do you agree that you must have had some estimate in place for full-time equivalent school teacher numbers when you produce this budget for 26-27? That follows, doesn't it?
I think we've said yes to that.
All right then. And I understand that there is more work underway to finalise those numbers and finalise that estimate to the Commonwealth for funding and other purposes. But in the meantime, what estimate did you use for the full-time employee school teacher numbers for this 26-27 budget?
I think we have said that we will take that information on notice because it is based on, and I understand you're acknowledging that, there is a complex equation here that is based on the enrolment in public schools, which is still being calculated at this point because that's how we provide teachers, based on how many
I'm sorry,
bums
Minister,
are on seats.
This budget is in place. So
Yes.
what number was used for this budget? That's my question.
And I've agreed that we'll take that on notice.
Mr Disday, you said that a student estimate of 773,000 was the number used for 2025, and that's the 30 June 2025 figure in your annual report for 24-25. So there's been no growth in public school numbers?
773 is where we currently are.
Uh-huh.
We've been very public about the decline in enrolments across the last 5 years, the decline in enrolments across the country. We've made clear in our plan for public education our ambition to grow those enrolments, and I'm happy to talk to the committee about the work that we're doing.
Sure. Understand
to
that. We
grow
can do that this
enrolments.
afternoon. I'm just asking specifically about this
Just want
budget
to flag that I'm happy
So
to
with the
unpack that.
population increase, we've seen an increased for continued falling in the market share for public schools. That is correct, isn't it?
We've seen a fall in market share for government school enrolments right across the country.
Uh-huh. I'm asking about New South Wales in this budget, though, so if we might confine our answers
And
to
what
that,
we
because I
have
don't
done-
think you're responsible for the whole country.
Well-
Wish it were so, but there's been no growth from 25 to 26. That's right, isn't it?
I'm proud to represent New South Wales when I meet with my counterparts across the country who are secretaries for
Mr.
education.
Disra, I'm not asking about meetings. I'm asking about 25,
what I'm
26
saying to
and
the
the growth.
committee is that it's a national challenge, and we've been very ambitious around turning around that national challenge here in New South Wales. We've publicly set a market share target in our plan for public ed,
But
and we're
Mr.
working
Disra, I'm
hard for
asking about 25, 26, and I'm asking you to clarify. It is obvious, isn't it? I don't know why there's resistance. There was no growth from 25, 26.
I don't
That's a fact.
think that I think what Mr. Disdar is saying is we're saying yes, we want to increase public school enrolments, which is, can I just say, a lagging indicator, and we came to government where some areas where population was growing, where there were no public schools, you cannot enrol in schools that do not exist.
Mm-hmm. But
and I
population
think that
has gone up during that time.
But
so
we
I'm asking
are,
between 25
I have to say, in
and
2027
26.
next year, I think it's more than 11,000 places that
But
we
you
would
said
have
we
opened.
couldn't talk about that because it's in the future. So let's talk about what's now and what's here and what's in print in your
Yeah,
budget.
but
Let's talk
generation
about
of children
25.
couldn't
If I can
enrol
ask
in
the
schools that
question,
didn't
Minister.
exist. You really don't like hearing that one.
I would like to answer the question for budget estimates, if I may. I think that's the purpose today, and I'd appreciate your assistance in clarifying, because clearly between 2025 and 2026, whatever you've been doing, there's been no growth. That's right, isn't it?
We're addressing enrolment decline, which, can I just say, you handed to us. That is the truth. It is
Minister,
a
I'm talking
lagging
about
indicator.
25, 26,
we had
and you
we had
cannot answer the
10,000 merged and
question
cancelled
about
classes. We
why
had
there was a
teacher
decline in
vacancies.
growth
We
in
had whole
25,
areas without
26.
public schools.
That's just a fact, isn't it? Are you seriously telling this committee that there was no decline in enrolment in 25, 26?
I'm not saying that.
All right. So
I'd appreciate,
there's been
Ms.
no
Ward, if
growth.
you stop putting words in my mouth.
I'm just going from the budget papers.
No, no,
and
no.
enrolment numbers.
No, no,
in your
you
own
keep
annual
saying that
report.
I've said things
So
that I
I
have
don't
not.
think anyone's verbaling anybody. There's budget reports, there's annual reports for a reason. Unless you're saying that they're not reliable. Is there a mistake in them?
Once again, you're verbaling me.
No, I'm going from your own annual report.
No, I'm not.
I'm not
I'm not saying that there hasn't been a decline. I'm saying we're focused on it.
I understand that, but the fact is, it's irresistible, isn't it? It is a fact that the numbers went down in public schools between 25
Do you
and
think I'm
26,
disagreeing with
regardless
that?
of what you're doing. You've done anything but
I'm not
agree.
disagreeing with that.
Okay.
I'm saying we're addressing it.
All right, let's go there then.
Isn't it funny
Let's
that the
talk
Liberals
about-
finally
Minister, I'm
care
going
about
to
public
ask in the
school
limited
enrolments?
time I have.
It takes them to being in
Sarah,
opposition
I also
at
might be able to
record
ask
lows to care
questions.
about public
Thank
school
you.
enrolments.
All right, so in your own report, which you talk about, Education New South Wales Strategies and Reports, Measuring Our Success, and you talk about your ambition to increase the share and budget estimates. Last time you spoke about the fall in enrolments of to 61.5% in 2025. So the fact is that these student enrolments are down under your government, at least in 25-26, from your own annual reports. Clearly, are you seriously suggesting that we don't have any decline in public school enrolments under your government?
Have I refuted that public school enrolments are going down? No, I have not. We've said it's a national challenge, a challenge that's a lagging indicator, a challenge that we are literally building schools all over the state to try and actually attack this challenge.
Mm-hmm.
We've sent system-wide targets for the first time ever.
Clearly they're not
we are systemising the commitment to drive up public school enrolments. We have mandated explicit teaching in classrooms.
Well, let's get to teaching, because it's still more than 12,000 fewer public school students since you took office. That's the fact, isn't it? There are fewer, with an increase in population over those years, with growth, with all of the things that you talked about. There are still 12,000 fewer public school students since you came to office. That's just a fact. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't. And I'm saying that we're attacking that challenge. That you left
Clearly
us.
it's not working though. There are less.
Do you think things
in
in
the
education?
3.5 years
Do you
that
think
you've
things
had
in
is gone
education
backwards?
take 6 months to a year, Ms. Ward? They take some time. We're talking about things that have to be embedded for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. We've missed whole generations of public school enrolments because you failed to build schools in growing areas, and that is the truth of it.
Well, let's
That's
talk
not the
about your
only
budget.
challenge,
Let's
but
talk
I tell
about
you
your
what,
estimates.
it made a
Can we talk
massive,
about
massive
teaching?
impact.
Teaching.
You
how
hate
many
hearing
maths
it because it
classes
is
in public high
so,
schools
so
are being
true.
taught by teachers out
And
of
you look at
field?
areas where we've built schools
Minister, how many
where
maths
public school
classes?
enrolments are going through the roof.
Is this
Funny
very
that.
Order.
Funny that.
Minister, this is very, very hard for Hansard. If we can have one person speaking at a time, question then answer.
Thank you. Hardly Ed Rooney. How many maths classes in public high schools are being taught by teachers out of field?
I'd have to take that on notice because we have significantly reduced the number of merged and cancelled classes and teacher vacancies across New South Wales. In fact, it's one of the things that we're most proud of. So I'll take that on notice about the maths teachers.
How many maths classes in public high schools are being taught by teachers with no subject qualifications in
I think that's what you
maths?
just asked.
No, it's not. The first question was about classes. This is about how many maths classes are being taught by teachers with no subject qualifications in math.
I'll take that on notice.
All right, and can you take on notice how that compares with previous years back to 2022?
Are you seriously asking this
I
government
am.
to compare when it comes to teachers?
I
I'll
am
do it every day of the
asking,
week, Ms Ward.
How does the number compare in classes and with teachers with no subject qualifications who are doing that out-of-field work?
The teachers that you
compare back to
disrespected,
2022.
put a wage
you
cap
seem to
on.
like comparing to the previous government, so
Yes.
let's compare the pair.
Sure.
And if you can provide that to the
Sure.
committee, perhaps today would be very helpful, given
I'll
we're
take
in
it on
budget
notice.
estimates and we're here for the next 6 hours. How many teachers in public high schools are presently teaching maths out of field?
I'd have to take it on notice.
How does that compare back to 2022?
Sure, I'll take it on notice.
You just don't know? No one can help? Anyone?
It might shock the committee I don't have a table in front of me of all the teachers in New South Wales and what classes they're currently teaching right now, but we'll take it on notice to assist the committee.
You are the Minister for Education. How many science classes in public high schools, including biology, chemistry, earth science, physics?
Yeah, I'm aware of
are
what science
being
classes are. I'm
taught
sure.
by
Are
teachers
we going to
out
go
of
through
field?
each KLA? That's
How
a key
many are
learning
being
area. Are we going to go
taught
through each
out?
KLA?
My question to you, Minister, if I invite you to answer it, how many science classes in public high schools are being taught out of field?
I will take it on notice, as I said about maths, but I suspect the next question will be another KLA. Insert here.
How many science classes in public schools are being taught by teachers with no subject qualifications in science?
Do you know, this government, I actually would argue that the teachers of New South Wales probably never had a government that has supported them as much as this government. We've been proud to reform public education through the prism of the teaching profession.
Sure, but my question
The
is very
largest ever
specific,
pay rise in a
Minister. It's
generation.
about the number of questions.
Making 25,000 of them and their support staff colleagues permanent. Reducing
Minister, if
the
you're not able
teacher
to answer,
vacancies by
I invite you to take it on
70%
notice.
and cutting merged and cancelled classes by half. Do you know how many were when we
So
came
how
to
does
government under you?
being
10,000.
taught by teachers with no subject qualifications in science, how does this compare
Now
with
your
previous
answer
years
is to
back
attack the teaching
2022?
profession.
Are you able to answer any of these
I've
questions
said that I'll
about your
take it
own
on notice,
out-of-field?
but I'm sure that you'll go through every KLA.
Minister, my question to you is about a very serious matter
Yes,
in
I know.
teaching, and you don't seem to either invite or welcome the question from the sector, from people who are very
From the
concerned
sector?
about this. People would like to know. So
Order.
my question to you is
Order.
this.
I'll hear the point of order.
Firstly, 2 points of order. One is the Minister has taken the question on notice. The second is that
Not the last one.
the
Not the last question.
the Honourable
Chair.
Natalie Ward is engaging in a diatribe, not asking a question. She's making commentary,
don't have the
which
opportunity.
is not the role of the questioners in budget estimates. It's to ask questions, not make speeches.
I'd like to do so, Chair, if I may.
To the point of order,
Yes, go ahead.
perhaps you could intervene to try and lift the standard of Q&A and debate, in that those points have been made by Mr D'Adam, but on the flip side, the Minister clearly doesn't really want to be here, is giving answers that are supercilious and not designed to inform the committee, which is the purpose of budget estimates. So it's not a very good session so far, and perhaps something needs to be done about it.
All right. Look, all of that was commentary more than points of orders. There is no real point of order, but I will encourage both the Minister and the members to proceed in a question versus answer way so that Hansard can accurately record things.
Thank you. Minister, overall, how many teachers in public high schools are teaching subjects out of field, and how does that compare back to 2022?
Yes, I'd have to take that on notice.
You don't know that one?
I'm taking it on notice.
And overall, how many classes in public high schools are being taught by teachers out of field?
Well, that's a related question, and I'll also take it on notice.
One is teachers and one is classes, but sure, I'd appreciate
Teachers
that.
teach
And
classes,
how does
Ms.
that
Ward.
compare
Yep.
back to previous years, back to 2022? Hello?
I've just taken it. Sorry?
How
Please,
does that compare with previous
really,
years
I'm-
back to 2022?
I'm really trying to answer these questions,
Well,
and the attitude is...
I beg your
Respect,
pardon?
Minister, there is a bit of backwards and forwards from both of you.
No,
I think if we
I'm
could-
saying I'll take it on
Minister,
notice, and I'm
If I
getting...
can ask a question, it is budget estimates. I appreciate the opportunity to ask. Will you reduce face-to-face teaching time for teachers as advocated by the Teachers Federation?
Look, the Teachers Federation is campaigning for that at the moment. We're focused on reducing teacher vacancies.
Okay, so will you reduce that face-to-face teaching time?
We're actually committed to reducing teacher vacancies. That would require significantly more teachers.
Asked about vacancies, asked about face-to-face teaching time.
Yes.
So you will be reducing that?
No.
for
I
teachers?
said that would require a lot more additional teachers, and that would be very difficult.
So have you provisioned in the 26-27 budget, including in the forwards, for a reduction in face-to-face teaching time for teachers?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because we're focused on reducing teacher vacancies, and that would require a lot more teachers in order to provide face-to-face release.
Well, so if there's no provision in the budget, you're not reducing face-to-face teaching time for teachers. That's follows, wasn't it?
Well, I said that would be very difficult.
So in terms of the years, and I mean, nothing in the budget now means that you won't be reducing face-to-face time.
Sorry?
Nothing in the budget here can influence whether you reduce that face-to-face teaching time. It's not a cost. It's the time
What do you mean
they've
it's not a
spent.
cost? They have to be backfilled with teachers if they're released. So
You're
the way it
paying
works
those
is that if they're
teachers,
released...
it's about what they do during that time.
No, but it is a cost because the teachers have to be on class if that teacher on class is not
Which
on
is why
class.
I'm asking, have you allocated funding for it?
And I said no.
So you're not going to do it?
Well, it would be very difficult.
Right. That's all you need to say.
But I did say that.
Well, I don't think it's clear.
No, I was
when
very
we're
clear. I
getting
said
the
no.
sector asking questions. But okay.
I don't know what the trick question was there. I said that would be very difficult, what Federation is asking for.
Thank you. Operating expenses, I think you, just to clarify earlier, had talked about consultants being included in employee expenses. So in the reduction of those employee expenses, so is it the case that they're not included in other expenses then? So you've captured them in the employee section?
I got that wrong, Miss Ward. They're included in other operating expenses.
Right, so they're not included in employees, which I think I asked 3 times.
I got that wrong.
But I think the employee-related
They're included
expenses includes the workers' compensation.
No, I asked
things
about
like
consultants.
All of the others that we listed were included. I got the consultants wrong. They're in other operating expenses. My error.
Thank you. So then that figure is down. Can I just ask about grants and subsidies? That figure is also down in your budget. I think the figure's up on the revised figure, but it's about 2%, but that's 2.2%, up about 124 million, but that's less than inflation, isn't it?
You're talking about grants and subsidies.
Yeah.
I'd have to take that on notice, what has happened to that figure in particular.
It's a clear budget figure, I can tell you. You don't have to take it on
I
notice.
know, we're looking at it right now, but I'd have to make sure that I take that on notice to give the
if I can ask
committee
the
the right
question in
information.
the limited time I have, I'd be appreciative, Minister. The fact is that your budget here, printed today, that you have a copy of, thankfully, says that it's up about 124 million on your 25-26 revised figure. So that's about 2.2%. The issue is that it's less than inflation. So effectively there's a real cut in grants and subsidies in 2027 when it doesn't keep up with inflation compared to the 2025-26 figure. That's right, isn't it?
I'd have to take on notice what goes into the grants and subsidies line item to make sure that we have the full picture when providing you that answer, Ms Ward.
Well, I would have thought coming to budget estimates today, that would
Mr.
be
Visser.
a line item that would be an obvious preparation point for somebody in the 30,000 people that are involved in the department. It is obvious, isn't
The
it?
budget for that is higher than the revised figure for 25.
Yes, that's what I just said. It's 124 million higher. What I'm saying is it's less than inflation, which means there's a real cut. So my question is, what savings have been
But hang on,
made
it's
to
been
afford
increased.
that difference, or what programs have been cut?
This is some bogus that the Liberals go on about things being
It's your
less
own
than
budget,
inflation.
Minister. There's nothing bogus about a printed
about
document
the
that
less
Treasury
than
prepares
inflation.
because these are
It's
taxpayer
increased.
dollars and people want to understand
We're spending more
what
on
is happening with
education
their
than
money.
you ever have, so I'm not sure what the criticism is.
Well, the revised 25-26 figure is down $270 million on the budgeted 2025 figure. So the number's down from your revised number. So I'm asking you what savings have been made.
Well, the line item didn't we just establish the line item's actually increased?
The revised 25-26 figure is down on the budgeted 25-26 figure. Inflation's at 2.2%. That has to equate to some programs being cut. You can't afford it otherwise. It's called economic management. So I'm
Yes,
wondering
I'd
and asking you in the department what has been cut.
We're very careful with taxpayers' money and ensuring we spend it on programs that work in classrooms, but I'd have to make
we
sure...
want to understand.
I'd have to make
2026-27,
that we
just to be
have a
clear.
look at what is included in that line item so we can come back to the committee with the right information.
Would have been great if we could have that in the course of today in the budget estimates
Sure.
hearing as we're examining the budget. They're not out-of-the-box questions. The two different years, just to be clear, is that 2025-26 is a real and nominal cut, and 26-27 is a real cut. So if you could come back on those, that would be very helpful to
This
understand
idea that
this budget.
this government is cutting funding to education is a furphy.
It's clear from your own documents, Minister. It is absolutely patently clear on the budget line item.
You ever did. In fact, the story of your government is that you
How is
allocated
it that you
funding
have a
and never
budget that
spent
you
it?
haven't prepared for in budget estimates? And I've asked a simple question about the numbers in your own budget that's
I've been
printed,
answering
and you
that, Ms.
cannot
Ward.
answer. You actually haven't answered any of them. That's the issue.
Minister, just coming back to the community preschool funding, I understand the community preschools will be funded in line with staffing and wages in New South Wales public preschools, from what you've said. Public preschools operate a 6-hour day compared to community preschools, which typically operate 8-hour days. The difference is about 30.5 contact hours a week against roughly 23.75 in public preschools. Is the government funding a 6-hour day for services that operate an 8-hour day?
Look, what I meant when I said we're funding in line with public preschools is similarly in terms of ratios that exist at public preschools. It's a matter of ensuring that community preschools are funded by the government to, they do produce excellent quality, I agree with that. Many of them have very small ratios because they are actually, and I'm not saying this in a critical way, but overstaffed. I make that point, the fact that we are actually have areas where we're critically underserved, but public preschools have the highest quality rating, so we believe that community preschools, with the funding provided through this revised funding model, can fund the wage increase as well as the ratios. We are not saying...
Can I just bring you up on that, because I've just checked the figures. My understanding is that public preschools are not actually of a better quality in terms of ratings.
No, I
than the
dispute that. They're
community
actually
preschools.
highest quality rating.
Perhaps go and have a look at that. If anything, they're very, very similar. Year on year, but in previous years we have had community preschools performing higher. But I say that with a bit of a pinch of salt, because the ratings has not always been done very well or frequently.
That's true.
But in any event, we had a bit of consternation last year when the government was issued, and I can't remember the name of the funding, but it was 150 million to try and encourage these community preschools to become long day care models. We now had what has been described to me as a shock announcement in relation to the funding being cut for long day care services that are running preschool programs, and it was like $150 million cut, is that correct?
I think that's premature.
Okay.
That funding is also enrolment driven, and we haven't actually released the guidelines for how that will work. So that is premature.
Okay. What I'm being told by the sector is that there was no consultation at all. There was a sort of a brief mention of it in the, I forget the name of the roundtable that you have with the sector, but no details given. And they now are looking at cuts from beginning of next year, and they're very, very concerned. Again, these are a lot of these not-for-profit long daycares that run these excellent preschool programs have higher staffing than the minimum, and as we know, the higher the staffing, I do know you said they were overstaffed previously. I don't think there's such a thing in the early childhood sector, but anyway, we can come to that. How do you justify these kind of cuts going to the services that have been doing the right thing when we're trying to rebalance the sector towards this kind of public and not-for-profit provision?
Yeah, absolutely. We are trying to rebalance the sector towards public and not-for-profit provision. You would know, Ms Boyd, that long day care is mostly funded by the Commonwealth. We're talking about 2% roughly of their funding comes from state. We are going to prioritise fee relief, also extending that to 3-year-olds. Remembering that the New South Wales Government's responsibility when it comes to long day care is for the preschool programs, as you rightly say, within those long day care settings. We will be funding more fee relief for parents to access those preschool programs within those long day care centres. But the quantum that you're talking about is premature. We have not released the funding guidelines, and it's a small part of the percentage that goes to long day care. And I believe that some of the figures that some of these peak bodies may be using are actually, they're putting for-profit and not-for-profit long day cares together.
Okay.
We have made it very clear that we want to focus on fee relief so more parents can access preschool.
And I appreciate that.
Yes, we will not compromise on quality. That's why we have established the Early Learning Commission, which has new powers passed by the Parliament, all that stuff.
So if we look at so there's 42.6 million was announced to extend that 3-year-old fee relief. Sure, that's welcome, but when you're cutting up to 150 million out of these programs, what they're saying is that the fees will have to increase to compensate for that lack of funding. So it then becomes a net for parents. How do you, I guess, square that circle?
I think you'll find that they won't be able to increase fees because as a condition of the Commonwealth funding, their fees will be capped.
Yeah, that's right.
So
what do they do?
I think the Commonwealth Government has increased the childcare subsidy now to more days, as well as extended the worker retention payment, and they've put a cap on fees. I accept that some for-profits may not make as much profit.
No, I'm talking about the not-for-profits and the
But they're all arguing the same thing, Ms Boyd.
Yeah, but
and the
I
not-for-profits maybe not have such a large surplus. But
Yeah, we can make that distinction.
But it
though,
is
in
a
our
very
policy.
small part of their funding, and the number that people are quoting is premature.
Okay, because we're also talking about a lot of really good council-run long daycares that have preschool programs as well.
Yes.
Is this really just this plus the incentive that was offered last year for these community preschools to become long daycare? Is this really just about shifting the funding responsibility to the feds?
No, this is about, in long daycares instance, preschool programs in long daycare, this is about us providing more fee relief.
No, but you're wanting to increase the number of long daycares from the community preschool sector. There's been all of this talk about sort of pushing towards the federal government. I understand, like, the state finances are limited and tight, but is that the deliberate policy that's occurring here?
We're not pushing towards the Commonwealth Government. That's just the fact that the Commonwealth Government is the majority funder of the long daycare sector.
There's currently, what have we got? 567.5 million sitting unspent in the CEOF, I always forget what it's called, the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund. I actually made an amendment when that bit of legislation came through in 2021 to ensure that the objectives included to support the ECEC workforce and sector. Now, given that there is 567.5 million sitting in that fund with another 650 million minimum to be put in each of the next however many years until we get to 5 billion, and you've only spent 200 million, just over 200 million so far since being in government, why is that 567.5 million not being used right now to stem the loss of really good quality staff from community preschools and not-for-profits?
Look, we're committed to using that funding that's been allocated in programs and initiatives we know that will work. Obviously, we've been testing and trialling some of those programs, so we're very serious about making sure that we don't throw good money after bad and that we use that very precious taxpayers' money on programs that will work. But Mr. Barakat will have details about the CEO fund.
I mean, it was set up to be spent.
Yes.
So and we've had that money put in, it's been allocated, there's been a lot of money spent on the administration of the fund and its board, and yet very, very little money has been spent. The sector is quite rightly asking, and parents are asking, why has that money not been spent towards the objectives set out in the Act?
So to date, there's around $490 million that have been allocated across a range of programs. Those programs are typically paid out on milestones or on completion. So as an example, the Building Early Learning Places program, where we allocated funding for services to increase the number of rooms they have, we don't pay that out up front.
I understand.
So that's why you will see some funds that are allocated that are not yet spent.
Yeah.
And there are further programs that are currently in design that are subject to government decision making.
And that 100 million incentive to transfer to long daycare out of community preschools was out of the CEO fund, wasn't it?
So that $100 million is for the Expanding Quality Access program.
Yeah.
The purpose of that initiative is that
apologies, I will come back to you this afternoon. I'm just very conscious I don't have much time. Just in this last little bit of time that I have, in the media and in my inbox has been a lot of concerns about the social media policy of schools, and as you know, the Safety Commissioner expressed concern about the numbers of children appearing in the backgrounds of school videos and teacher videos. What is your position in relation to that?
Social media in schools? Are you talking about
the use of children's images on social media in school footage, on Facebook posts, and all these posts these teachers have going? Especially given that these kids can't even access social media.
I mean, I totally understand people's concerns about this, especially considering a lot of the allegations that have come out. The truth is that no child is videoed or photographed or used online in New South Wales public schools without permission or release being granted, something signed by the parents or the guardian. And we're very, very careful about this.
Yes. That's not the concern.
We're very, very careful about that. We take that very, very, like child protection is we take it very seriously when it comes to New South Wales public schools, and the Early Learning Commissioner is also taking that very seriously when it comes to the early learning sector.
I'll come back to that. I don't think that's quite the concern. But go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Premier, just back on Macarthur Football Club and the Balls in Schools football school program. You indicated earlier that you now have McGrath-Nicol looking into it as opposed to Grant Thornton auditors. I understand Grant Thornton does forensic auditing. Do you know the reason why, Deputy Premier, you've changed auditors?
Well, the department has changed auditors.
Do they advise you why they were changing?
Well, my advice is that the first audit was done, questions were raised. The forensic audit done by, what was it, McGrath-Nicol, that's my advice. I'd have to ask the department to answer on why that's been the case. I am not involved in, and I think this would be right and proper, to be honest, because we do not want political interference in these things, is that I'm not involved in the...
Or political donor.
I know.
I sure don't want political interference.
Exactly.
Premier.
No, we're in agreement on that. I'm not
agreement.
involved in the actual employment of auditors. I think that would be very improper, wouldn't it?
All right. Well, I'm not asking you. I'm not even suggesting that. I would like to know if you knew why they changed auditors.
No, I'd have to ask the department for advice on that.
It was simply a case of Grant Thornton had completed the audit, and then we took advice of our head of audit, who looked at a panel, the government panel, and pointed to their expertise on this. And there can be some upside in that decision. I respected that decision because you're getting another fresh look at it, and that forensic audit has commenced.
Okay. And Deputy Premier, can I ask on notice, how much was Grant Thornton paid? Is that,
I'd have to take advice on that, so I'll take that on notice.
Okay, that's fine. And did he work with the audit committee? And you might not be able to answer that, but do you know if he was working? Sorry, the company, whoever was representing Grant Thornton, worked with your Department of Education's audit committee? Is that?
I'd have to take advice on that, honestly, from the department. Yeah.
And could you also take on notice how much resources and was put towards the audit committee? How many staff?
We can answer all that on notice.
Yes, if you could take that on notice.
Just to help the committee, our audit directorate made that engagement, and what happens in that engagement? Of course, you meet with them and indicate what you're looking to achieve. So there was ongoing connection with the external auditors, but we're happy, like the Deputy Premier said, to
if you
take
can just
on
provide
notice.
some advice, I'd like to know the full costing of that.
Sure.
Because obviously when you take on a new auditor, they've got to start from scratch. So there was a lot of work undertaken by the audit committee and by whoever was representing Grant Thornton. And I imagine you're now restarting that process with McGrath-Nicol. Can I then ask as well, so I then for some reason thought you had suspended the funding, and I actually welcomed it, and I realised you haven't. So it seems that the funding is still continuing. At what point, because at this point, as I understood from the line of your responses earlier, is that they're still being funded. It's just that you're putting them on notice that their funding will discontinue. Is that correct, Deputy Premier?
My understanding is that we have told them that no further funding will be allocated to them.
Well, at what point would that? When is the next round of funding?
Yeah, so I'd have to take that on notice or advice from the Secretary.
Mr. Graham might have that. That's later this year, but the Deputy Premier is right.
That's my expectation.
Yeah. Okay, so at this point in time, when was the last time they were given a round of funding?
Happy for Mr. Graham if he's got that detail of when we last gave them funding. He might not have it, and we're happy to come back on notice, but he might have that.
It was earlier this year, but the next round of funding is not due till November.
Okay, so that round of funding that they received in February, was that for what, 12 months? 6 months? 8 months? Up till November, what's that? 7?
I can give you further detail on that, but it's not. It's generally for less than a year.
So for less than a year or 9 months? Can you give me a rough?
There are milestones that are set out within the funding deed, and that's the.
How much were they given in February?
I'll have to take that on notice, but within the funding deed.
Okay. All right. Deputy Premier, so at this stage you're now waiting, as I understand it, for McGrath-Nicol to do the forensic audit, and then that will be brought back to your attention or just the
No,
department's
I
attention?
think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Graham, but my advice is that the forensic audit has unearthed questions that we have gone to MacArthur Bulls to seek answers on, and that's the position that we're in, and we have, I mean, my expectation is if they're not satisfactory answers to those questions, then the funding deed will be no longer, to be honest, if that is what comes back.
Okay. All right.
But we're not waiting for the forensic audit. The forensic audit has happened or is happening.
But we're waiting for the response from MacArthur. So if you've now got a forensic report, will you make that public? Deputy Premier, will you make that public? So you're saying there's a second auditing, a second report.
We will be
now into
very
MacArthur.
transparent with the community what happens as a result of the questions that we've asked MacArthur Bulls.
But if you've now got a second audit,
Obviously, this
you've
is
already got a
subject
good
to
position. You'd be in pretty good
legal
position
advice.
to know the details right now. You're just asking for a response from MacArthur. You'd already have, the department would be well versed on any forensic matters now.
Yes, well, we're asking those questions and the answers will determine whether the funding ceases or not. That's my expectation of this.
All right. Deputy Premier, the audit found that $87,000 in head office staff costs were counted twice because of an Excel formula error. How did the department's existing acquittal process fail to identify an $87,000 overstatement?
No, I think probably the systems in the department and the audit identified that as a discrepancy, Mr Graham.
That's right, Grant Thornton identified that in the audit process.
But
so the club had over reported how much it spent on head office costs. It actually spent $7,000 less, and so that needed to be corrected.
Okay, but why didn't your own department why did you rely on Grant Thornton? Obviously they did a great job if they've been able to find that. So why did the department's sort of own acquittal process not be able to identify that?
So I think the Grant Thornton audit is part of the department's audit processes.
Well, no, but that's not your normal audit process. Is you invited Grant Thornton to assist you at the end of last year. You were never going to have Grant Thornton involved at all previous to this.
So the use of external auditors is part of the department's general audit process. So
so you were always, are you
part
suggesting you were always going to audit MacArthur Football Club?
Both of the clubs under their funding deeds were audited as part of the department's grants management process.
Is that a usual process that you would invite an external auditor to what was supposed to be an independent audit of this particular grant?
In routine audits, Ms Mihalik, across the department with grants and programs, we use a combination of both our in-house audit as well as commissioning.
Not on every occasion, Mr Disdar, is that right?
But there'd be many occasions where we do. We have a small but very effective and good audit team.
Can I ask, Deputy Premier, if you put on notice for me, how much you've now spent on this audit? So the audit committee, the total cost, what the cost of Grant Thornton and what McGrath-Nicol has costed the taxpayer to audit MacArthur Football Club in relation to this football and schools program, which started out as a political election promise.
It was an election commitment. It was an election commitment about keeping kids active and playing sport. But yes, we want to make sure that funding is being spent in line with the funding deed. So I will take that on notice for you, Ms Mahalik.
Yeah, can I ask why Grant Thornton wasn't allowed to produce their own independent branded report? Why it had to come under the coverage of the audit committee?
It had been commissioned by us, Mr Latham. Like I was saying to the committee, we conduct a very wide audit program across the department.
But answer my question, why didn't Thornton in the normal manner produce an independent branded Grant Thornton audit report? Instead it came under the coverage of the audit committee as the authors.
Because it was commissioned by the department. It was a department audit and we used their expert help.
Was that the original brief?
Original brief in what way?
To be helpers to the audit committee rather than have their own independent report published.
I mean, we engaged them independently.
Independently? Why didn't they report independently?
Well, there's no rationale apart from what we do with every other audit where we engage external help, it's an audit for us. So.
Right, okay. Can we get a copy of the original brief that you've described as independent? And is it true that Grant Thornton produced material critical of the department and its laxness in allowing these rorts to proceed, and as a result they weren't allowed to produce an independent branded Grant Thornton report?
I think...
was there a draft that was produced?
I think Grant Thornton, in fairness, found that both the football clubs could show greater rigour around the funding deed, and indeed the department as well.
Okay, where's that material? Why isn't that being produced in the SO 52?
Happy to take on notice about the particular audit report. Yeah, happy to take.
That there was a draft and it was critical of the department, and that was never published.
Well, I mean, I think
and now Grant Thornton are being dispensed with.
I think I've just said to the committee that, in fairness, and I want to thank Grant Thornton for their work, they found in the sampling of acquittals and receipts that there should be some questions asked of both football clubs, and they had recommendations for us as a department too, and we've taken that on board. They completed that audit. We have written back to MacArthur Bulls.
All right.
But let me finish, because I think it's
prior knowledge, and now you've
I don't think that's an accurate representation. I don't concur.
It's very unusual to bring in a second outfit.
I don't concur with that.
Very unusual.
They indicated some questions of us and the football clubs. We put those to the football club in question. We want to assure ourselves, and that's why we've moved to a forensic audit, to go to every single receipt, to go to every single expenditure.
We'll come back to this, I'm sure. 30 seconds for the opposition.
Thank you very much, Minister. In the 30 seconds I have, what's the government's position on the Honourable Mark Latham's education legislation parental rights bill?
That will have to go through the cabinet process.
So it hasn't been through the cabinet process.
It will have to
yet?
go through the cabinet process.
Didn't even get through shadow cabinet, so no hope with you.
It's going to go anywhere.
Shadow cabinet
And
under
what
us or shadow
happened
cabinet with
to
them?
your Education Amendment Community Safety Bill
I think, are they
2026 that
checking
was
just to see what our
second read on the
position will be?
18th of March, but
Okay.
you haven't brought it on. Sorry, Minister. Sorry, Chair. I was asking my question. I was asking my question with
You
10
had
seconds
not-
to go.
Order.
I had
She had not
actually.
finished her sentence. Go ahead.
And Mr. Latham politely jumped in, but I was asking my question. I would ask the government's position on its... Well, I can talk over everyone else's
The
time.
government cannot ask questions in opposition or crossbench time. The opposition cannot ask questions.
To the
in
point of
government
order.
time.
I had started my...
Both
That is
of
the
you.
resolution of the House.
Order.
I'm still making my point of order, Chair.
No, I haven't actually asked you for your point of order yet because I was still dealing with my own order. What happened there was that people were talking in the middle of that final question from the member. In the circumstances, I will just pause you though, because I think it's all just got a bit out of hand. We will go to government questions. We will come back after the break and you can continue. I think that answers your point of order. So can we now go, are there any government questions?
Are there any matters that you wish to update the committee on government time?
Enrolment numbers?
If not, we're very satisfied with the answers.
Enrolment numbers? Good. Got those numbers back?
Thank you.
We've taken it on notice, Miss Ward.
Okay, all right.
Good try.
Thank you. We will now go to morning tea break and we will be back at 11:15. Back to the opposition. Mrs Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, on 6 August you were asked in Parliament in question time about the case of Tommy Schumacher, a child with additional needs who'd been excluded from Buttawang Early Learning Centre. Tommy's parents said they'd sought assistance from your office but had received no help. You undertook to do something about that. Have you met with him or his family?
This is a really difficult situation that Tommy's family find themselves in. They did, I believe, my advice is, attempt to enrol in a service that is not run...
I understand the circumstances. Have you met?
I'm just trying to answer the question. Enrol in a service that is on the site of Buttawang SSP, owned by the department but not operated by the department. And my advice is that that service could not provide for his enrolment safely. I would note that in public schools and public preschools we make adjustments to make sure that we can, but that service could not do that safely is my advice. But Mr Barakat has been dealing with this matter.
And we'll go into that this afternoon, but you indicated and put on in the House that you'll go away and ensure the department is doing everything possible within its remit and to ensure that that is happening. Was there any attempt to contact the Schumacher family by you or your office?
The department has been dealing with this and the family
not
directly.
And so you've said it's very concerning. What action have you taken since you made that commitment on the 6th of August? And clearly Tommy hasn't been able to return to early learning.
That's not an early learning service that is run by the government. So what I'm saying to you, Ms Ward, is that we have done everything possible to try and assist this service, and I've attempted to hand over to Mr Barakat to give you that information, but you didn't want to be, didn't seem to be interested in that detail.
No, I'm very interested, but I'm asking you while you're here, Minister, because you're not here this afternoon. If you'd like to come back this afternoon, very happy to chat about it.
I asked Mr Barakat to look into this as the Deputy Secretary, and I'm asking him to respond to the detail.
Has he been able to return?
To the I really think Mr Barakat can give you details because this is not a service that we run. We've tried everything possible to assist this service.
All right, so I'll come back to that, but I note that from your diary you met with the unions 90 times and yet you've met with early education advisory groups only 8 times. What do you say to that?
My diary is publicly available, and yes, I regularly meet with unions because they represent workers, and in the case of the portfolio that I'm privileged to have, they represent teachers and early childhood educators.
Yeah, and early education advisory groups represent early education children and their parents, don't they?
Yes.
Yes, so 8 times compared to 90 times with unions. Do you think that's acceptable? Do you think that meeting 8 times with those early education advisory groups to give you that advice is acceptable compared with 90 times with unions?
I
think that's
fair.
I
understand that you have an existential problem with people being
I just want to know why you've only met 8 times. I have a real issue with those groups who are advisor groups who would like to meet.
I meet with worker representatives.
8 times, that's not even once a month.
I meet with all types of representatives of all types of sectors that I have responsibility for as the Minister for Education and Early Learning.
But 8 times versus 90? Anyway, I'll hand to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Deputy Premier, if I could pick up the issue relating to long daycare. And Minister, I register that there are concerns with both the not-for-profit and the private sector on the issue relating to long daycare and the funding cut. The sector received a letter telling them it's a Commonwealth responsibility. The long daycare is a Commonwealth responsibility. Preschool is a state responsibility. And the Minns Labor government will no longer see long daycare delivery of preschool programs as its responsibility. Deputy Premier, are you aware that other states also fund preschool programs in long daycare?
We are providing funding for fee relief for preschools in long daycare. Preschool delivery is our responsibility as the New South Wales government, and the Commonwealth government does have responsibility for long daycare. So, yes, we provide funding for preschool programs, and the Commonwealth provides funding via the childcare subsidy mostly, as well as the worker retention payment for long daycare.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. So New South Wales does have a responsibility in terms of preschool and funding available to parents?
Yes, and I
No,
welcome
is that
the question, but I made this very clear, I think, to Ms Boyd earlier in the session. As I just said, New South Wales has a responsibility for preschool programs.
Mm-hmm. And Deputy Premier, if I could pick up the issue about the 100 preschools, when the government's finished building the 100 preschools, in terms of preschool access, how many children will be able to access them? Have we done any sort of forecasts on that?
Ms Merton, are you talking about the 100 public preschools
Yes.
we're building? Yes. Okay, so from next year, day 1, term 1, 2027, when they're open, they all will cater for different numbers of children, but Mr Barakat will have the details of how many places there are.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Premier. There will be approximately 4,500 places, which equates to the enrolment of around 9,000 children in these additional 100 services.
Thank you. And we have established earlier that of the 100 preschools, in terms of where we are in this budget cycle, 3 preschools are under development of the 100.
That's not true. 100 are under construction or open.
Sorry, Deputy Prue, just clarify that.
100 are either under construction or open.
Thank you.
How many are open?
There are currently 5 that are operating. So we have Gulliangari, Blackett Public Preschool, Hillview, and Queanbeyan South and Queanbeyan East. We have service approval with the Early Learning Commission for quite a number, and we anticipate more will open later this term and early next, with the remainder opening at the beginning of next year.
Thank you. All right. So 95 preschools to go, with the opening, as Mr Disdar mentioned, I think, was it term 1, 2...
The election commitment was that all 100 have to be open by day 1, term 1, 2027.
Okay.
Pleasingly, I can tell the committee we're on track to open all for day 1, term 1, 27.
Okay, thank you. Minister, as appeared on the front page of the Daily Telegraph back in June, there was a teacher guide titled STIR, Seeing, Talking, Interrogating, Reflecting. It was a 118-page guide developed by the University of Sydney, being promoted by the New South Wales Teachers Federation as a curriculum-aligned, inclusive classroom resource for secondary students, including activities reported as alphabet soup, past the pronouns, inviting students to consider perspectives on biological sex and gender. Minister, what involvement did the New South Wales Department of Education have in the development, the review, the promotion, or the distribution of this guide in New South Wales schools?
That's not a Department of Education resource.
So did the department play a role in terms of the promotion, the participation, involvement in this guide?
External universities, other bodies might come up with things that they suggest to teachers to use, but it's not a Department of Education resource.
Thank you. So, Deputy Premier, what specific steps were taken by the department relating to this material being used in New South Wales public schools? Was there a directive? Was there communication?
This is not a resource that comes from the department, but I'm sure that Mr Disdar can provide detail.
We keep pointing our 95,000 teachers to the Respectful Relationships material, the mandatory Life Ready course, our quality assured material in that space. We have not been pointing our people to this resource you're talking about.
Thank you. So just to clarify, there was not a communication to stop the distribution of this promoted guide by the Teachers Federation in New South Wales schools.
I know you'd concur with me, Miss Merton. There's thousands of resources and material out there. So what Miss Summerhayes and I do is keep reinforcing to our workforce the primacy of the New South Wales syllabuses produced by Mr Martin and his team, the primacy of our quality assured resources, which is known as the lesson library. Hopefully you can ask me about that this afternoon. I don't point them to external material, and we give clear guidance that if you're going to use any external material, it must be syllabus aligned, it must go to the syllabus. But in the area you're questioning, we have got clear material around respectful relationships. I want to thank the Commonwealth for the funding they provide every state and territory that we've been able to use around respectful relationships.
Thank you, Mr. Dista, and I'm
the
happy to pick this
mandatory
up as
life
you
reading
suggested
course.
this afternoon.
Sure.
But in relation to this guide, the
Yeah.
seeing, talking, interrogating, reflecting,
Yeah.
what was done to stop its use in New South Wales schools?
It has not been promoted by us. It's not a quality assured resource. We haven't pointed out people to it.
So teachers are free to use these materials even if it's not endorsed?
Well, I can tell you what teachers do. As a former teacher, Miss Summerhays, myself, Mr. Barakat, we relied on the syllabus, we relied on the department material, and if we were going to use anything external, then we made sure it was aligning with the syllabus and its intent. If we had any
the questions
questions around that
relevant to
material,
this guide that was well promoted, it was the front page of the Sunday Telegraph,
Yeah.
parents were concerned, community concerned, and the question is, what did the department do to stop the distribution of the guide in New South Wales?
I understand your concern, and I was across the material in the press, but I can assure the committee it wasn't promoted by us as a department.
Thank you. And nothing to stop its use.
Well, I would find it really hard in my role to control the thousands of resources out there in every subject area. I know the committee would concur with me. That would be an impossible task. But what I can do in my really important role is point our workforce to our material, our policies, our syllabus, and I'm really proud that Ms Summerhays and I do that in an unrelenting way. I then will rely on the professionalism of the workforce in any other material they may
Thank you.
use.
And Mr. Dista, we've had similar
Yes.
conversations before on
Yes.
issues like this. You have issued a directive previously on a not to use it, a directive to the schools across New South Wales not to use it. Was that followed on this, relevant to this
I
publication?
find teachers do an extraordinary job. If I was to issue a directive, I'd be issuing one every single day on a resource that might be out there that I'd never even know about. I want to give the committee confidence that this was not a resource produced by us. We didn't contribute to it. We haven't been promoting it.
Thank you. If I could go to the electorate of Goulburn and reports that we've received from the electorate relating to the out-of-school care. And Deputy Premier, this one refers to the withdrawal of a out-of-school care provider in the Windellum Public. That's the name of the school. Sorry, the concerns are that there was the withdrawal of this provider for the provision of out-of-school hours care, and they were 3 years into a 5-year contract. And I guess the question is, what are the circumstances, or how is that managed when a provider doesn't meet the contract terms, the parents are left with no service, and it's relevant to the Windellum Public School?
Yeah, I know how important out-of-school hours care is to parents. In primary schools, it's very important. People rarely have jobs that finish at 2:30 or 3 o'clock, so it's very important, and I understand that. Our USH services went through competitive tendering process, but I'm not sure what happened at, did you say Windellum?
Yes, thank you.
Windellum. So I'll have to take that away and have a look at what's happened
Windellama.
Sorry, Windellama.
Yes.
Windellama Public School near Goulburn. Okay, so we'll just have a look at what's happened there and come back to you, Ms Mert.
In terms of, I guess, the restoration of a reliable service,
yes,
what happens in a situation like this?
Let me have a look, because
do people sort of sit and think, well, there's 2 years left on the contract, no service?
Look, no, we would be doing everything possible to ensure that there's a service there for parents to have their children there after, usually in the hours of 3 to 6 p.m, so that parents can collect their primary school age children after school. I think all of us with primary school age children have used USH services before, so I don't think that would be the case, but I want to be able to go away and look at what's happened at, what do we say, Windellama?
Windellama.
And come back to you on that.
Thank you. And Minister, I mean, will you seek a replacement provider in a situation like this?
If it helps you, Ms Merton, I can tell you what we do in... the Deputy Premier said we'll come back with details on that specific case. But if a provider pulls out for some reason, we do have a unit that then works with the school and the provider. Often we approach providers in the area to see if they would be willing to take up the service in an interim capacity. We do run tender processes, so we do all we can at our end for continuity of service and viability of service, but the Deputy Premier is right. I don't have specifics on this particular case. Let me come back to you for the committee on the specifics of this one and what we have done there.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Premier, if I could raise another issue, and it's relating to the electorate of Holsworthy, and it's to do with concerns held by parents. They wrote to you, Deputy Premier, regarding serious concerns relating to bullying, child safety, parental rights within the education system. Deputy Premier, rather than addressing the specific needs raised with you, the response failed to meaningfully engage those concerns. Minister, how do we explain to families that they're not getting substantive answers in terms of specific issues and concerns raised with you?
Okay. Ms Merton, I'm not sure, absolutely I take that you're referencing probably an inquiry that's come to myself from parents in the electorate of Holsworthy. I'm not sure what schools those parents' children may have been attending, but let me answer broadly in terms of anti-bullying. Everyone in every sector acknowledges this is one of the biggest challenges that we face across all sectors. That's why we have actually now established the anti-bullying framework for the first time across all sectors. It's now actually linked to school registration. That activity is now assurance that schools across all sectors adhere to the anti-bullying framework is linked to their registration as a school.
Yeah.
So yes, we are taking that seriously, but I'm happy to take the particular schools you're talking. I don't know whether you're talking primary or high schools. I don't know what primary or high schools they may be, but we will definitely, between myself, Mr Disdar and Ms Summerhayes, take that away. We want every child across New South Wales to be safe at school.
Thank you. And I also have another issue here on behalf of the member for Holsworthy. And it's to do with, she's written to you, Deputy Premier, raising serious allegations from a constituent employed as a contracted cleaner in New South Wales government schools, reports related to unsafe equipment, unsafe working conditions, bullying by management, and breaches of government cleaning contracts. Yeah. Deputy Premier, what action have you taken to investigate such allegations like this relating to cleaning contracts in New South Wales schools?
Look, I don't know what particular contract you're talking about at what school for what region, but I'm confident that we would have investigated that, because as part of our election commitment, we actually reviewed the cleaning contracts. Yeah. One region in source, we brought that in, and the other regions now we are managing under the Department of Education via school infrastructure. And I tell you what, we have unearthed some terrible behaviour that was taking place under previous contracts that were managed by Public Works under the previous government. So we're actually taking a really hands-on approach to these cleaning contracts, and we agree.
In that spirit of what
we agree that that's not acceptable.
Are going, when allegations are coming to you, and we want a level, I guess, of investigation.
Yeah, and let me look into that particular case, because once again, I'm not sure what school you're referring to.
Thank you.
If it helps, Miss Merton, any matter that we receive like that, we have a cleaning directorate in school infrastructure. We assess it, we investigate it, we work with the school or the site, because we're undertaking cleaning across government.
We have more oversight of cleaning contracts than ever before, really.
And if I could just finish, Deputy Premier, will you commit to fund essential shade infrastructure at Lucas Heights Community School, including additional sun-safe seating areas and shade coverage for schools for the synthetic athletics field in terms of sun exposure?
Let me look at what the plan is for Lucas Heights Community School, unless Ms Harrington knows at hand. But let me have a look at what the plans and what can be done at Lucas Heights.
Thank you.
Minister, in relation to USH, on 3 July, the Supreme Court granted an injunction restraining the Minister from acting on her department's termination of the Darlinghurst PNC USH licence. My question is that restrains you from acting, and they found that the department didn't remotely follow its own procedure. Do you accept the judge's assessment that there was a serious failure of process inside your department?
I didn't hear the beginning of your question. You're talking about Darlinghurst?
Yeah,
yes.
Darlinghurst USH, the case of Darlinghurst Public School Parents and Citizens Association versus the Department of Education. McGrath J found a strong prima facie case that you didn't follow your own procedure. Do you accept the judge's assessment that there was a serious failure of process inside your department in relation to that?
Yeah, look, this has been a long and fraught case, and we will follow all legal directions. And at all times, we operate to ensure that the access is available to USH for primary school students, in this case at Darlinghurst.
Clearly not on that occasion.
Separate updates on Darlinghurst.
Yeah, that matter is still part of court proceedings, and we'll work within those court proceedings and respect all of those proceedings.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, Minister, and your officials. Last Friday, the Secretary and I visited 2 outstanding primary schools in the East network, the Entrance and Gorican. The Entrance having recently won an award as the best primary school in Australia, and its turnaround in results, like the other 30 schools in the East network, has been phenomenal over the last 5 or 6 years, with a laser-like focus on explicit instruction, teacher-led learning, a rich data and evidence base, and what Hattie calls the collective efficacy. And they've also had major benefits in student behaviour and reduction in teacher paperwork time. So after 3.5 years on your watch as Education Minister, why isn't this happening in all New South Wales schools, or at least most of them?
Yeah, you're right about those 2 schools. I think David Stitt is the principal at the Entrance. It's phenomenal the amount of data they have and they collect to make sure they're constantly keeping up to date with responding to their students' needs, and incredible results. And I note the fact that you have referenced the fact they've had behaviour improvements, because their explicit teaching actually goes as well to how we expect students to behave.
Yeah, the kids pay attention.
Which is, anyone that has been around children you have to make those clear expectations, very structured. Look, we are rolling this out. I would argue, Mr. Latham, it's in more schools than it ever has been before, because, well, I mean,
you don't know.
I don't know if I'm out there doing a tally of how many are doing explicit teaching, but I'm sure we are making sure that everyone is doing it, because the evidence is out. You've seen it with your own eyes at the Entrance and Gorican, and it's in many more places. It's very clear. Teachers have been using this for some time, and for the first time, as you know, the department has said this is our expectation of how you teach in the classroom, and more schools than ever before are using it, but we will continue to make sure that that's rolled out.
Well, this is the point about implementation. There's no doubt that what I'm talking about is like an education miracle, and changing totally the life opportunities of young people.
Absolutely.
In that school.
Yes.
It's why we exist here
Correct.
in this parliament
Correct.
to try and get these outcomes. But the other evidence shows that NAPLAN results are flatlining, and the gap between advantaged and disadvantaged students is widening, which indicates that while the East network, with just 30 schools, is a positive influence on these results, there must be other schools that are dragging it down. Now, isn't it time to use the DELs to go into schools, classroom observation, and give us a guarantee, you as Minister, the Secretary, Mr Disdar, all of us, parents in particular, that what we know is the evidence and what works for schools is actually being practiced in the classroom?
We are using the DELs to that effect. The clue is in the name. Obviously, they're directors of educational leadership. That's what they should be doing. I've seen it. I know that they're doing it. We have to make sure that that's continually happening. That's the work that Ms Summerhayes is leading New South Wales Public Schools. I pick up on your point about NAPLAN. Some of those results are very disappointing, and some of them point to we have to keep doubling down on this explicit teaching stuff, as you say, Mr Latham, to ensure that we start seeing those results. Some of them are improving, some of them are stubbornly very disappointing. And that's why we're making the argument at the moment to say, look, for instance, the writing exam, once it goes onto a computer after year 3, is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And let's really, I've asked the Commonwealth, because it's a Commonwealth test, obviously, can we go back to pen and paper? But New South Wales is very interested in doing that because there's a lot of things that potentially are not working, but we know what the evidence points to what works, and we'll keep doubling down on that.
Yeah, well,
these things take time, though, as you know, in education.
I know, but the work is urgent.
It is urgent.
And the implementation of it is critical, and
Correct.
whether they're using pen or paper or computer, if a Year 5 student can't read, they can't read.
Yeah, that's true.
And we've got a problem there. So are schools identified that aren't using explicit teaching? You should be able to just tell by their results that they're
Yes,
teaching the wrong way, and then once identified, what's done to them? Because if we had 2,200 David Stitts, we wouldn't need any meetings, and we could all go to the beach. Because what's happening there is amazing.
If we had 2,200 David Stitts, the world would be a better place. 100%.
Of course, 100%.
But we are absolutely identifying schools that need improvement and that need extra support, and that is identified through their plans, and that's what public schools does right down to the DEL and the principal and the actual instructional leaders in those schools that are doing that important work.
Okay, well, Minister, do you know the schools that aren't using explicit teaching and are getting poor results?
I get updates, briefings.
I see the data wall. That should be your data wall.
Yeah. Look, I get briefed by the department, obviously, on what's happening with explicit teaching, and my expectation is very clear that it's...
We've got to turn them around. What's being done to turn them around?
Well, we're inside schools, and we're supporting teachers with the resources that clearly support the evidence-based way to teach. And that goes to the very beginning stages of phonemic awareness in terms of learning to read in kindergarten, ending those reading wars because the evidence was clear to start with, all that stuff that you know. In fact, in fairness, we may disagree on a lot of things, Mr. Latham, but you have been arguing this for some time, and the department has made it clear for the first time ever. It's a bit crazy, isn't it, that previously the department was not able to say this is the expectation of how we teach in classrooms.
Yes, hopelessly inadequate, but the theory and the evidence is clear.
But now we're rolling
implementation is, of course, a separate question.
I accept, and I hope that you understand that implementation is not the easiest thing, but we are rolling it out.
It's a big system. It's hard to scale up.
It's huge, yeah.
But there are certain things that can be done to pressure the failing schools, identify them and scale up. And in that regard, you tend to lose track over time of what's the equivalent now of the disadvantaged schools program. What's the program we use now for schools where results have gone backwards? It had a name under Mark Scott. It had a name under Georgina Harrison. What's the great DISDAR name?
I'll let you answer that, Mr.
Yeah,
Minister.
rather than name, I'm really interested in the substance of the support we provide. Thank you for the visits. It was really good to see in action. You're talking about schools that are, really well down the track. So what we do is everyone's doing explicit teaching right across the system, but I acknowledge that everyone is at varying scales of that. So we've got schools that have just recently started on what that looks like, as opposed to the entrance, which is 7 years down the track. We work with those schools that need our support the most in what's called strategic support. I didn't change the nomenclature of that.
Strategic support. Is it the Guided Strategic and Intensive Strategic Support Program?
Yeah, I didn't change the names of those,
Jeez,
Mr.
it's a hell of a
Latham,
name
because
now.
I didn't want to confuse the ground.
Okay.
But we have been putting support in place for those sites that need it.
15% of schools across the state opted out. They're allowed to refuse assistance
For strategic support? That's not my experience when we go and...
No, but it mightn't be your experience, but what's the reality? I've got some information here that 15% of schools offered this assistance, say, oh no, we don't need it, and you're allowed to opt out rather than a failing school it being compulsory to take the assistance and make the improvements.
Yeah, that's not my experience, but I'm happy to, if you want to...
Is there an opt-out capacity?
When we go to a site and we go and say there's strategic support needed in whether that's attendance or in literacy or numeracy or explicit teaching, we don't go there with the expectation that you don't come on that professional learning with us. So if you've got some, I'm not going to dispute if you've got something there that says that has been the case, but that's not our work with them.
You're not going to dispute whether I've got something here that's been the case. You're the secretary, and you should be able to tell us whether it has been the case.
Maybe let me paraphrase that.
I get information that I use for questions here, and I'm hoping for an answer.
I haven't had that.
You haven't had that. It's not true. There's no school that's ever been allowed to opt out. They tell you, no, we don't need this.
Deputy Secretary, no.
Head back to Parramatta, no. They're all in. And there's no opt-out capacity. There's no opt-out.
I've never had an opt-out experience around strategic, guided or universal, Mr Latham, since I've been in this role.
Okay, and who selects the schools for this strategic support?
We do.
And how many have been selected for this calendar year?
Yeah, let me come back with that detail, but we do on the data. As you'd appreciate, the strategic support is really intensive. It's sustained. It's over a period of time. So we focus on a small number of schools that will need the greatest uplift, but happy to come back.
And is there a report on how well the program runs, how you turn them around?
Because
at the entrance in Gorican, they didn't need this program, they just did it themselves, and the results are incredible. So you'd expect, with the right expertise and what the Minister's been saying about pedagogy, that results would be expected, in the medium term.
But I know you would agree with me that if we went 7 years ago to the entrance, when strategic support didn't exist, when they were flailing like the principal said, we've relied on the expertise of that principal to lift it. We've now got the expertise in the system to go and intervene.
Well, it's a lot easier organic, homegrown by a principal, that's true. But if you can give us a guide as to what success the program's had. And Minister, I support your ban on mobile phones in schools, but isn't it being circumvented by students using other devices such as laptops for exactly the same purpose?
I mean, laptops are used in schools for educational purposes often.
But messaging each other, messaging students.
Yeah, sometimes,
that's
right.
Online rubbish.
In use just in teenagers in particular can be very tricky. I mean, that's true. But
what are you saying?
To be honest, I'm just saying as a mother, I'm deep in it. But the mobile phone ban is really about making sure that we removing distractions as much as possible from the teaching and learning. And one of the, not just impacts the classroom activity, if you talk to principals and teachers, one of the biggest impacts has been actually in the playground for kids actually learning to actually talk to one another as a novel idea.
Minister, previously you mentioned, I think in the answers to the questioning from Mrs Ward, that there were some savings attributable to the cuts to workers' compensation entitlements to the employee-related expenses line item. What is the saving for this budget year then?
Yeah, look, I'd have to take that on notice, but I was just making that point that the employer-related expenses does include that category. Of savings achieved through the reforms to workers' compensation.
All right, I might come back to that this afternoon then. Just turning to the Early Learning Commission, and I will have time with Mr Curry this afternoon as well. But Minister, I asked some questions on notice in relation to a number of issues at the Early Learning Commission, including how many employees were currently had workers' compensation claims, and I was a bit shocked that there was 10 workers' compensation claims reported just in the 7 months from operation to the 30th of June 2026. What do you put that down to?
I'm really not sure. I mean, the Early Learning Commission, and I'll just make this as a general point, is doing some very important work that, quite frankly, has really never been done to this scale in New South Wales, as you're well aware, Ms Boyd. The legislation went into tripling fines, then tripled again for large providers. There's 30 new offences. There many, many, many more unannounced visits. But I'm not sure when it comes to the personnel question. Mr Curry is probably best to answer that question in terms of the
because
workers'
also
compensation.
the answers to those questions on notice revealed that 30 staff had quit in that 7 months. 21 employees were on sick leave. What's happening, Mr Curry?
Didn't say quit. The answer on notice said that they'd left for a variety of reasons, including secondment, returning to secondment, could be temporary positions.
Okay.
So it was a variety of reasons. It's not just leaving the Commission.
All right.
Many people have left to go to other positions in other agencies or returned to places like the Department on secondment. So it's
Okay.
not, it's not
So
just
how
putting-
many was secondment and how many were
I'd have
people
to
who
take that
quit?
on notice and go back.
Okay.
One of the things is we've actually grown substantially, about
Yeah.
60 people, so there's a net growth of about 60.
What are these workers' compensation claims about?
They're for a variety of things. They're from trips, falls, accidents when visiting services. Some of them are for psychosocial issues.
How many are for psychosocial?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you. But they're for a variety of reasons.
Can you come back to me this afternoon on that?
And I could be able to come back. It will require seeking advice from elsewhere, not just the Commission. So the issue is some of those people are not regarding incidents that have occurred in the 7 months. They may have occurred before, but they've made the notification in that 7-8 month period.
Also in those questions that I asked, and this was after I'd received a number of emails from people telling me that there had been confidentiality breaches at the Commission, including in relation to people's investigations into conduct. I was told on those answers to questions that there had been 6 confidentiality or privacy breaches in that 7-month period. Again, does that concern you, Minister?
Sorry, I just want to clarify. We're talking about breaches that have occurred of confidentiality investigations of people working in the Commission, not investigations into services?
No, investigations into services, into individuals, where, people's personal details have been shared with the wrong person. For instance, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what's happening there because
Yeah,
I've
so I
got to
asked-
take what you're saying on face value, but I'd have to ask the Commissioner
Yes.
to come back with advice to me on that.
Okay, so Commissioner, the 6 breaches of privacy, and all of them are saying in the questions on answers to questions on notice, you say that none of them required even informing people that they had a breach of their information. Are you saying that say for example, I was under investigation for an incident at an early childhood centre, and you gave not you personally, but one of your officers gave information about that investigation to me into a fellow educator somewhere else, that wouldn't be something I'd want to know about?
It would depend on the circumstance, and as the response to the question on notice stated, we go to the department's legal advice. The department, they assess as to whether there has been a breach, because it says 6 potential breaches.
5 confirmed,
Yeah,
one
5
was still
confirmed.
being investigated.
Yep.
So
And
5 definites.
and what will happen then, there's a definite triage and process as to whether that is. So for example, a breach might be that it's gone to another person in the Commission that
Yeah.
it shouldn't have gone to, but it is a breach, and therefore it may not
Okay,
require
I'm
to be
talking
appointed.
about the ones that were external to people who weren't part of the Commission. I think we know.
That's not what the answer is about, though. It's any breach.
Okay.
So we can come back to
Are
you.
you
on
aware
what-
of the breaches where people's information has been shared with people outside of the Commission?
Not the particular details of each one of them, but I can come back to you with that.
If you could maybe
Yeah,
come
no
back, because it's not just one, and I've been very concerned by that information coming through. Has there been any safe work or other investigations into the Commission?
Yes, there has. We're at the moment with a safe work improvement notice with regards to communication with staff regarding psychosocial and dealings with complaints. That came about after I had asked for a cultural review of one of our teams, and that brought about some issues regarding staff information in that team, or understanding of information regarding reporting items. So Safe Work came in, and we're working closely with Safe Work now to address those issues.
Mr. Curry, I'll be frank with you, I've heard from a number of people now that they're very concerned about the cultural issues going on at the Commission, and they're reporting to me a high level of bullying complaints and real systemic issues that are creating a psychosocial risk. It doesn't fill me with confidence that Safe Work has also been involved.
The cultural review was looking at pre-existing cultural issues that we're addressing that have been going on for several years before the Commission, so it was actually predating. We're addressing those cultural review issues. I've been very careful talking, because as a result of the cultural review into that particular team, there have been several misconduct investigations that have begun, and so I don't want to prejudice those in any way, so I want to be careful with that. I'm happy to talk to you privately about some of the issues that were raised. They are quite concerning, and for me, when I got the review, I was quite concerned about some of the cultural issues that have been extant for a period of time in that team.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm sure there are some legacy issues, but what I'm hearing is that there are also new issues. Do you have concerns about the culture?
That hasn't been part of the things that have come out in the culture review or in the safe work. The safe work has been looking at extant issues, and especially some of the confusion that have been arising, or people have said that there's confusion in the machinery of government move in terms of where they report things. So it's about how to report. And in fact, the safe work officer found that we have very robust systems. It's just that people don't know about them, and especially within this one team, that some of the information was not actually conveyed, possibly intentionally, for people in that one team.
Thank you. Minister, as you know, under the changes that were passed to the legislation last year, some of those review provisions were curtailed.
Yes.
And we now have a situation where there is an internal review for a lot of quite important decisions that impact on people. I think, we all know the reasons for that, and I think we're broadly on board. But given that there's no sort of stay on proceedings or on the consequences of a decision that's been made against an educator or a teacher or a service while a review is ongoing, does it concern you that we've got still quite a long period of time being taken for reviews? And again, on those questions on notice, I think it was like 250 days on average.
Those reviews are taking some time, and I have asked the Commission to see how we can reduce that time on those reviews. They are looking into very complex matters, though. I accept that they're taking a long period of time, but they're looking into very complex matters. And because of the impact of the legislation, those decisions, there is a hold on those decisions while they stay in place while the review is being conducted.
Yes, and so if you've got one of those decisions that's been made, say a person has been, as a result of that decision, they've been prohibited from working with children, for instance, or for acting in their job, and then we have a decision being made on the internal review that actually that was the wrong decision and the evidence was wrong or whatever, is there then any provision to sort of make good for that person who's been impacted, or is it just that's just the end of it?
I'd have to take advice on that. I mean, obviously, the intent of the legislation is child safety as paramountcy at all times. So these are not decisions that the Commission takes lightly in terms of these offences that, of course, can be reviewed and are taking too long. But these are very serious allegations at times.
At times, not always. Some of these that are sort of
I'd have to
sitting
take
around
advice
all the
on what
time.
happens
Sure.
if it comes back,
Thank you. I'll go back to the opposition.
Thank you very much, Minister. In relation to preschools, isn't it the reality that your government's preschool policy has become increasingly chaotic for those parents and providers trying to deal with it? Labor went to the election promising to match the former government's commitment to increase that preschool access for all children, which is a good thing. Then you put the meaning of universal preschool under review, but it still hasn't been defined, which is where the issue is arising. 3-year-olds were included and then were excluded and then included again. Last year, your government committed around $100 million to help community preschools convert to long day care, but now it seems that you're taking that core preschool program funding from the long day care itself. Can you see how the community and the sector feels that that is a chaotic policy, and that's the reality that they're dealing with. How can providers be expected to make long-term decisions about workforce and infrastructure and quality when the policy keeps changing?
I think you'll find that the previous government's policy for universal preschool didn't include 3-year-olds.
No, I'm here to talk about yours.
No, but you just said that it did include 3-year-olds. I don't think it did. I think it was only the year before school when the evidence was very clear that it was the 2 years before school.
I'm not
so
sure
we've
that's
increased that definition to the 2 years before school. So just that was, I think, erroneous what you said there. Look, our policy on preschools is very clear. We are supporting providers in the not-for-profit long daycare centre with extended fee relief for parents to enrol their children in preschool programs in long daycare, working with community preschools and doubling the number of public preschools in New South Wales.
Yeah, understanding that though, with the definition changes, it's making it difficult, and the feedback from them and from providers
What
is that
definition
it feels
changes?
chaotic. So
Extending it?
They want to know how, with that policy, has your department assessed the cumulative impact of those constant changes on provider viability, on workforce investment and the quality of preschool programs available to New South Wales children?
I'm unsure what you're arguing about. Are you saying that we shouldn't have extended the definition to 3-year-olds?
It's your policy. I'm asking you on behalf of the provider. Let me finish. I'm asking on behalf of those providers who said to me, those taxpayers trying to get their kids in these centres up and running, have asked me to ask you, given the changes that they perceive have been made, and I don't think they're wrong and I don't think they're making it up, have asked with that, what they can be doing. And my question to you is, has your department assessed the cumulative impact of those constant changes on that provider viability, on their workforce and infrastructure planning?
I suppose
given you want more places.
The way I would answer that, Ms Ward, is we are embarking in significant reform in the early learning sector and the responsibility that we have in New South Wales, which is preschool, because I don't think anyone can actually argue that it's been working.
But that's not my question. My question is, has your department done any impact assessment on that?
We make no apologies for the reform that we are driving because it just hasn't been working. It hasn't been serving underserved areas.
But my question is, have you done any studies on the impact?
After time of horrible allegations proving to be
that
true.
has nothing to do with my question. I would, if you can't answer it or you don't want to answer it or you take my notice, that's a different thing. You haven't. Has any study been done on the workforce impacts?
Of course we're always evaluating the workforce.
No, not always. Impact. Has a study been done on this constant changes on provider viability?
We are embarking in reform, and I acknowledge that there are some providers that may be upset about that and may have spoken to you. I accept that. But we're actually embarking in reform because the sector was not meeting the needs of the parents of New South Wales. It just wasn't.
How can providers be expected to make those decisions, though, in the basis that they have said there are things that are changing, they are struggling with it, and I believe them, and they're just trying to provide those places and run their centres?
Yeah.
It's a very difficult landscape from them. So they want to know, when will New South Wales families and providers finally get a coherent preschool policy that they can plan around? Do you say that that's in place now, or is there something else coming?
I've just said what it is. I think that there would be some providers in the for-profit sector that may be upset that they won't have as large profits, or maybe not-for-profits that won't have as large surpluses. I accept that that's the case. That doesn't mean the government doesn't have...
Minister, is that what you're saying, seriously? I don't think those providers are awash with cash.
You don't think so?
Well,
there are some...
You've cut $150 million from preschool programs
I made that clear
in long daycare.
that was premature.
May I finish my question, please? You're cutting $150 million from preschool programs in long day care, where 74%...
No, that is not correct,
Let me finish my
Ms.
question,
Ward.
please.
I've said it was premature.
May I please, Chair, may I finish my question?
Can we... okay, order.
That may be the case, but you can't just throw fake news at me. You can't just throw fake news at me.
I will allow the question to be asked in full, and then I will allow an answer to be given in full. Go ahead, ask the question.
Thank you so much. So 74% of kids get their preschooling at those centres. This is a very serious matter. It is not fake news. Can I finish my question, please? Just listen to it before you disagree or debate or obfuscate.
I honestly don't think you understand the operational environment.
I just don't think you want to understand the concern of parents.
No, Miss
These
Ward,
are taxpayers
the truth
and parents
is
who are trying to
long
provide.
day care is funded by the Commonwealth. We're talking state government funding for preschool programs is 2%, and we are funding that.
We're not in class here. I'm asking on behalf of these parents what you are doing. So my question to you is this: have you not done modelling on the impacts on workforce from these policy changes?
We're embarking in reform, and of course we will.
Reform is not modelling, Minister. They're quite different things. Have you done modelling to assess the impact of your changes? That's surely a no after 6 questions.
It's not a no.
So you've done modelling?
We're always doing modelling.
When was the modelling done on the impact of your policy changes?
We're always doing modelling on the reforms that this government is proud to be leading. Do you think the early learning? Do you think the early learning sector was working?
Okay.
Do you
Order.
think that's been
I'll hear
working?
the order. There's been a point of order.
Just as the honourable member is entitled to ask a question, the minister is entitled to answer the question without being routinely
Chair, I can't
interrupted.
even get the question out.
As she has been
I
routinely
uphold
interrupted.
the point of order. There was a question and there was silence during the question. We can have an answer, we can have silence in the answer, but a Hansard does need to be able to record. So
Thank you.
one at a time.
All right. Minister, regarding the Year 1 number screening check trial in 2025, what were the results of that trial?
Yeah, look, I think Mr Disdar would have that. I'm very proud of what we're doing here. In fact,
Right,
we've
we'll look
rolled
at
it
that in the
out
afternoon.
throughout
Sorry, I've got
everywhere
very limited time.
in New South Wales, the first in the country.
Thank you. What percentage of students across New South Wales reached the expected levels of achievement?
Well, Mr Disdar has that information, but
Do you not know?
we will... I'm just answering this. Mr Disdar has this information, but the idea of this information is... Oh, Miss Ward, really, try and not be so rude.
I wasn't saying a word.
No,
Chair. I was
making
silent.
faces,
What
making
happened there? I was
faces to me
completely
is
silent.
really demeaning
I
the
wasn't
work
making
of this
faces
committee.
at all. I was trying to listen to you.
It's
honestly,
just a face.
honestly.
What on earth?
The idea of this number check, which is nation-leading
Bullying.
work, is to identify the children that need one-on-one intervention, of which we are also rolling out everywhere via small group tuition.
Understand you're rolling out, understand the program, understand all of that. My question to you is, what percentage of students across New South Wales reach the expected level of achievement?
If it helps
And
the
I've just said
committee.
Mr Disdar has information.
You're the minister.
If it helps the committee, we haven't briefed the minister or government yet with those
Sure.
results
What
because we
percentage?
don't have those. They're undertaken by every primary school for the first time in our existence. I'm really proud that we gave our
Thank
material and resources to the country to use as well.
I'm pleased you're proud, but my question is about the results,
Yes, I can-
given the money that's
I
been
can tell
spent on
you
that
that.
Ms.
screening
Ward, I
trial
understand you
in
don't.
2025.
I understand you have a limited understanding of how schools work, but it takes some time to... It takes some time to actually collate the information of something that has gone into
So
every
easy.
primary school classroom. in
Those
New South
results are
Wales.
due later this term to each school,
Thank
and
you.
then we'll be able to brief the Deputy Premier on
Would
the
you-
system results.
Thank you. Given that happened in 2025, it'd be great to see the results.
No,
to
what
see how
happened
those
in
kids are tracking.
2025
Was a trial.
was
There
the
was a trial.
pilot
That's what I
that we
did.
did
Yeah, thank
to
you.
make sure it worked.
Yes,
And we
understand.
gave those
There's no need to be
schools their
patronising.
result.
I do understand it. Thank
And then
you very
this
much.
year was the first time we rolled it out
All right.
comprehensively.
So you have the results now of that?
We don't have them yet.
You don't have them. So you haven't briefed the minister. You don't have any results on it. When do you expect to get those results?
Later this term, and then I'll brief the Deputy Premier with those
right.
results.
And in relation to page Bush tenders, let's go back to actually I might skip that. In relation to the question that was put to you, Minister. So many questions, so much work to do. You were asked a question in question time. Yeah. Yeah, now I'll go back. All right, let's go back to some basics then. I think in terms of... Oh, we've covered that. The services that you talked about, there we are. The merged or cancelled classes. Your government created the Alternative Supervision Survey in 2023, recorded 5,669 merged or cancelled classes a day in 2024, down from about 10,000 in 2023. And the results were released with fanfare in November 2024. You might remember that, another presser. No 2025 survey results have been... I'd love to get to a question. This is how this works constructively, Minister, if I may. No 2025 survey results were released.
Yes.
And they haven't been published. So
Yes.
my question to you,
Yes.
Minister, not to the department, to you,
Yes.
is what are the 2025 results
be
for the
releasing them.
number of merged or cancelled classes?
We'll be releasing them.
When?
Look, I'd have to take advice on those results. They were released in May, I've been told. Sorry.
Right, so they have been released.
They were released in May this year.
You didn't know, Minister, or you're aware now?
I'm aware now.
Great, excellent. So what are the results?
I'd have to take advice on what those results. I'm briefed by the department on a range of things each
Have
and
you
every
briefed
day.
the Minister, Mr Disdale?
Yeah, and I briefed the Deputy Premier to say they're quite similar to the year before. We're still
So you have been briefed, Minister?
So we're still tracking down on those, but it was quite a similar result to the one you read out.
It beggars belief, actually, that the opposition would draw attention to the fact that your teacher shortage crisis
Seriously,
resulted
Minister, this
in
is a question
10,000
about
merged and
2025
cancelled
results,
classes.
and I'd be appreciative of an answer on those merged or cancelled classes.
Yes.
You said you hadn't been briefed, but you have been briefed.
So
you didn't have the
now
results,
the
they haven't been
Liberals
released.
care
They
about
have been
merged and
released, so
cancelled
now apparently
classes.
they have been released. So why don't we just talk about the results that have been released? That would be really helpful for those students, for those
You know what would have
parents,
been
and for
really
those
helpful
teachers
is if you
out there.
cared about this
So,
when you're in government.
what are those results for the number of merged or cancelled classes?
We'll come back to you on that because it's been clearly been released.
You've been briefed on it.
I just answered that, yes.
All right, Minister, in a recent question time you were asked about the state of emergency departments in Western Sydney,
Yes.
but you were unable to answer and you referred that question
not
to the
true.
Health Minister. Well, you referred the question to the Health Minister.
Yes.
Yeah. You referred to the Health Minister in relation to that. The commitment for 600 additional hospital beds across Western Sydney has so far delivered 60 funded beds. Now, I understand Ryan Park's not here, obviously, today to explain that, but you are as the Minister for Western Sydney. Can you explain the gap between the original commitment and the current delivery? That's the 600 additional commitment and then the delivery of 60.
Just in the interest of correcting further fake news, I didn't refuse to answer that question. I gave it to the minister responsible for delivering the health portfolio.
Has there been a reshuffle?
Sorry?
Has there been a reshuffle in the Minns government?
No, I just said I referred that question to the minister responsible for delivering that portfolio, which is
But
the
you
health
are the
minister last
minister.
time I checked.
Sure, but I also understand that you're the Minister for Western Sydney.
I was
and
attempting
you
to
refused
answer
to
this.
answer. So what
but-
exactly can you answer today as the Minister for Western Sydney? If you can't
About-
speak for hospitals in Western
Yeah,
Sydney,
I
what
mean-
can you speak for?
So I can tell you what the
What's the
constituents
gap?
I represent in Western Sydney, Miss Ward.
Yeah, and so in relation to that
Please
gap
don't
in the
interrupt me on
original
Western Sydney,
commitment,
because
the
I don't
commitment
think
was
you have anything to add here that is
I'll
of
hear
any
the
value.
point of order.
Point of order is that the minister's been trying to answer
I've been trying to ask
peppering
a
of
question.
questions from the Honourable Natalie Ward to the point where no one can hear anything, and I think it's just that we need to have a bit of decorum and let the
Chair,
minister
the
answer the
Minister's
question.
constantly spoken of my questions.
I share the exhaustion. If we could have a little bit more.
Thank you. My question is, can you explain the gap between the original commitment?
I knew
and I
it,
think
and
you were
I've been
happy.
trying
Can I
to
finish
answer
my
it.
question, please?
I've been trying to answer it.
But I haven't finished it, so how do you know what it is?
You already asked
Until
it.
I ask it. You're on the media release, you're the presser, and can you provide a revised dated completion schedule for the remainder of those beds?
I can tell you what we're doing to deliver new beds and new hospitals in Western Sydney that the previous government failed to deliver.
Well,
and
I'm
I'll tell
interested
you,
in your announcement that you are a part of as Minister for Western
I'm answering
Sydney.
it. I'm
Great.
answering it. We
Let's
are
talk about that.
delivering the Rouse Hill Hospital that was announced
The
3
600
times
additional
in
beds.
a row. And in news just in, Miss Ward, new hospitals
But
will
that's
have
an
new beds.
announcement,
I'm
it's not
answering it.
delivery.
I'm answering it.
The difference is the delivery.
We're delivering
Thank
the
you.
Rouse Hill Hospital that
60
your lot
beds, and what's happened to the other 540?
Actually announced 3 times without delivery.
Order.
Where's the 540
We're
beds?
delivering
Point of
upgrades
order,
to
Chair.
Bankstown Hospital. We're delivering upgrades to
540
Fairfield
beds are
Hospital.
missing from your delivery, and you know it.
Order,
Answering the
all of
question
you,
like, you can
everyone.
all uncover these beds aren't delivered.
Ms. Ward, order.
You're not.
Order. Order. That's over there
It
as
is a
well
new
from
hospital.
the,
Miss
from the
Mahalik's
side.
right.
Order.
Just can't deliver it.
No, we're just going to take a pause. This is the punishment for speaking over me when I'm trying to call order, as well as that you will lose some of your time. There was a point of order that was raised. Please go ahead.
Point of order was, at that particular time when I called the point of order some time ago, the Minister was trying to answer the question and Ms Ward kept peppering the same question, worded differently. There was absolutely zero chance that the Minister could get 2 words out. And I just think we just need to hear the answer to the questions.
Thank you. I think you both know what the answer here is. If we could have a little bit more decorum and a question being asked followed by an answer.
Thank you. Question is, how many privacy breaches or incidents of image-based abuse involving student photos sourced from New South Wales public schools' social media accounts have been reported in the last 12 months, Minister?
Obviously, any concerns of this type, any allegations of this type are gravely serious, and I'd have to take advice on how many.
Okay, thank you. Given the e-safety regulator's recent warnings regarding AI deepfakes, will the department overhaul its social media policy to protect young children from online harm and exploitation, or will it ignore the parents' demands for stricter rules?
I believe that Mr Disdar has met with the e-safety commissioner, and my advice was that we issued updated guidance to schools. This is very serious. I think I answered previously to Ms Boyd that we don't publish any child's photo without having a signed release, but obviously this is an increasing challenge with the advent of AI and deep fakes, and it's very scary. It's very scary.
I understand that, but my question
and we
is...
have issued updated guidance to schools. I think that's right, isn't it, Mr Disdar?
That's right. I want to thank the e-safety commissioner.
Thank you. We can thank people in the afternoon. I'm sorry, I've got 2 minutes left. So if we can just get to
guidance.
Yes, please.
And so wanted to tap into her expertise. Her advice to me was that seeking parental permission should remain, that I could update my guidance to schools and all our staff, which I've done, to tell them to take consideration of the purpose of the photo, where they might post the photo, for how long they may leave that photo.
We might pick up on that this afternoon. Thank you, Mr Disdar. That's a helpful
That's
start.
a really important
we'll pick up on that. Yep, but I have 1 minute left, and while the Minister's here, it'd be great to ask her. Minister, are you aware that a recent independent parent audit found that 1,600 public school Facebook pages, that's 94.2% of verified schools, have actively posted images in the last 30 days? That's over 94% of schools. Do you acknowledge that the terrifying ease with which predators can build a directory of schools and images to mass downloads of images of children in uniform, even if the parents have consented? How are you protecting these faces of these students from being mass harvested?
I acknowledge the fact that there are so many schools, and you've pointed to 1,600 of them, that like to celebrate the work happening in their schools every day by promoting it online and through other, and I join them in celebrating that. At the same time, in 2026, you're right, we're facing a situation where this is an increasing challenge. That's why we are working with the e-safety commissioner to ensure that we have proper guidance to schools, and we will do whatever is necessary to protect children. But I don't want to get into the business of scaremongering every parent in New South Wales about if their child is participating in a concert or they're at band or they're in school spectacular, that their face is going to be harvested.
This is the parents' independent parent audit.
I'm not disagreeing with
these are facts.
Okay. Deputy Premier.
Yes.
Actually, I will just come back to Mr Curry very quickly. The Safe Work, I understand Safe Work was investigating for how that cultural review was actually conducted. Is that correct?
Not really. What happened was the cultural review had been ongoing. Safe Work was interested in the cultural review and what might the outcomes be, but it wasn't about the conducting of the cultural review. It was about some of the issues that led to the cultural review, and then interested in some of the findings of the cultural review and addressing those.
Okay, and how was the cultural review firm selected? Who conducted the cultural review?
So what happened was we received a complaint, quite an extensive complaint regarding some behaviours of people. We still liaise with PES in terms of getting advice with regarding that. Well, the advice from PES was to actually conduct a culture review because some of the complaints went to culture, not just individual cases. Given that there's a bit of a conflict of interest where I came from, etc., we engaged the services of Work Dynamic, a company, to conduct the culture review. They spoke to everybody in the team in question, everybody that wanted to, and looked at evidence and came up with some recommendations regarding the cultural issues in that team.
And had you worked with Work Dynamic before?
They had done independent work before, yes.
Okay.
For the department.
All right. Just in the interest of time, I'll come back to you later. Thank you, Mr. Curry. Deputy Premier, speaking of PES, this is another issue that really floods my inbox, with people being very upset about the way that PES goes about managing complaints. Recently, there's been a sort of an uptick in the number of complaints against principals, and also the numbers of principals who appear to be on some form of indefinite leave pending outcomes of investigation. Some of them, we're talking like 18 months, 2 years. Do you know what the current numbers are in terms of the numbers of principals who are on leave pending investigations?
No, but that does concern me, so let me take advice on that. That is concerning, and right, Ms. Boyd.
Okay. There's also been reports, and I won't go into the details, but there's been news reports of some principals who have been under investigation from PES, but the allegations made in the news articles is that there was some form of political interference in those matters. So where other members of Parliament had lobbied you in particular, is that just misreporting? Can you just clarify that for us?
No. I'd welcome the opportunity to clarify the fact that our Professional and Ethical Standards Directorate maintains investigations thoroughly without any interference from me. There is no interference from me or my office at all.
So there's no ability for,
Absolutely
for example, if I came and said to you that I had a concern with my child's principal. I don't with either of my children's principals, but it wouldn't then trigger some sort of special...
There are very clear avenues by which to make complaints, and that PES will handle as a result, and they are so far away from me and my office,
Good.
I don't even know how to access them.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Ms. Boyd, if it helps on the time question, 94% of cases that PES examines, investigates or assesses are completed within 12 months.
Okay.
If that helps.
Thank you. And I'll come back to more specific questions when we have the Executive Director from PES here as well. But I guess one of the things that's been raised is obviously, principals have quite high profiles.
Yeah.
And so when they are the subject of allegations, there's quite a sort of an impact on their reputation and on their psychological well-being. What measures has the department put in place to check up on those principals who are currently on leave pending investigations? Is there any particular support given to them?
Yeah, look, my expectation is that we support all of our workforce, those that are on leave, those that are working. We take wellbeing very seriously, but I just would want to get the right advice on what we do for those in those situations, Mr. Disdar.
In those cases, we obviously have the PES support officer as a contact point. We remind them of our EAPS service that they can access. We also remind them if they're a member of their union, whether that be the New South Wales Teachers Federation or the Public Service Association. If you're specific around a principal, we also remind them that the New South Wales Primary Principals Association or the New South Wales Secondary Principals Council, if they're primary or secondary, is a point of support and contact. We do place, if we need to, with the required risk management, that staff member on alternate duty. If they report to alternate duty, we've got a structure there that can support them in what that work looks like and check in. We're really mindful that there are allegations, they've got to have the opportunity to answer to those, and they've got to have the right support structures, both departmental, professional association and union.
Thank you, and I'll come back more on this in the afternoon. Deputy Premier, PES spent almost 2 years arguing against having to improve their practices after Safe Work identified serious concerns. There was a case decided on the 2nd of March 2026 where Commissioner O'Sullivan handed down a judgment where the department had sought external review of 2 improvement notices issued by Safe Work on the 6th of February 2024, found that its system of work for managing conduct and performance matters exposed workers to psychosocial risk through investigations that were not completed in a timely manner and through the allocation of alternate duties not commensurate with a worker's substantive role. And the Commission rejected all 3 of the department's grounds and affirmed the notices with 1 very narrow variation and set aside the stay that had suspended their operation since March 2024. So those notices have now been operative for over 5 months, and the department spent the preceding 2 years contesting rather than implementing them. What's your, I guess, view of whether or not the department should have been defending those rather than just getting on with supporting people?
I just want to make the point to the committee that these matters that PES are investigating, I mean, we wish that we didn't have to investigate these matters. There was a review that we commissioned, led by Chris Wheeler, into PES. We enacted all those recommendations that Mr. Wheeler made, the first of 2 major reviews he did for us. Look, these are very complex matters, and I'd have to say, because I'm not involved operationally in the running of these issues, because it is seriously arm's length to the Minister and the Minister's office, I'd have to take that away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will you table that Wheeler review? I think I've asked for this before.
Let me come back to you on that. I think, and I don't say this to be disruptive or anything, I think a lot of these matters relate to child protection.
I'm happy for it to be redacted without any sort of...
Let me come back to that.
I clearly don't want children's names and things, but I do want to know
let me come back to you on that.
What the review found. Okay, have there been any further Safe Work improvement notices or prohibition notices or non-disturbance notices?
I'd have to come back to
PES, in relation to PES? No. Thank you, come back. Is there now any maximum duration for a PES investigation?
Like I indicated, 94% of the cases that PES assesses or investigate is completed within 12 months. You know, those complex matters that can often involve other agencies like the New South Wales Police or the Federal Police or particular commissions or the Office of the Children's Guardian or, you know, we're not able to proceed with our investigation to jeopardise what that may mean for those agencies. We can only pick those matters up following the completion of whatever outcomes those agencies come up with. But, you know, I hope you concur with me that to have 94% of cases handled within 12 months is a pleasing stat. I am mindful of what you table. You know, those matters that go for a lengthy period cannot be productive for that individual,
No, it's
whether they're
heartbreaking.
tied up in other agencies or not. So I do acknowledge that. And that goes to your question around what support do we put around that. And we tried to be as comprehensive as we can with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Mihaly.
Deputy Premier, just back on football and schools.
Yep.
Can you just confirm that either the Grant and Thornton audit or the new McGrath-Nicol audit, did either of them assess the program and funding guidelines complied to ensure they comply with New South Wales Grants Administration Guide?
Look, my expectation is that, of course, they do, because this is taxpayers' money that's being given out by the Department of Education. But I would have to ask Mr. Disdar or Mr. Graham to answer that.
Yeah, and maybe this data is helpful too, because I didn't get the opportunity to indicate that Grant Thornton are still continuing their work with us with the West Sydney Wanderers.
Oh, right.
But with Macarthur
Not with
Bulls,
Macarthur.
like we've indicated, we've gone to
All
a
right.
forensic audit.
Thank you. Can you take that, maybe when you're noticed, you can explain that later. But can I, back to you, Deputy Premier, I just want to, as I understand, this was actually expressly excluded from the scope. So can you confirm that the program and funding guidelines, was there an assessment that those guidelines actually complied with the New South Wales Grants Administration Guide? Because as I understand it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, they were actually excluded from the scope from Grant Thornton's audit.
Well, my expectation is that any money that is being distributed by any government department, including the government department that Mr. Disdar leads, is in line with those guidelines. And I would think that in the ordinary business of the department, acquitting that money, that it would be adhering to those guidelines.
Okay.
I don't think that's an unfair
What I'm specifically
expectation to have, is
asking,
it?
Deputy Premier, is the program and funding guidelines attached to this football and schools.
Yes.
Did they comply? Did your audit check and assess that it complied with the New South Wales Grants Administration Guide? And you can take that on notice.
Yeah,
or
I'm
you
happy
can ask
to,
Mr.
but
Disdar to
surely,
answer.
I mean, my expectation, I'm just making it really clear that that's any money that we acquit has to be in line with those program guidelines, does it not?
The Deputy Premier's spot on there. Every grant that we administer has to be in accordance with the government's Grants Administration Guide. Yep.
Okay. So you can confirm that both those two audits actually checked to ensure that the program and funding guidelines were compliant, right? That you didn't exclude that from your scope as I've been led to believe.
In administering any grant in any government department, you cannot exclude those guidelines.
Okay. Can I just ask as well, Deputy Premier, has the department undertaken a formal value for money assessment?
I'd have to come back to you on that, a value for money assessment. Yeah, I'd have to come back to you on
Which is what you're required to do under the New South Wales Grants Administration Guide as a result of Operation Jersey.
Well, we must have done it then. I would expect that we have done it then.
Are you taking that on notice, or are you going to ask one of your Deputy Secretaries to answer
John
that?
Graham would make them do it.
All right. Then I might also just ask, the audit also didn't examine how the grants amounts were calculated. For example, more was given to Macarthur and less to Western Sydney. Did anyone independently examine or assess why that was the case, why the funding was different for the two different sporting groups?
I'm not sure whether that was the commitment that was made. I'd have to ask the department to advise me on the distribution of those.
Well, the commitment,
funds.
what was provided, what was advertised pre-election wasn't very clear on the specific amounts. So, but for some reason, Macarthur was given far more than Western Sydney. So, was that assessed? Is it Mr. Graham or somebody else wants to respond to you?
The commitment was $8 million for Macarthur Bills across 4 years, and the commitment was $6.5 million for Western Sydney Wanderers across 4 years.
Well, the Treasurer tried to reduce the amount for Macarthur, and then that was later adjusted back to the higher amount. Is that correct, Deputy Premier? You might recall there were some email exchanges, I think.
I don't
with
recall
Mr.
that, but the
Hickey.
Treasurer's always trying to reduce money that we're spending.
Yeah.
Haggerty
Or-
kicked it back up.
I say that with
you had
great
one
respect
of
to
the
my colleague.
I think the member for Leppington wrote you an email.
He actually
and that was
would
adjusted
probably
back.
take it as a
Okay.
compliment, yeah.
But did you as part of your assessment, as part of this grant, because you've now had 2 audits, as you've now indicated, did either audit have a better assessment or to understand why both
The
were given
difference.
difference? Yes.
Yeah,
And whether
I'm
there was
not sure
value
of
for
that,
money
and I'd have to
on
take
that.
advice on that, Ms. Mahalik, honestly.
Okay.
Minister, all these football in schools issues will take up at a select committee that's been established by the upper house to look further at what's gone on. But can I take you to a question of integrity among your departmental officers? Because at a different committee, Ms Boyd chairs, we were told by a very senior and experienced New South Wales public servant that there's emerged a worrying habit at these committees where public servants will come along with the chief objective of not embarrassing the government politically rather than giving absolute truth to the Parliament. And can I take you to the evidence of Martin Graham on the 11th of March, when questioned about the Grant Thornton audit and problems with this football in schools expenditure, kept on saying room for improvement, room for improvement. That was his standard go-to answer, which was sort of...
I mean, that's clearly
not,
true.
Not well, trying to say not much to see here, when in fact the truth was they're outside the funding deed, the clinic numbers are inaccurate, staff are being funded out of this program illicitly, they're buying shoes, cafe meals, restaurant meals, they're funding the A-League coach $75,000 for doing not much. Just about every aspect of the program is being rorted. Now, if he'd said that, that was the truth to the Parliament. So can you look at these comments? I'll be taking them up elsewhere, but I've got to say, we do a lot of work in preparation for this, and it's an insult to the Parliament, some may say a contempt, for public servants to come here and not tell the full truth of what they know about something like this. And can you monitor your departmental officials to that effect as a parliamentarian yourself?
I take the responsibility, my responsibility, and the departmental responsibility to give truthful answers to the Parliament very seriously.
No, I'm not
it is a
questioning
privilege
you.
that
I'm
we
saying
have.
the officials who know things and don't tell us.
Yeah, you're not going to get from me, Mr. Latham, a defence of some of this spending under this program by MacArthur Bulls, which are clearly we are having to ask them about, and has got them in this situation and got the funding of this election commitment into this situation. I'm not going to defend that. That is the indefensible. I'm very sure that all the departmental officials come to this committee with to tell the truth, and I think that is very serious. The thing that they read out at the beginning is to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
They're sworn under oath.
Correct.
But giving us cliches like room for improvement when the truth is actually horrendous and should have been told to this committee is unacceptable, isn't it?
Look, this has been very complex and very disappointing. It's been very disappointing. I'm really not happy about this program at all.
I'm not happy either with what happened there on the 11th of March. But anyway, let me come to a separate matter, to the Minister and the Secretary. On the 27th of July, the Secretary and the Department launched the latest edition of What Works Best, a very important document and guide to New South Wales school excellence. Can I ask, please, why Ashford Central School was chosen as the exemplar school to promote the virtues of the document, given that its academic results are dreadful and declining?
Ashford.
Ashford.
Okay.
Central School.
Yeah.
Now, we could have picked the entrance, Gorican.
Could have Gorican.
Schools that are actually doing things as what works best.
Yes.
Rather than a place where, if you look up their NAPLAN results, sadly, it's all well below average and falling.
Yeah, look, I mean...
Why would we promote a failing school in association with what works best?
Without knowing
it's not working at
the
that
details
school.
of what's happening at Ashford, that document produced by CC is based on evidence of what works best and guides what the department is supporting schools through in terms of the pedagogical approach of what's happening in classrooms. I'm not sure what's happening at Ashford. I'd have to take advice from Mr. Disra and Ms. Summerhayes, or perhaps as a question to CC about why that was included as the example. They may be on a road. I don't know to explicit teaching from. I don't know.
We do try and, Mr. Latham, feature schools that are also improving on an improvement path, not only those that are at the other end, like the entrance. Given the size of this system, we also try and unearth regional remote examples, the different types of school contexts and setting. We do take advice from CC. I can tell you that we've done a number of podcasts to support the material that have
There's
featured.
an upland trend, and you pick them because they're 43% Indigenous, which is fine at one level, but it doesn't help them, and it doesn't help the system to promote failure.
No, I'd hope you would concur with me that we should feature the full range, those that are really, sustained improvement over a lengthy period of time, as well as those that are improving, as well as the variety of school contexts, because where that helps is when other schools can look at similar context.
The best
as
things
well.
we can do for Ashford and those students there is to embed these principles of what works and continue to make sure they're being rolled out and support those teachers in doing it.
Yeah, we'll sit them in the entrance for a month rather than nonsense.
Right, back to the opposition for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Minister, are you aware of a public school Instagram video featuring highly identifiable kindergarten students stating their names? Has received over 2.7 million views and has been shared privately 6,000 times. Just wondering how that passed any internal privacy or risk assessment of the department.
There are literally thousands of schools in New South Wales, so I'm not sure which school Instagram you're talking about, Ms Wood.
I'll let you
What
know.
school was it?
I'll let you know that privately. I don't want to name them here publicly on the record, but
I'm
you
sure
can
they
take
were
it from
just
me. I'm not making it up. That it's been.
I'm not
given to
saying
me. Sure. So my question to you is, how did that pass any internal privacy or
I don't
risk
know how
assessment?
I'm
If you want
asked
to
to
take it on,
verify
if you want to take
something
it on
if I'm
notice,
not
that's fine.
told what the school is, though.
Sure. All right. Well, I don't want to name it here, but I can get that information to you if you can undertake to take it on notice once you have
Sure.
the name of the school. Thank you. Just wondering, if kids are banned from using social media, why are there teachers and schools using content featuring children as a free marketing tool to generate millions of views when there's these concerns out there at the moment?
Look, I'd hazard a guess that these are schools that are proud of the work that is happening inside the gates and doing so to communicate to the public the excellent work that's happening in the curriculum, in the sporting field, in high potential and gifted education. And it's part of what we're doing to, drive enrolments in public schools. I understand what you're saying, Ms Ward, but these are schools that are proud of what they're doing for their students.
Yeah, no one quibbles with them being proud and doing a good job with their students. There's no issue with that. The issue, I guess, that's been brought to my attention to raise today.
Sure, well, I'd appreciate knowing what school it is.
And
that
I
you're
certainly
talking about,
will do that. But the concern is that they're highly visible, and the concern is that they're out there and no steps are being taken. Can I ask, is it appropriate that New South Wales public schools are spending time at school filming social media marketing content for schools? For example, there's a Soldiers Point school where a student pretends to be sick so they can play on an iPad by the sick bay, ostensibly funny, but with an identification of their face and the school. Do you care to comment on that? Whether
I
that's
think
appropriate?
you find again that these are schools that are promoting the work they're doing, and it's not just public schools that do this. I think you find that often Catholic and independent schools employ people to do this inside their schools.
All right. Well, can I ask you just to comment specifically on that example?
On
whether
Soldiers
you consider
Point?
that to be appropriate? Even it's not the work he's doing, is chucking a sickie.
Sorry, are you accusing us faking that the child is sick?
Not at all. No, the video is of the child pretending to be sick. So it's not promoting the work they're doing. It's him pretending to be sick in a classroom and skipping the test, the maths test.
Yeah.
Is that appropriate?
Look, we've reached the point where we're analysing funny videos that primary school age kids are making to promote their school. Let me have a look at that Soldiers Point example, but I'm not in the business of demeaning Soldiers Point Public School.
No one is. I'm just asking
Order.
if it's appropriate.
Order. It is time for the Honourable Ms. Pelly.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Premier, I just want to bring to your attention one of the documents that was SO 52 FSG 001000984, but you'll be familiar with it. It's the Department of Education Internal Audit Compliance Review of Football in Schools. On page 5, it specifically says, Grant Thornton has specifically said that the internal audit did not assess whether the program and funding guidelines are compliant with the grants administration guide per the scope limitations of this review. So that was my question to you earlier. Why was this specifically excluded? You said to me that
is
it
a
wasn't.
requirement, but that is a requirement
No, but
of
I
any
asked
grant
you
program.
specifically whether the department specifically excluded this as part of the review, and I'm asking you. That's why I asked you that specifically, whether that was correct, and it seems it has been, or whether you're not across that detail. Maybe Mr. Disdar can now perhaps clarify that, but it's specifically clear here that Grant Thornton, they were not actually going to make that assessment at all to ensure that it was compliant with the grants administration guide.
All grants issued by government departments have to comply with that guideline.
How would you know that if it complied if your two audits doesn't actually specify that they have to check that it complies? It specifically says
my expectation is that
Grant
department
Thornton
ensures that it
specifically said,
complies.
this was a department audit, because it clearly states that it's a Department of Education audit. It's not just Grant Thornton. The way it was put together was that your audit committee, consisting of how many people, I'll wait on notice for you to tell me, 5, together did this at Grant Thornton, and then decided together not to include the programs and funding guides to ensure that whether it was to check whether it was actually compliant at all. So that part of the scope was completely removed from this audit. Do you accept that?
That doesn't mean that we haven't ascertained
but
whether the.
How do you ascertain it if this audit didn't?
I can understand the
ascertain it?
concerns you have. I really can, and I will take that on notice about how that was ascertained. I do understand the concerns.
If you could take on notice how you ensured that it was compliant with the grants administration guide, how you ensured that the programs and funding guidelines were actually compliant. Because this particular audit clearly states that it wasn't asked to do that. It wasn't part of the purview of their
Understand.
audit.
Okie dokie. Government members, do you have any questions? No questions? Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you very much. That does end our time with the Minister today. We will be back in the afternoon with officials at 2 o'clock. Excellent. Welcome back. Before we recommence questioning, I need to get 2 additional people sworn in. If I could start with you, Ms. Snelling, if you could state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yep, my name is Alexandra Snelling. I am the Executive Director of Professional and Ethical Standards. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Noy.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Mary Noy. I am the Executive Director, Health, Safety, Staff Wellbeing, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll recommence with questioning from the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Dister, if I could start with yourself, Mr. Dister. Did the department authorise, know about or condone the anti-One Nation school strike being promoted to students during school hours last week?
No, Miss Merton.
Mr. Dister, was any advice given to schools across New South Wales relating to student participation at the strike in light of it being in school hours?
Yes, we did.
What was the communication?
Yeah, Ms Summerhayes will have that communication. She issued that as the Deputy Secretary for Public Schools with oversight of our 2,219 public schools. In fact, it went out to all of our staff by way of the staff notice board. They can see it was addressed to our principals. I'll get Ms Summerhayes to walk you through what she issued.
Thank you. Or if you're happy to table that, we'd be pleased. The committee
We've
would
got
be
it
pleased
here.
to have
She's
that.
happy to walk you through.
But just basically, Ms Merton, we wrote to our schools just for them to remind their communities that we want our students to be in class and at school each day. That's our expectation around attendance, and we do not encourage our students to be missing school for reasons like that. We had a very small participation that we were aware of. All of those children that did participate had parent-signed notes letting us know that they'd be absenting themselves for school, mostly identifying appointments, and that was sort of how we followed up. It was a very small thing in our schools last week.
Thank you. And further to that, students who left school for the protest, were they recorded as an unauthorised absence, or were the parents formally notified of that absence?
Every child that we're aware of, Miss Merton, actually had parent or guardian consent to absent themselves from school.
Thank you. So in terms of disciplinary action in the event of students who participated in the school hours in the absence of parental permission, what took place?
If any of our students across any of the sectors absent themselves without parental permission or school process, we would expect that student to be subject to any disciplinary procedures in line with the school's disciplinary processes. I want to emphasise to the students we serve in government schools and the families and parents, every day counts in a public school, and I'd rather they were at school, and Miss Summerhayes made that clear. The few that she referred to had parental permission not to attend the protest. It said to the school to attend appointments, and we've got to respect a parent's right in that sense, and they're marked as partially attending on that day.
So, they were marked as partially absent, sorry?
Yeah, because they're not at school the entire day. We became aware of one or two sites, so our communication from Miss Summerhayes worked really well, and all of our principals, I want to thank them for reinforcing that in our school communities.
And Mr Disdar, in terms of the disciplinary action, is there a code or a report that you could make available to us as to what that is, that policy?
Well, if you're not at school without any parental permission or justification, you're actually truanting from school, and the normal truancy processes apply.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr Disdar, if I could draw your attention to the New South Wales Government's support for the Commonwealth Building Code settings and what this might mean for new school builds here in New South Wales, related to the provision of unisex toilets in place of single-sex toilets, resulting in no dedicated girls' toilets being provided in new schools.
Yeah.
How do you respond?
Yeah, I'll get Miss Harrington, our DepSec for School Infrastructure, to add to this. Miss Merton, I can assure the committee that we build girls' toilets and boys' toilets. We also build single-sex cubicles as well. We build single standalone toilets that can be used by any gender, and we support our students who might be LGBTIQA+ with appropriate toileting facilities as well. But the premise here is that we build girls' toilets and boys' toilets.
Thank you. So I guess just to clarify, in terms of the building code and the change I understand in that code, which is in new builds, like new school builds, it would be the provision of unisex toilets in place of single-sex toilets. What will that mean for new schools and the availability of girls' toilets and boys' toilets?
Really good question, fair question. Any new build, we build girls' toilets and we build boys' toilets, and we also build single-sex cubicles, either for staff or students that we support who may need that facility. So we don't build just unisex, we build girls' toilets and boys' toilets in all new builds, in all capital upgrades.
Thank you. So new schools going forward under the building code, single-sex schools will be made available.
We build girls' toilets and boys' toilets.
Or how you define girls' toilets, boys' toilets.
Well, they're marked girls and they're marked boys. And then we have facilities at that new school for our staff or students. And I want to, again, if any of our staff or students who are LGBTIQA+ are watching estimates, I want them to know that we will always embrace them. And so we build single-sex cubicles that can be accessed for staff or students that may need that.
Thank you. And Mr Disdar, I turn your attention to the Resource, REZOURCE, FORCE program operating in school classrooms across the Central West Orana Renewable Energy Zone. Are you aware of this school program?
This is not the one you were talking about earlier this morning, Miss Merton. No, this is a different one. I do not have detail on that. I'll just look at my team and see if anyone does. No, I don't, Miss Merton.
Thank you, thank you. Mr Disdar, I am informed that it is a program relating to the renewable energy rollout.
Okay.
And which is to educate students on renewable energy.
Right.
And this publication being made available by a private consortium with many billions of dollars hinged, on the success of the renewable energy zone. And I guess the question to you, Mr. Disdar, and the team on behalf of parents is the provision in managing a document, a communication like this, in terms of educating children on why renewable energy zone is the future, how we manage issues around independence on these messages.
Yeah, I don't have detail on the resource you're referring to today, but Miss Merton, I'm looking forward to coming back in front of you and the committee next Wednesday for the Skills Pathways Higher Ed TAFE committee. So if it's okay with you, I'll make sure I come with an answer on that for that committee.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If I could look at the issue around teachers' workload.
Yes.
And I recall an election commitment made 2023 to cut the administrative workload of teachers by at least 5 hours per week. I also make reference to an audit of teachers' administrative tasks.
Yes.
Produced in December 2024. In that audit, I believe there were about 300 tasks that were identified as being an administrative task. Mr. Disdar,
yes.
I'm just checking what has been done here or has been achieved in terms of reducing the administrative workload of teachers by at least 5 hours per week.
Yeah, thank you for asking this question, Miss Merton, because it's close to my heart as a former teacher in the system. And I know the greatest gift we can give teachers is to remove any administration or overburdensome compliance and really get them liberated to focus on great teaching and learning practice. I'll get Mr. French to come to the table. He's done great work leading this for us. And while he's coming to the table, I'll tell you the things that we've been doing. We've been trying to reduce the number of changes that we've introduced to schools. We've halved the number of policy documents because we're tying up our workforce in overlapping policies and outdated policies. We really streamlined compliance and mandatory training. We provided, and my colleague Mr. Martin will be able to talk to this because this work has been across the sectors around the completion of professional accreditation requirements and professional development requirements. We have been providing our teachers with access to more evidence-based resources that Mr. Latham was talking about with the Universal Resource Hub. And of course, we delivered additional school development days as part of the School Teachers Award, given the fact that we've got such a comprehensive rollout of new syllabuses, updated syllabuses.
Thank you.
led
And Mr.
by
Martin,
Mr.
just before you respond, if I could just put to you, which of the specific 300 tasks identified in the audit report have been removed or reduced?
Miss Merton, maybe Mr. French should talk to that because that
Sorry,
was
Mr.
department
French. Yep.
work. Yeah,
Sorry.
that was department work.
Yeah, so that audit identified over 300 tasks that were performed in schools. So not all of those tasks are performed by teachers. Some of them are performed exclusively by principals, school executive, and also our administration staff. So part of the work that we've been doing with this selection commitment and department priority is to reduce the workload associated with particularly the high burdensome tasks. So to give a really good, a recent example, the way in which schools can apply for support for students that have a disability through our access request program. Mr. Graham's team were able to streamline that to really reduce the workload associated with those sorts of processes. So one of the things that we also do in follow-up to that particular audit is to survey our staff every year. So there's an email that goes out from Mr. Disdar to all staff where they're able to provide opportunities to provide input for other tasks that they feel can be reduced in terms of that workload.
Can I also just add, Miss Merton, I'm really mindful that we might have delivered on that election commitment, but you won't see me parading around saying the teachers' lot has become easier. You know, standing up and performing and delivering a multitude of times in a day is always complex. I'm always working in our organisation to make sure the work that we do can support our teachers and not be burdensome to our teachers.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Just wondering, in terms of, is there an independent audit, or can we verify in terms of the reduction of these identified tasks? How we're freeing teachers up?
Yeah, so we've been communicating with our workforce through our regular emails and our newsletters and our report card that we put out on our plan for public ed on what we've been achieving in 6-month blocks around teacher workload, yeah.
Thank you. If maybe that could be made available to the committee, Mr. Disdar?
Yeah, I mean, I did list
in terms of that report you make. Yep.
Yeah, if you would like me to and you have the time, I can go through the 70 initiatives. I gave you some of the high level ones that go to really felt impact, but I do have a comprehensive list in front of me that I'm happy to read on the
And
things.
Mr. Disdar, in terms of, you're telling me, delivered on the election commitment here, where is there an audit of how much time has been saved? What's been achieved?
Yeah, well, I mean, that I don't want the committee to think I've just met the election commitment and ticked it off, because I think I said the felt impact is really important, and if any of our teachers are watching, I know of the importance of your work and the felt impact of that. So it is true we've delivered on that election commitment, and Mr. French can talk to you about how we measured that, if you like, to be able to prove to government that we met that commitment. Would you like him to do that, Ms Martin?
Look, I'm happy. I guess I'm just looking for some tangible evidence here that the mums and dads can, know that it's been delivered, the teachers are freer, and how do we know that?
Well, it went to some of the things I said. For example, the extra school development days. They were not there in the past. Yeah. So to actually have 3 extra school development days in a new syllabus rollout is discernible time. We've been able to, through surveys of teachers using our own EduChat tool, gain from them what savings of administrative tasks. Yeah. We've been able to quantify, for example, mandatory compliance training, the savings in time. So it's been the accumulation of those things that has got us to the 5 hours, Ms Merton.
Okay, thank you. Mr French, did you want to add anything further to that?
No, I think other than the fact that when we look at the methodology of the time savings, that varies depending on the nature of the initiative. So as Mr Disda said, in some instances what might be most appropriate is a survey associated with the initiative or the tool. And in other instances we might be able to do a time and motion study to measure that. And we also look at things like focus groups and interviews with teachers as well as a way of being able to measure that.
I guess my question still remains in terms of the analysis showing the 5 hours saving per week. I'm looking for that.
Yeah, no, so that's what I was unpacking for you. It's the incremental achievements on each of these 70 initiatives that's rolled up to a 5-hour teacher time saving. I do want to, Mr French reminds me, and rightfully so, I do have 48,000 SAS staff, support staff in our schools, do a tremendous job. So it's not, whilst this election commitment was around teacher workload, I'm mindful also that not all of those tasks go to teachers, and streamlining things for our SAS staff is just as important.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there was a methodology, and I was trying to give you how we got to that.
Thank you. Mr French, you made reference to a time and motion study. I'm just wondering if there are any results on that, or where's that at?
Yeah, so in reference to those different methodologies that we have, or those different instruments we have, that's down to an individual initiative. So for each of those individual initiatives, we might, for instance, when we looked at EduChat, that has a survey attached to it as an example of the way in which we then ask our teachers that use EduChat to provide a view of how much time it saves them. There might be other initiatives that we have where focus groups are the most effective way of being able to get that. Or it could be that we use a time and motion study on a particular initiative. So it's not done at the whole level of following a teacher around on their day-to-day work. It's done in the context of those particular individual initiatives.
Okay, thank you. In terms of quantifying the savings, sort of individually per initiative, have we got any studies done on that?
So for
just saying, is there a document to say we said we were going to do the 5 hours, we've done the time, the studies, the methodology's been used, these are the findings?
Yeah, so at the individual initiative level, for those that contribute to the 5 hours, we've obviously used one of those particular instruments that I've outlined. And then in the totality of that, we've been able to achieve the election.
Is there any documents we could provide to the committee to show the delivery of this, of the 5 hours?
Yeah, we can take that on notice at the individual initiative level.
I appreciate there's more than one initiative that you've outlined. Thank you. Mr Disda,
yes.
Could I look at the NAP plan results?
Yes.
And I make note of New South Wales's average reading results have declined for every year group in years 3, 5, 7 and 9 between 2023 and 2026. What is the government planning to do differently to improve New South Wales's reading results specifically?
Yeah, we've got much more work to do with our plan for public ed. With NAP plan, Mr Cruz will give you some more detail as he comes up to the table, but I'll talk to some of the pleasing elements and the areas we need to improve on. We do exceed the national average in all domains. I'm not claiming that's good enough because we want to go even further in lifting what they are. We do have some pleasing results on the growth from year 3 to 5 to 9. We have to...
Mr. Disler, I'm just conscious
Yeah.
of the time here,
Sure.
and I'm just saying my question was,
Yeah.
was specific to the decline for every year group in reading between 2023 and 2026.
Yeah, so we need to improve...
So I guess what's the government planning to do differently in this space?
Well, we're going to stay the course map that we've mapped out in the plan for public ed with explicit teaching. We were talking about that in Mr. Latham's questions earlier this morning, because that's the evidence base that says it's the teaching and learning practice that has the biggest impact. That has been agreed to under a 10-year Commonwealth funding agreement, Better Funding Schools agreement. So we're in our second year of that agreement, third year of explicit teaching being the mandated practice. We're going to drive that. The Deputy Premier this morning spoke about the phonics check-in process and the numeracy check-in process at year 1, because as you would respect and appreciate, you've got to intervene really early. You have to identify gaps early and you have to close those gaps with what's called small group tuition. We're going to stay the path on that. Miss Merton, we're also mandated a day next year, School Development Day, on writing, because you'll also find we need to lift our writing results, and particularly navigating stage 6, which Mr. Martin knows really well through the NESA syllabuses, and the writing requirements means we've got to build that up. So we're actually focusing on writing. But it is true that we've got to stay the course on phonics to improve those reading results. And this might be of interest to the committee, those schools that are struggling on the phonemic awareness of year 1 students, we're wrapping around by way of support in a tighter fashion. That's what that check-in process allows you to do, allows you to see schools that are struggling and go in and help them around phonemic competency.
Thank you.
Mr. Disda, the question I asked before about workers' compensation, is that one best put to Ms. Noy? In relation
just
to...
remind me the question. Miss Noy's coming up.
That's all right.
Or she might already be here. Just
So the
remind me.
Minister was mentioning that there were savings attributable to the cuts to workers' compensation entitlements last year in relation to that employee-related expenses line item. I'm curious as to what that amount is.
So we're expecting a bit, as you know, we pay a premium as a government agency to iCare, and we're expecting a smaller premium contribution, which is pleasing for the overall budget. I'll get Ms. Noy to talk to where we're seeing improvements in workers' comp and where we've got further work to go, which is generating that smaller premium.
Thank you. And also whether I don't know if this is for you or for Ms. Noy, but does the department expect to receive a hindsight adjustment or some sort of premium refund for last year?
I think Ms. Noy might add to this. I don't want to get it wrong, but we were facing a potentially higher premium for this financial year, and that has been adjusted with iCare with the work we've been doing, which is pleasing to have. You know, I'd rather have a zero premium because it would mean you've got no workers' compensation claims. But let me get Ms. Noy to talk to us about what we've been improving in and where we've got further work to go. But we are expecting to pay a improved premium to iCare.
Thanks, Mr. Disda, and thank you for the question. As I've reported in previous hearings, we are seeing a year-on-year decline in workers' compensation claims, and the volume of workers' compensation claims is considered as part of that contribution premium calculation. So as previously reported, our claims in 22-23 were 6,419, and this has been reducing year on year, and for fund year 25-26 it reduced to 5,356. And so iCare will take that into consideration when they determine our workers' compensation contribution. With regards to the agency performance adjustment, there has been a temporary waiver provided to all agencies given the legislative reform and the unknown impacts of that.
Okay. What was the 25 to 26 TMF premium in dollar figures?
Do you have that, Ms. Noy?
Yeah.
The 25-26 figure? Yeah.
So that was 477 million excluding GST.
Okay, and what's the 26-27 premium?
So we do expect that to be lower
but we don't know it yet?
I think that process is still being finalised.
Okay. And was there any hindsight adjustment to that 477 from last year?
So for fund year 25-26, my understanding is that agency performance adjustment has been waived for all government agencies in the TMF.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's very useful. Okay, then that answers those questions, I think. I'll come back to you maybe, Ms. Noy, in a little while. Thank you. I'll go back to my questions around PES. So I think that's probably you, Ms. Snelling. So coming back to those notices that SafeWork issued back in 2024, has SafeWork now confirmed to the department that those notices have been complied with?
So I will speak, some of the notices happened before my time in this role, so I'll speak to my current knowledge. So you mentioned earlier in the day, Chair, that the Industrial Relations Commission confirmed the notices. As soon as that happened, the notices were therefore in effect, and we've worked very closely with SafeWork. There were 2 notices, one of which has been complied, the second of which we are working with HSSW, Ms. Noy's Directorate, and the regulator. Essentially what they wanted with that is we committed to doing a range of things, and they wanted to give those items that we had agreed to some time so they could actually measure the impact of those changes before they complied that notice. So we're working through the second notice currently.
And are you able to tell me what remains outstanding on those, the ones that are in place but we're waiting to see what
so the notice that was complied was the one in relation to commensurate work. So that talked about really giving people who were subject to investigation and alternative duties commensurate work. So you may remember, and we may have spoken about it in previous committee, in front of the committee previously, that I think it was around 2025 the department implemented an alternative duties systems team, which sits in Ms. Summerhayes' directorate, and they work with the workplace managers of those people on alternative duties, and they have a range of resources in which they do risk assessments, identify commensurate duties, and so it's really given that support to the public schools supervisors to be able to. So that's the matter that was complied, and I believe SafeWork had some conversations with people on alternative duties to account for how that system was working, and they were satisfied with that. The second notice was in relation to the impact of PES investigations more broadly, not the alternative duties. And we're working in that in terms of really giving some more meaningful updates to people, being very indicative about our timeframes. So saying up front, if this is a particularly complex matter and we know historically that type of matter takes 12 months to give them that up front. Really, it's about more of that human element, about understanding what those people who are subject of allegations, what their doubts might be, what their concerns might be, and how we can support them more actively in that space.
And I think it was that one in relation to the timing and the communication with people that was the one that I was more concerned with, given the numbers of people that tell me that they're still not being sort of well communicated with. I've had people tell me that they can go 12 months before even knowing what the allegations are against them. Is that possible?
It is possible. It is not in accordance with our guidelines. It's not how it operates. There are circumstances where a matter may be of a nature that we have to do covert evidence collection, or a matter may be of a nature where police are doing covert evidence collection. And so we really at times don't have control over matters. So they might be brought to our attention by police, but then we wouldn't be given clearance for a period of time. While I say it is possible, it is not ordinary. Our guidelines provide that as soon as possible a person is notified of the allegations, that they are given, so following the 2019 review by Mark Tedeschi, they get some detail about those allegations, so they're able to provide any relevant contextual evidence to PES that may assist us to rule out some of those allegations at the earliest possible phase. But the nature of investigations is such that occasionally there would be not confidentiality is not the right word, but there would be covert inquiries which would need to be undertaken, particularly with matters that have police involved.
And I understand that. The examples that I've been made aware of are not of that kind. So we're talking about bullying allegations, things where the respondent may wish to present their own information that may be useful for pairs, but it's 12 to 18 months before they even find out that there is a bullying allegation. So they're left wondering. They don't know what the nature of the allegation even is, and yet they're having to tell their sort of friends and family that they've been stood down. What is there to prevent that?
I think it would be helpful for me to understand, obviously, the particular context or the particular issues that might have been raised with you. What I can say is that if we're talking about a bullying allegation, that is not in accordance with our procedures, and there would be some other context that would sit around that, which would, and so it's very difficult to kind of speak broadly about that, but certainly that is not the way that we conduct our investigations. We have a preliminary assessment team which manages around 90% of the reports that we receive. Their sole purpose is to assess and triage these reports and get them through to investigation teams. I would be interested in a discussion if that was a particular thing that had happened, but that is certainly not the general experience.
Okay. And so has Safe Work issued any further orders?
No.
Okay. Now, Clause 7.1 of the Guidelines for the Management of Conduct and Performance sets a 3-month benchmark, which is expressed as a guide only. The Commission, in its judgment, found that the system provided that guideline without any further safeguards being put in place to ensure the timely conclusion of investigations. Have the guidelines been amended since that decision?
We are working through the guidelines as part of our compliance with the second notice. I'm mindful we haven't consulted that yet. That's something that we're starting to work through. And sorry, Chair, I was remiss before. I should have also mentioned that in 2026, we recognise that investigations are very difficult for all parties to them, including the persons who are subject to them, and as well as those communication strategies. Ultimately, the best thing that we can do for the person who's the subject of an investigation and for the victims and for the witnesses is to move timelines. And so in 2026, we've done a lot of work in that space. And I'm very hopeful that by the time we go back to Safe Work, we'll be really delivering not just a suite of things that we've done to our processes to improve the experience of people subject of investigations, but also to be able to go but look at this measurable change to our timeframes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Graham, you would have heard before lunch what I said to the Minister about your evidence on the 11th of March. Under procedural fairness, you deserve a right of reply. And why didn't you tell us the full extent of how badly this program had been rorted at Macarthur Bulls?
Can I just say, Mr Latham and Mr Graham can answer. I mean, ultimately I'm responsible for the organisation. I get to work with Mr Graham on a daily basis, and he is a very dedicated public servant that takes public service responsibilities really seriously. With that inquiry, we will, if you ask us to, if the committee asks us to, we will come to that inquiry like we've come to every inquiry. We've never shied away from any of that. And I think, in fairness to Mr Graham, the audit report for the organisation called out that under my watch we needed to do things better, and I think at the time Mr Graham was simply articulating that.
You think room for improvement was a sufficient description of what's actually in that audit report and all the documents showing just about every single expenditure has been rorted blind?
No,
What's wrong with just telling the Parliament the truth?
Yeah, in fairness, Mr Latham, I think the report uses the words room for improvement, which Mr Graham was indicating. I think the audit report uses that. I share similar concerns to what you and Ms Mihalik have been raising and have raised, and that's why off the back of that engagement we have communicated with the Macarthur Bulls to commence a forensic audit. In fairness, I think Mr Graham was using the words that are in that report.
There's a lot more in the report, and the Parliament deserve to know the truth. That's the point I'm making. We do a lot of work here in preparation.
It's a fair point. I'm just saying
we've heard at a different committee that Ms Boyd chairs that there's this issue out there, and it's not that hard to give full truth to the Parliament. Mr Graham, in fairness, I'm giving you the opportunity to respond.
Certainly, so I've had a look at the transcript, and I believe I gave the committee quite a full description of the outcome of the audit in some detail.
Well, it's not my reading, but we'll take it up further at the select committee. Mr. Martin, commiserations about your lousy footy team, you two, Secretary. I've been to 2 games this year for the Dragons and we've walloped the Tigers twice, so thank God for that. But turning to
maybe
substance...
we should have a right of reply on that.
Right of reply, you've got
fairness,
no right.
Maybe we should get an opportunity for a right of reply.
You've lost 8 in a row, you're going as bad as us.
We are very loyal, proud supporters that will stay the course.
I see you at Campbelltown there.
And 2005 heydays that'll come around again.
Hopeful. Always hopeful.
On to the substance. I've tried twice now on the notice paper, Mr. Martin, to find out whatever happened to the overhauling of the previous government system of the ridiculous number of accredited teacher professional development courses, 42,000 in New South Wales. I simply asked how many accredited teacher courses are there now, and twice no answer. There must be a number.
I'll give you. I think there is a number, and I'll take it on notice. I don't have that directly in front of me, but can I explain the context of the 42,000 and where we are now?
Sure.
So previously, teachers. When the Institute of Teachers began in 2004-05, we only accredited teachers who'd become employed from that point. So there's only 2,000 or 3,000 teachers at any given time, and they were required to do 100 hours of PD. We were able to keep up with accrediting the courses for those numbers of teachers. As the numbers of teachers accredited increased over the next 20 years, up to 170,000 now, the capacity of NESA to accredit enough courses for teachers to be able to fulfil their hours became ridiculous. We were unable to do that. The vast number of courses that were accredited previously were courses run by the 3 sectors, and that large number were actually sessions of the same course as well as the course itself. After the Deputy Premier asked us to reduce workload, referred to earlier by Mr. Disdar, we took away the requirements that teachers had to do particular types of courses from particular buckets, and gave them responsibility to do their own PD. We moved away from trying to accredit enough courses for them all to do. We rely on teachers and schools and systems and sectors to direct and to encourage teachers to do the courses.
Okay.
We maintain.
I understand all that, but please tell me that there's 250 accredited courses now, not 42,000.
There are, I'm not sure exactly how many, but there are a lot less than 42,000.
Okay, well, you can give me the exact number. That's my 3rd go on it, and good luck with your team next year. I better cede to my colleague here, a very dedicated Sharks supporter, actually.
Yes, very true. Thank you, Mr. Latham. Mr. Disdar, who is the best person for me to ask questions about homeschooling?
I'm happy to take him in the first instance, Mr. Ruddy.
Thank you. Could you give us an overview of how the department sees the issue of homeschooling?
Well, homeschooling is a responsibility that came across to the department just over a year ago. Used to sit with NESA. It's a registration option for parents that's enshrined in the Education Act, and we've been working really hard to respect that process and applications that come before us. And
so you're saying there's actually a clause in the, or a section in the Education Act which explicitly says that there should be a sector in homeschooling. Did I get that correct?
Not a sector. It's an option for parents to take up. I didn't use the word sector.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so you can be in school, you can be in distance education provision, which is still a school type, and you can make a choice as a parent or carer in New South Wales to seek registration for your child or children to be homeschooled.
Have you been, do we have visibility on the numbers of homeschoolers in New South Wales? And is it growing or declining or staying flat?
We do have visibility on the numbers. As at 31 December, it's 13,385 children, which is 1% of school-aged children in New South Wales.
Okay, so it's about 13,000, but I mean, is that, do we know what it was, say, 5 years ago?
Yes. I'd have to get you that number.
Okay, but the impression is that, I mean, my impression is that it's growing quite rapidly. Am I correct?
It has grown right across the country, and if I had the 5-year figure, you'd see a growth there. I just want to give you that context. As we sit here today, 13,385 students, which is 1% of the New South Wales school-aged population.
Now, I have heard from a number of parents that there's a frustrating delay with the application process. Now, understandably, there's going to be some paperwork and bureaucracy. So I understand it can take up to 60 to 70 days for an application to be considered. Is that because of high volume, or is there other delays within the bureaucracy that's causing that long delay out?
Yeah, no, fair question. I'll get Ms Summerhayes to talk to that and how we've been monitoring that and working our way through that. There's an application, there's an authorised person's home visit process.
Yes.
And you will find that when my colleague Mr Martin had the function in NESA, you'll find that we're in line with the same timelines.
That's it.
Yeah. We've I've been acutely aware of that, Mr Ruddick, and have been asking for updates in my role,
Right.
so that there's no...
About trying to bring down the processing time.
Also, there's no growth in that time frame, because I'm mindful that I've got that responsibility under my oversight, and I wouldn't want that to not be in line with how it was before.
Parents have to demonstrate that they can teach or deliver the syllabuses. They have to be safe, secure environments. There's some due diligence to be done. The child protection issues are quite significant, obviously.
Yep.
So that's why sometimes there is a delay for some more than others. And that's our experience at NESA, which is, I think, followed through at the department.
And I'll get Ms Summerhayes if you like to comment, because it's under her carriage with us in the department. I think it'd be similar to what Mr Martin indicated.
Though I must say, Mr Ruddick, we've been able to create a new homeschooling platform that has minimised the time for application. We needed to make a fit-for-purpose process that worked for the department, and the platform has just been completed in the last month, and we're already seeing it's taking us less time to get through the more sort of official paper parts of the process. As Mr Martin's already alluded, of course there are home visits and all sorts of other things that we need to do to make sure that the environment is a suitable place to be delivering education provision. There have been a number of other changes that we've been able to make since having homeschooling in the last 12 months that we believe has streamlined the process.
Very good. What percentage of applicants, approximately, just a ballpark figure, would be approved? So I know they need to go through the authorised inspection and other things, and but so if you have 100 applicants, how many will finally get the green light to say yes, we're fine with you being homeschoolers?
Unless Ms Summerhayes has that, let's come back to you with what that is.
I can say that the vast majority that we have processed have been approved. There's always a group that might need further interrogation, and then there's a much smaller group that may be refused.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr Dister, if I could look at rural and regional schools in New South Wales. Mr Dister, in light of the announced $1.4 billion over the next 4 years to continue developing a massive pipeline of new and upgraded schools for regional communities, I'm wondering what funding has been allocated for rural and regional school upgrades within the Cootamundra electorate, excluding the Burrawa Central School.
Well, it's a nice responsibility for Miss Harrington and I to have to acquit $9.2 billion in school infrastructure over 4 years in new and upgraded schools. Miss Harrington will have the figure for what that looks like for regional New South Wales, because I remember that figure is one we have. Miss Harrington?
That's right. In this budget, it's $2.3 billion that is the investment for new and upgraded schools in regional New South Wales. That's over the 4-year period.
Thank you. Sorry, just to clarify, what the funding commitment is?
So I think you mentioned 1 point something.
I said 1.4 billion.
Yeah. So it's $2.3 billion for regional New South Wales for new and upgraded schools. That's over the 4 years for the budget, over the forward estimates.
Yeah. And is there anything specific in terms of allocation in the Cootamundra electorate?
So I don't have it by electorate. I might have to come back to you on notice.
Thank you. And further to that, Ms Harrington, in terms of public schools in rural and regional New South Wales and what the current assessment might be of them, I'm wondering whether we may know in terms of condition, whether, A, good condition, B, minor upgrades, C, major remediation, D, requiring replacement? What do we know about the state of schools?
Specifically in regional New South Wales? Look, the program that we're doing at the moment that is our largest on renewal is the High Potential Gifted Education program, and there are quite a lot of high schools in regional New South Wales that are benefiting from that program. That is looking at not only renewing school facilities but also making sure we do it to really enable the curriculum, to enable the High Potential Gifted offering. Maintenance is done as a priority across all schools, but we are very conscious in regional New South Wales that's not growing. We need to give good attention to those schools. There's a lot of work we're doing at the moment to build new schools and upgrade schools in the growth areas. So particularly in regional New South Wales, that's the Maitland, Chisholm area in particular, and also there's a lot around the Monero area.
Okay, thank you. Is there a pipeline identified that you're listing those areas?
So they're the announced projects.
Okay.
We work really closely with the Department of Planning to make sure that we are aware of where houses are coming so that we can ensure there's enough capacity. But in terms of renewal, the focus at the moment is to really support the high potential gifted education on top of our regular maintenance.
Thank you very much. If I could, Mr. Disda, if I could have a look, if I could move to the Southwest Rocks in terms of preschools. We have a situation here where we've got a shortage of childcare preschool places, the Macleay Valley being a low socioeconomic and skilled population growth area. Just wondering how we may be responding to this shortage in this community.
Yeah, Mr. Barakat might add to this, but we heard from the Deputy Premier this morning, so for the first time in my career in public education, my 30th year, we're actually building new public preschools. Ms Summerhayes and I in our long careers have only ever known 100, so we're really focused on the additional 100. It's a $769 million capital commitment. That all went by way of, and we've unpacked this in previous committees, by way of needs analysis into underserved, underprivileged areas where we can have real impact. The biggest thing Ms Summerhayes and I get when we're out and about in schools is, can we have one as well? So
thank you.
Every public primary school would want a public preschool, but in the specifics of the area that you requested, Mr Barakat might have it, or we may need to come back.
And Mr Barakat, if I could just add to in terms of the specifics relating to this, we've got the Southwest Rocks preschool have secured an additional site. They've raised 50% of the funds after being on a 20-year community savings program for this. And in light of the government's commitment, wondering how the government is responding.
So the government has had previously rounds of capital works programs that preschools could apply for that would look at how they could extend their provision. Currently, we recently closed the Building Early Learning Places program, which was targeted at preschools and early learning services in underserved communities. I don't have any specifics as to whether this service did apply or was successful through that program, so I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
But that was the last dedicated capital program that the department ran, and the learnings from that will inform any future capital programs that the department may undertake.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you making reference to this program, was that specific to this area?
It was specific to underserved communities right across the state.
Okay.
So I'm not sure whether this location was included as part of that process. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. So it's the Southwest Rocks Preschool. Mr Disda,
yes.
Confirming if funding for Learn to Swim programs in primary schools such as Project Elevate in this same community area will continue.
Learn to Swim is an important part of our offering. Mr Graham might have the details of how we support Learn to Swim. I won't have the specifics for the area, but we might have that across the state, Mr.
Yeah,
Graham.
so we have a departmental Learn to Swim program that operates in our schools, and there are no planned changes to that program.
Thank you. So that Learn to Swim program, how many schools would that operate in across New South Wales?
It's available to all our primary schools, yeah.
Okay.
We want to produce the next lot of Olympians, continue that process. We've had a strong track record, but not only Olympians, the committee would know the importance of swimming in this country.
Thank you, thank you. If I could move to Medowie High School, Mr. Dister,
yes.
Wondering what is the current estimated total cost of Medowie High School?
Yes, Miss Harrington might have that and how we're tracking with that work. Miss Harrington?
Yeah, so that project is underway at the moment. That's going to be completed, ready for the beginning of next year. While that project is still underway, we are obviously working to the budget, but I don't have a figure for you today because it depends on sort of where we land with that. As per the budget papers, we do give an indication, obviously, in the budget papers when we're able to disclose that.
Thank you. So, Ms. Harrington, when we say next year, are we saying that, term 1, 2027?
Yeah, so that's an election commitment, so that will be ready for day 1, term 1.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Ms. Harrington, I draw your attention to the current assessment underway into the removal of more than 100 trees on the site of the school. And the mapping that's available, which is showing it's the highest tier of koala habitat under Port Stephens Council's mapping. Just wondering how the department's responding to that.
So as part of our planning approval, we have to make sure that we are adhering to all the relevant requirements in terms of environmental protection. I'm not familiar with the 100 trees that you refer to. I'd have to come back to you on notice for that. But it's a critical part of our planning to make sure that we, whether it be flood, fire, koala habitat, biodiversity, we've got to make sure that we are building in accordance to that particular site and adhering to all the rules that we need to. So that, I do believe for Medowie, there's a lot of information on the planning portal that just steps through the work that we're doing to make sure that we're building that school in accordance with all those requirements.
Thank you. And just in relevance to the koala habitat and what those findings are.
I'd have to come back to you
on
those.
Is there knowledge of that by the department?
So there would have to be. We would have to, if it's koala habitat, we would have to show as part of our planning application that we are dealing with that sensitively. I can come back to you on notice.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dister, if I could move to music education.
Sure.
And drawing on feedback here from the Social Issues Committee inquiry into live music. And we've had witnesses at that committee speak about the absence of music education in some schools, reports that budget constraints are limiting schools' ability to deliver music programs. A lot of community music providers are meeting this requirement in the school. Just wondering how you might respond.
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Graham for his leadership because he has conducted several roundtables with all of our partners in music ed. He'll be able to tell you those passionate partners. What I'm really proud of is for the first time in this department's history, we are looking at delivering a 10-year music education plan because we concur with the sentiment you read out that music should be made available, particularly in primary schools. In high schools you get specialist teachers and faculties, etc., to unearth music capacity, ability, the appreciation of music for young people. So we're on track to deliver the organisation's first 10-year music education plan, and Mr. Graham has stewarded that. So let me get him to talk to that.
As we've been working closely with the stakeholders that you heard from in the committee, and so the government is committed to a 10-year plan for primary school music education. And what we're looking forward to doing is addressing those issues we raised, making teachers confident to be able to teach the compulsory syllabus content. We think it's just as much an entitlement to have access to the music syllabus as to any other syllabus. So we're very excited about what we're about to undertake.
And just in terms of reported gaps where music education's not taking place, kids are missing out, is there awareness of that by the department?
Well, the intent of this plan is to go to those gaps, which the partners also called out, which our school personnel have called out. So the plan goes to a long-term commitment about how to address that.
Can I just pick up on that, Chair, if I may? What's the budget allocation for that 10-year program?
So the budget allocations within the department, so we're providing a lot of resources in terms of staffing, and that's how the majority of our programs are done.
So how many staff are being provided?
So, when we get to the program, a lot of the work is providing schools and teachers with, materials, professional learning, those kinds of things. So they're, chiefly provided within the department. But we haven't launched the government's not launched the plan yet, so I'm keen not to preempt anything from that.
When will you have numbers on what the it can't cost nothing? So when
I'm happy to come back to the committee perhaps when the plan's been launched.
When will the plan be launched?
That's
up to government.
Before the next election?
It'll be up to government. We've worked really diligently with all the partners, and we're proud that we've got in a position for government to decide on that. I would commend, if the committee is not aware, the significant arts unit that this organisation has, and the resources in that arts unit to back in this plan, including us featuring on Channel 7 each year, Channel 9 or 7, I'll get the channel wrong, 7, sorry, as a strong partner in the School Spectacular, where that unit leads 6,000 students across this state to showcase creative and performing arts.
That's lovely, but coming back to the schools program, can we talk about, so what is the anticipated cost and what comprises that cost? Is it recruiting and paying new teachers to provide music? Is it, as you said, resources and professional training? There must be a ballpark cost on this before.
Well, Mr. Graham went to that. I mean, predominantly it's to provide better support, better professional learning, better resources to our primary school staff, because it's a primary education plan, and we'll leave that to government around their announcement and what that commitment looks like.
All right, so we don't have a date for an announcement, we don't have an envelope for what it will cost, and we don't have an understanding of how many staff, new or existing, will be allocated to it. Is that correct?
In fairness, Ms. Ward, I don't think I said that. I think I said that we're pretty proud that the organisation, for the first time in our history, will have a 10-year commitment and a plan for music education in primary schools. In fairness, I think I said we've got a significant arts unit, and we will look at what the resourcing looks like to support that plan, to support our primary schools. I think that's what I said.
All right, so we're proud of a plan for a plan. I think it's a good idea, a good concept, but I might be proud of winning the lottery in 6 years' time. I don't know. And it sounds to me like there's not a lot of depth beneath this. I'm just trying to understand for such a good program, which I think is a good thing. All children should learn, move on from the recorder to good instruments and good music. But it sounds like there's not a lot of depth behind that other than a thought at the moment. Would that be accurate?
No.
Okay, what is the depth behind it then?
I think that would be disparaging of all the partners that held roundtables with us who are really passionate about music.
Don't mean to be disparaging of them, love their passion, just trying to ask from your perspective as the government agency responsible for it, what allocation you anticipate maybe in such a wonderful plan that you're proud of, what might the cost be?
Yeah, so that will go to the resources that we put forward in our arts unit predominantly to support the professional learning across the state, across that 10-year plan, to support the development of professional resources.
Right, and when you say professional, you mean for teachers, not for students?
Sorry, for teachers, yeah. We provide a multitude of opportunities for our students that I'm happy to unpack for the committee as well through the arts unit. I reference one of them, which is the epitome of it, which is School Spectacular.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could look at out of hours childcare at the moment in terms of relevant to a Supreme Court injunction currently restrains. This is relevant to the Darlinghurst Public School.
Oh yes.
Mr. Disda.
Sure.
And in terms of what I understand the finding to be the termination was invalid, and it went to say that the department did not, I say, quote, did not remotely follow, close quote, its own procedure. Mr. Disda, do you accept the judge's assessment that there was a serious failure of process regarding the department's conduct relevant to this service?
Yeah, Miss Merton, I said earlier this morning it's still part of those proceedings. Of course, I'll respect his Honour's findings when that process has been completed.
Can I just follow up on that,
Sure.
Mr. Disdale? So that's fine. I understand it's presently in process, but the finding of that court, the Supreme Court, was that there was a failure of process. Taking that from inside your department, I'm asking about your administration of that within the Department of Education. Given that a Supreme Court judge said your own department did not remotely follow its own rules, what's changed within your department, if anything?
Yeah, I'm sorry to repeat myself, Chair and Committee, but it's still part of proceedings. I respect to date the Honour's assessment of the matter, and I'll respect the Honour's assessment when that's completed as well. And I have had internal meetings with our USH Directorate, with our Legal Directorate, to see that we avoid such an occurrence into the future.
All right, so your Legal Directorate must be surely in respect of the proceedings. In terms of, what did you call the other Directorate? Bush?
We have a
Bush?
unit that looks after out of hours school care.
And so what has been the process and what's the outcome of those meetings in relation to taking steps within the department? Are steps being taken now, or are you waiting further proceedings, or what's the status of it?
Yeah, just mindful that we're still in those proceedings, but I indicated to you, Miss Ward, that I've had internal meetings that I've commissioned with our relevant areas to avoid any future occurrence.
All right, and so have any steps been taken or just a meeting held?
I've conducted several meetings to make sure that we can improve our processes to avoid such a future occurrence.
Sorry, steps are taken to avoid that occurring?
Any future occurrence.
Okay, so how can you elaborate on that, what that means?
To make sure...
I mean, this would... I feel for you, because this would be of concern. I would have thought you'd want to take some steps, so I'm trying to understand what it is that you've done.
Well, I'm heartened that you feel for me, but what I've done...
Well, here we are,
You know, I have led meetings with the relevant areas to make sure we can look at our agreements and our processes, so if that we've got any future situation like this, we can work through that appropriately.
Mm-hmm. And so, in terms of the Director of Shared Use of Schools, Mr. Foutier, he managed the process at Darlinghurst Primary School and eventually signed that termination. He was all singled out in the Supreme Court Justice's findings. Is Mr. Foutier still active in that role?
My meetings have been with that relevant area in our Legal Directorate. Ultimately, I'm responsible for the organisation.
Yes, but that wasn't my question with respect. We might come back to this. So if you could clarify very simply whether Mr. Foutier is still in that role or not.
He is still in that role.
Right. Could have said that. Thank you.
Chair, are we going to Mr. Ruddock now, or are we back to...
We're going to share 5 and 5, if that's okay.
Okay.
So I'll kick off and we'll...
Sure, go ahead.
Do what we did in the last round. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Disdar, how would you describe the interaction between our government schools and the NDIS? What's happening with Thriving Kids, which seems to be I might be wrong here, but some type of school-based program where the Commonwealth is trying to deal with the fiscal monster that's become the NDIS? And is it true that some New South Wales public schools are charging access fees for children to have their NDIS therapists on school grounds, using school rooms and accessing students during school time?
Yeah, it's a good question, Mr. Latham. I'll get Mr. Graham to talk to it. It's been led out of the Cabinet Office with a whole of government response and DCJ as the lead agency. Predominantly I'm driven by making sure I can deliver the best education and we spoke about what that looks like earlier this morning. I do hear some concern when I visit schools, as Miss Summerhayes would, where we may have a lot of students that need adjustment or need, and the multiplicity of what therapy and support might look like in its coordination of that. So,
are any schools charging fees?
Not that I'm
Cost
aware
recovery?
of. Not
No?
that I'm
Not that you're aware of?
I haven't come across it, but if you have, I'd appreciate.
Well, is there sort of like a funding memorandum or agreement between the Commonwealth and the state about that issue of fees, and also can you give us an outline of what Thriving Kids means at the interface with schools?
So let me get Mr. Graham to talk to where the work's at, because it's meant to commence 1 October, Mr. Graham.
1 October.
And but in terms of the fees, I can say, unless Ms. Summerhayes has,
No,
I haven't
no
come
awareness of
across
that?
it. No.
Okay, so the states and the Commonwealth agreed to some actions after the NDIS review. A key one of them was the introduction of foundational supports. So part of foundational supports, or the first part, was the Thriving Kids initiative. So that's children aged under the age of 9 with developmental delay or autism with low to moderate support needs. So the State Department of Communities and Justice is responsible for that program. There are 2 elements to that program. So the element that starts from October 2026 are general supports. So they include something like a parenting program where there might be a group of kids and parents undertaking that kind of general developmental support. Then there are targeted supports. They're going to start from January next year. So that's much more, one-to-one individual care and so on. So Department of Communities and Justice have been working with parents and stakeholders to look at how to develop the program. They are actually commissioning it, and so they're going to be responsible for what areas the program are in, which services, which can include Department of Health Services, not just NGOs. They're all not-for-profits or department, and it might be that some of those services are delivered in a school. So a school might have a hub or community hub, and it might be that DCJ will commission a parenting program, and it means that parents from that area, government or non-government kids, can come because the school might be a really convenient location to do that in the area.
Right. What generally does the department take as a policy in advising parents about what sometimes are identified as disabilities? We've had this incredible growth in autism identification in schools and society generally, and it's something like 40% of NDIS participants are under the age of 14, which I just find an extraordinary number. It's sort of a youth disability nation that we've become. And does the department obviously parents who have a concern will go talk to the principal or the teacher. Does the department sort of have a policy of trying to explain to parents that children who are a bit different is not necessarily bad, debilitating, disability? Difference can be good, high functioning forms of intelligence?
Yeah, I mean...
it's a difficult area, I know, and parents naturally get into panic, but not every child that's different is actually disabled.
I'm glad you call out high functioning, because it's really remiss that all of us may default to the adjustment or the disability being low ability or in need of greater, learning requirement. We've got students that are way on the spectrum, official diagnosis, but accelerated HSC students who are absolutely smashing it through the park in learning outcomes. So what we try and focus on is encouraging our parents to work with us, number one, not to just default to official diagnosis, to talk to us about
the panic,
and because the standard about teachers knowing their students well, what adjustments might be required at both ends of the spectrum, and then maybe seeking what official diagnosis can look like. And we're really focused on the educational adjustments to make. If I start going into territory of all of the therapeutic adjustments, etc., I might miss the boat on the educational adjustments I need to make. And that would be what I really want to focus on. We've also got to remove, barriers to learning. We have students and families that we help who've got undiagnosed vision problems or hearing problems, and that might manifest itself in behaviour problems or engagement problems or learning outcomes, and diagnosing that and attending to that can make accelerated learning outcomes. So that's what we're driven
Yeah, I hope
by.
that filters down to the coalface. I yield to my colleague.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is for Ms Summerhose. So with on the homeschooling, so a not insignificant number of families that decide to homeschool is because the bullying at the public school or the whatever school has become acute. So then the family will then apply, and if they're approved, then it's about 3 months before they can commence homeschooling. But the bullied kid is forced to stay at the school that they very much want to get away from. Is that something that the department is conscious of?
So, Mr. Ruddick, just to give you some information regarding in our 2025 survey, when the parents came across to us in their applications, they're asked the reasons why they're moving to homeschooling.
Okay.
Are you happy for me to share
Yes,
that data
yes,
with you?
yes.
21% of the parents cited a special learning need for their child.
Okay.
19% it was a philosophical reason.
Yep.
33% chose not to say, 6% talked about religious grounds, and then a much smaller proportion mentioned that it might have been bullying of their child at school.
Right.
Of
Well,
course,
that's good to
of course that's always a huge concern for us. When any parent comes to us or any child comes to us in the school setting to identify bullying as an issue, it's something we take very, very seriously.
Is there some process where we could fast track those applications where the parents have said, look, it's good to hear that it's a small number, but it still is affecting some families in a very intense way. Can we, if the parent says, look, we want to leave, we want to homeschool because of bullying, can we fast track that application?
I'd want us to, it's a fair point, Mr. Ruddick. I'd want us to make sure we exhausted everything at the school
Okay.
to deal with the matter, to keep that family with us.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate that may not be possible. It might be of interest to you, sorry if you are aware of this, but Mr. Martin has led work across the sectors at the Deputy Premier's direction that every school in New South Wales by the beginning of next year will have an anti-bullying framework in place, because it's an issue that cuts across sectors, and how we effectively deal with that. At its worst, it has led to loss of life, which is totally horrific, and so we will be leading the country in instituting that across the sectors here. I hear your point. I would want our schools, and I know our schools would, exhaust everything in their power to overcome that matter, to keep that child with us.
Yeah,
But
sometimes it's just not possible.
It's not
Sometimes
possible.
it's best for everybody.
And let's, it's pleasing in the reported data from parents
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
low,
Yeah.
but let's put a marker around that. I think it's a fair point you raise.
Thank you, Secretary. Now, when the authorised person goes out to inspect the family home, I'm getting reports that the inspectors sometimes can be quite intrusive in going into the children's bedrooms. How long is a typical inspection? Is it like a 5-minute thing, or are they there for 5 hours, or what's the typical process?
It's hard for me to say what is typical, Mr. Ruddick, because each family might require something quite bespoke and quite different depending on geography, the nature of the family, the nature of the home, etc.
Yes.
We have been working really strongly with the stakeholder group since homeschooling came to us. We've not only been speaking with the organised stakeholder groups, but parents and carers have had an opportunity to also give feedback to us through surveys, through conversation, through online work. So we've been getting a lot of information from the families that we are serving. And I think our families are understanding that that process of going into the home is a really important one. We need to make sure that the education provision can be delivered. We need to make sure that that is an appropriate environment for a young person to be learning in. They're the rules around the authorised person. So I'd hate to think that anyone thought it was intrusive, but when it comes to child protection and education provision, I think everyone would understand that it's very important that we are looking after children.
Thank you. And Secretary, my final question is, can the homeschooling industry, well, what can they expect over the next, say, 5 to 10 years in terms of, is the department looking at bringing in further regulations, or what do we see as the medium to long-term outlook?
I think they can expect from us better support where it's needed. We're a mighty and big organisation, so they can tap into the support. I think we will work with them, because you've got such differing needs and reasons why it comes into play. I think you would agree with me, hopefully, that we'd never want to compromise child protection.
Of course.
We'd want to optimise what that education provision looks like, and we'd want to work with all families around that. You know, your question earlier around the visitation, I know that I won't compromise on my stewardship to make sure that there's a curriculum plan in place, there's appropriate learning, physical learning spaces in place. And of course we work with other agencies, as did my colleague Mr Martin at NESA, on the child protection requirements as well. I think they can expect that of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Just before I commence my questioning, just to note that Ms Noy and Ms Snelling were only required to appear until 3 p.m, so you are free to leave should you wish to. But you may also, you know, stay here. That's fine too. Run!
No need to rush, Mary.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just encouraging them to make their way back to the office and continue the good work. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr Disda, as
Yes.
part of the review of Section 83C of the Education Act, it was determined that it was a conflict of interest for the Department of Education to regulate whether non-government schools are operating for profit, and instead it was decided to give that role to NESA, which has on its board the heads of all of the peak bodies for non-government schools. How is that not a conflict of interest?
The Deputy Premier made the decision to move homeschooling to the department, and the decision to move 83C to NESA, regulating the entirety of the sector. I concur, it can be a conflict of interest in my role as the steward oversighting the public education system. So, but I do, the secretary position and the head of the sectors are on the NESA board.
Has Mr McInerney stood down?
So,
Can I just, sorry.
We don't make Section 83 decisions at the board.
No, that's
So-
right. That's what Mr Disdar just said. 83C doesn't come up. It's cited within NESA, but the committee and the Secretariat support the Deputy Premier, and it reports directly to the Deputy Premier, not via the board.
Yes.
And it's always been the case that registration committees at NESA have had representatives from across sectors.
Correct. So as part of that review into 83C, it was raised that 83C only speaks to schools' expenditure of funds, not necessarily systems. So what role and obligations does a peak body like the Association of Independent Schools or Catholic Schools New South Wales have under Section 83C? You're saying nothing?
So the 83C is the people who are identified within it have to be proprietors of schools or schools themselves. The AIS, or the IS now, is not a proprietor of school or a school itself, and neither were Catholic Schools New South Wales.
Are they considered a school system or just something else?
They don't. The legislation doesn't talk about school systems.
Okay.
So, but there are a range of issues currently before various bodies, and they'll be examined appropriately when they're concluded.
So for a school or school system that makes a contribution to a peak body like AIS New South Wales or CS New South Wales, are those payments audited to ensure that they meet the requirements for 83C?
No.
Why not?
Because they're not schools and they're not proprietors of schools.
No, but for the schools that are making... So if you've got schools making payments to, for instance, Catholic Schools New South Wales, are you saying that NESA has no authority under Section 83C to question that or to look at that?
No, I would
Expenditure of
suggest that we
funds?
don't. The Association of Independent Schools, or Independent Schools New South Wales, charges member fees and also has a range of products and processes that they provide to their schools, and also for additional payment based on schools buying them. The IS themselves are not, don't fall under 83C, but the schools that are members of IS do.
Okay. So you don't have power to require the production of financial records from a peak body, but you do from a non-government school.
Yes.
If that school income is remitted to a sort of a diocesan Catholic school.
So the dioceses are different from Catholic Schools New South Wales?
Yes, but if that school income is remitted to a diocese and then from the diocese to an apex body, at what point in that chain does NESA's line of sight end?
Look, I'm not sure at all. I'd have to take that on notice. But we're mostly, all of the cases we've looked at so far have related specifically to schools or the diocese. And the 83C legislation talks about the requirement that any money expended or gained in the school is spent on education of students within the school.
Yeah. Section 83C2B3 states that a school operates for profit if the minister is satisfied that any part of its proprietor's assets, insofar as they relate to the school, or its proprietor's income, insofar as the rights for operation of school, is used for any purpose other than for the operation of school, or B, any payment is made by the school to a related entity or other person or body. Is a payment from the school to the diocese or directly to something like Catholic Schools New South Wales, not a payment to related party?
I'm not sure in relation to Catholic Schools New South Wales, and I gave an answer a minute ago, but in terms of a school going to a third party, they would have to establish that the funding is being used for the purposes of education of students in that school. So it might be that they, not just to education facilities, they might be hiring people to do buildings, they might be hiring all sorts of things, or buying product and services, as long as those relate to the education of students at the school. And that would be the case for, I think, for Catholic schools, for the diocese, in terms of their falling under 83C.
But if it is a related party transaction, then it would need justification that it was at reasonable market value, that service or fee.
Yeah, I would think so. But again, I'd have to look at specifics and also get advice on and on notice about how that might occur. Yeah,
that would be useful. Thank you. And also whether that's something that NESA has ever investigated before or looked into or cast its mind.
No, we haven't looked at it before. NESA's only had this in the same way that homeschooling has only recently gone to the department. NESA's had this process 2025 and this half of 2026. There are matters arising in a range of areas at the moment that we're looking at the remit of 83C and other registration and regulatory processes of NESA.
So has NESA ever done any kind of audit or looked at whether the services, i.e. the membership of Catholic Schools New South Wales, is actually contributing to education?
We do when there is a complaint that it isn't. We don't automatically assume that non-government schools or independent schools are doing the wrong thing, or that the Association of Independent Schools is. But if there is someone raises a particular and specific issue, we'll do due diligence on that issue.
Do the New South Wales non-government schools not-for-profit guidelines published in April 2026 address political donations, party political activity or factional activity?
I think the matter you're raising is currently before another court and body.
I'm not asking. I don't believe.
So can you just repeat the question? Sorry, Ms. Boyd.
Yes, we're talking about your guidelines.
Yeah.
So the non-government schools not-for-profit guidelines published in April 2026.
Yes.
Do they address political donations, party political activity, or factional activity?
I would assume so.
Okay, good. Is expenditure by a school or its proprietor on public affairs, government relations or lobbying consultancies capable of being expenditure required for the operation of a school?
I wouldn't have thought so, but I'd be interested to see a specific case or example. Yeah.
Does NESA apply a particular test to that?
Well, if we haven't had that particular complaint, we wouldn't have yet, but we would take legal advice and we would make sure that 83C was covered in terms of whether was a school or the proprietor of a school, and then we would make sure that the funding that was going, the third party, was going to be spent on the school or the education of students.
Has NESA ever made a finding or commenced an investigation concerning political or party political expenditure by a non-government school proprietor or
Not to my
authority? Have you ever received any complaint, referral or disclosure relating to Catholic Schools New South Wales or any Catholic systemic school arising from that kind of activity?
Not to my knowledge until very recently.
Thank you. I'll just turn in this time I have left very quickly to issues that have actually been coming up in the Redeemer Baptist School inquiry as well in relation to disciplinary procedures and NESA's kind of oversight of that. We've obviously had Scots College in the news, and there's been some concern over the way that its disciplinary procedures are being applied. Does NESA have any oversight of that, and are you doing anything in relation to that issue?
The second of the issues, the Scots College? well, it's very recent. What we would be making sure in any complaint around processes at schools would be that they have a policy and that they are seen to have followed their policy. So at this stage, it's a matter, I think, before the courts, and we haven't received a direct approach in relation to complaints around that school's policy, but we'll see what happens after the court processes have concluded.
Thank you. Mr. Distar, something very different. The issue of fossil fuel industry involvement in New South Wales schools is something that has been raised over the years. In 2022, the government was questioned, the previous government, by the member for Sydney about fossil fuel industry promotion in schools, and the department said at that time it didn't promote or endorse lobby groups and wasn't aware of any agreements with the fossil fuel lobby. There's been a new report, the Cradle to Career report, released by Comms Declare, which is identifying direct relationships between fossil fuel companies and schools, coal mine tours involving New South Wales students, industry-sponsored STEM and careers programs, New South Wales Minerals Council education activities, industry-funded curriculum resources, and Glencore's sponsorship of the department's own Starstruck program. Are those engagements actually in place, and have we had a change in policy since the previous government in 2022?
If it's okay with you, Chair, let me take on notice so I can get you an accurate response.
Thank you.
I don't have detail in front of me. Yeah.
Fair enough. We have 2 minutes, I think, for each.
Can I,
Thank you.
sorry.
Mr. for Crossbench?
No, it's for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
That's
that's
right. Mr. Distar, you said earlier that you still had I think he was still in his current role, Mr. Futia. Has there been any consequence? Has anyone in the approval chain faced any consequence from this matter?
Yeah, he's still in his role. He's on leave currently, and I indicated that I've run meetings with the relevant areas in the organisation to look at system improvement so we can avoid a future occurrence.
So have you commissioned any form of review of that shared use of schools function since 3 July?
Well, you asked me if I had taken any action or if I was waiting for the outcome, and I indicated that I've already run several meetings to put in place steps, mindful that I'm still subject to court proceedings, to avoid a future occurrence.
What are the steps that you've put in place?
To look at our shared use agreements, to look at how we might improve those, and to make sure we follow those diligently when we have any concerns with a provider, which might lead to termination of that provider.
And so who's undertaking that review of the shared use of schools function?
We've been doing that work internally.
Who's we?
The department.
Yeah, who in the department? For example, are you on there, or what sort of
Well,
level
I've chaired these meetings.
You chair, so it's a meeting. And are those meetings ongoing?
There's been several. Yes.
How many?
Have to come back on notice, but several during the process of these proceedings in court. Yeah.
So you'll take on notice how many meetings of that group that you chair will have occurred?
Yeah, happy
Is that
to take
correct?
that
Thank
on
you.
notice, Ms. Ward.
Yep. And so are there further meetings planned
Yes.
into the future?
Yes.
Okay. How regularly are those meetings?
From memory, I've been doing those weekly.
Weekly, okay. And so does that decision-making process under that that process remain the same? As in, has anything changed? And if is it the same decision-making process, or have you implemented changes already to that decision-making process?
We've been discussing the actual matter at hand, as well as what our current agreements look like. We haven't made any changes to the current agreements.
Okay, but have you made any changes to the decision-making process?
We have been... That's a fair question. We have indicated how, if we got to a same position or a similar position with another provider, how we would make that decision.
We'll come back to that.
I'll just check. Did you want to...
I just wanted to clarify that payments made by individual independent schools to IS New South Wales are covered by 83C.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I refer to the 491 suspected data breaches involving student information from 2023 to 2025. Has the culprit for the breaches been identified, or culprits? Did they involve non-state foreign actors or nation-state foreign actors, and what's happened with IT security to close down this problem?
Sure. Mr. Latham, let me get our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. McCabe, who heads up our IT division, to talk to this.
Thank you.
Because a lot of these breaches are at a local level and are worked through, but she can talk to the work we're doing around cyber security.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you mind repeating the question? I couldn't hear very well.
There have been reports of nearly 500 student data breaches. The culprit's been identified. The source of the breaches, were they foreign actors, state or non-state, and what's been done in terms of security to close down the problem, to give students peace of mind that their data won't end up in Shanghai.
Can I just confirm you're referring to an audit report for those numbers? Is that correct? Just so I'm getting the
reports,
right details.
but between 2023 and 2025,
In the
there
internal,
were 491 data breaches.
So they reported data breaches. We have a proactive reporting within the department. Not all of those were assessed as data breaches. This is our staff saying, I may have done something and emailed the wrong person.
Right.
So it could be as, and the majority of those, as you'll see in the audit report, are referred to as human error. And so not data breaches.
But how many genuine breaches hacking into the
So
system?
we haven't had a data exfiltration in the department during this period of time.
Okay,
With pretty strong cyber security rules. I won't go into it in a public forum, but I'm happy to talk to you in a bit more detail about that. But that's where that came from.
Thanks for that assurance.
Thank you. I think it is 3:30, so we'd like to see that final 20 seconds because I think the afternoon tea is here, and we will return at 3:45.
Thank you.
Yep, the broadcast is back on. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I will now hand to the Honourable Rachel Merton.
Thank you very much. Welcome back.
Thank you, Ms Merton.
Mr Disda, if I could examine the issue of teacher placement. And I'm looking at teacher vacancies in New South Wales schools and how those vacancies are being filled. I understand that there's a central appointment method and there is a local appointment method. Mr Disda, how are we managing the recruitment and placement of permanent teachers?
We have a staffing agreement with the New South Wales Teachers Federation, which is the union that represents teachers. It outlines how we staff our schools.
Thank you. And further to that, if I could ask, are the appointments of teachers, headmistresses, masters, principals, are they being made in the local school community?
Well, number one, we have a 12-year record reduction of teacher vacancies. That's really important. So we were only 3 years ago 3,300 vacancies. We oscillate somewhere at 1,000, below 1,000. We report on those in term 1 and term 3. We have the lowest resignation and retirement rates in recent history. That's all fantastic to have qualified teachers in front of our students. It goes down to the earlier questions around collapse merged classes, which we've been able to halve. The way it operationally works, Miss Merton, is the principal declares a vacancy. So if I take you to a high school and the subject area I had, which was geography and economics and business studies and legal studies, it's called social sciences. You declare that you need a social sciences teacher with these codes and backgrounds, and then the staffing officer, because every principal has a staffing officer, works with you to place a appropriately qualified teacher into that vacancy.
Thank you. And just, I guess my question is specific to the appointment method.
Yeah.
Mr Disda, how many teacher vacancies in New South Wales primary schools were filled through a central appointment method from 2019 to 2025?
Every teacher vacancy, whether it's primary school or high school or special school, those 2,219 schools are filled in line with that staffing agreement.
Thank you. The issue is relevant to the central appointment versus the local appointment.
Yes.
What's the breakdown on that? How does that operate today in the event of a teacher vacancy?
Yeah, you're after some specific data, so let me come back on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, if that's okay, Miss Merton.
Thank you. Mr Disda, looking at the student surveys.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, the government set itself a number of numerical targets to measure success. Wondering when the department may release the statewide data sets for the public school student survey.
Yes, Mr Cruz will come up here as well and might have stuff to add. Our student survey is in its second year. It's a survey that's been developed by CC, the Centre for Educational Statistics and Evaluation. We've in-sourced that. Previously it was outsourced and known as the Tell Them From Me survey. And Miss Merton this year is also the first year, alongside that student survey, where we have the staff survey and we have the parent survey, all in-house, all produced. We would release the global results on that as we have in the past. Mr Cruz?
That's correct. Ms Merton, we are currently analysing those results. So that survey took place in terms to week 1 to week 11. So we're looking at those results at a global level at the moment. Schools get those slightly faster though, so they can actually start to undertake individual analysis and reflect on what those results look like for them.
So the release date on the survey results?
I have to take that on notice, Ms Merton,
Right.
just because we are looking at those at a system level at the moment.
If I could move to an issue around student behaviour, looking at the explicit teaching
Yes.
And the commitment priority on that. Looking at student behaviour as part of that explicit teaching, Mr Disda, what is the department doing to ensure teaching students a behaviour curriculum is happening in the classrooms and schools as part of the explicit teaching?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Miss Merton. We have given schools a revised student behaviour code that had not been updated for several years. We had CC, the Centre for Educational Statistics and Evaluation in the department that's led explicit teaching around the evidence base, give our schools the digestible evidence base around explicit teaching of behaviour. We have asked every student in this system, every family in this system, to cite and to sign off on understanding the student behaviour code at the commencement of next school year. So we've given the material to schools to familiarise themselves this year, to enact that next year. And I should tell you, Miss Merton, that hasn't happened in the past either. Our expectation, which principals are backed in, is that the same expectations on student behaviour will occur in every single public school in New South Wales.
Thank you. Mr Disda, I draw your attention to Marsden Road Public School.
Yes.
And its well-respected, commitment to behaviour curriculum, being a relatively disadvantaged school, in southwestern Sydney.
Yes.
Do you agree it's been a great success with explicit teaching and the behaviour curriculum adoption?
Yes. Miss Merton, I'm looking forward to visiting the school next Tuesday with Mr Latham.
Next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to Marsden Road.
I've been there many times.
And we're also going to James Roos on the same day together. I'm looking forward to that. And I've been working with Mr Latham's office. He's keen to visit Briar Road. At the Entrance Public School spoke about their work. I commend Manisha Gazula, our principal at Marsden Road, for her work and her leadership. That will be my 6th visit to that school in my career.
Excellent, yes.
And
been there 3 times.
It's led to, including a Saturday professional learning session that the school ran, and it's led to some of the revamped school behaviour code that I spoke about, as well as the evidence base as well.
Thank you.
You're going to get
you're
going to get a massive fan in me if you're talking about structured, orderly, disciplined.
Thank you. And as you would be well familiar with Mr Latham, they've developed the Marsden Way, which is their behavioural curriculum here.
Yes.
Mr Disda, how are we ensuring the Marsden Way, the model of behaviour, is replicated in every classroom and school across New South Wales?
Well, it goes to the student behaviour code I spoke to. It goes to both the long and short version of the CC research that schools have to implement as part of their... Every public school has to have a student behaviour and management plan, so it features in that plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Disda, you'll have a fan in me if we do something about this out-of-school bush parent-run services issue, so I'm going to return to that if I may. So in relation to Mr Futia, he's on leave. What kind of leave is he on?
He's on leave, yes.
What kind of leave?
Entitled leave.
Entitled leave?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Annual leave?
He's accrued entitlements on leave, so I won't have the category for you. As an employee, he's got entitlements on leave and he's exercising those entitlements.
Good to know. Thank you. So in terms of that decision-making process and your confidence around that, can you be confident that this hasn't happened to other services? It obviously raises the question if it's happened there. Do you have confidence that it hasn't happened in other places, or are you taking steps to assure yourself of that?
I haven't, in my time as secretary, I'm coming up to 4 years, had any other disputed claim around a termination of an OOSH provision.
Not just disputed, a claim that is under, I understand, dispute, but that clearly hasn't been ideal, has it? So it's entitled to be disputed, given the admonishment by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and I think I spoke to the meetings that I've been chairing to make sure we avoid a future occurrence.
And so have steps been undertaken to ensure...
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
All right. So you're confident Can you say, as at now, given the meetings that you've had, and that hasn't happened to other services?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm confident in the steps I've put in place as a result of this matter to avoid any future occurrence.
All right, thank you. We have data showing that more than 20 parent-managed services have closed since your government, or this government, the government you serve, took office. So 20 parent-managed services have closed under this, out of roughly 150 parent-managed services statewide. That's about 1 in 7 that are gone under your watch. Are you familiar with those other cases?
Sorry, Ms Merton, where are you referencing
I'm
that
Ms.
data
Ward.
from?
That's Mr.
Oh, sorry,
Merton.
yes.
That's right.
Sorry, Miss Ward.
No problem.
Where are you referencing that data from? Sorry.
I can show you the provenance of it, but ask you to take my word, I'm not making it up, that I've been given advice that we do have 20 parent-managed services that have closed. So you can query whether it's the case or not, but are you familiar with any of those cases?
I'm not sure about the data you're referencing, but let me take it on the merits that you're indicating. There would be a variety of reasons why a service might terminate of their own accord or through the department. In my career, I've had parent-run ushers handed back to the department at the request of the parents.
Sure. Can you take my word for it that these cases were handled by the same decision-making team that failed Darlinghurst, including Mr. Anthony Fatia? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, but well, first of all, Mr. Fatia leads that unit, so it wouldn't surprise me that they handle all of the licence agreements. I don't know the data you're referring to, but I'm taking it on its merits, and I'm saying to the committee that there'd be a range of reasons why a provider, including a P&C, might terminate of their own accord.
That may be one option, but
Sure.
given that there are 20, you're not seriously suggesting that all of those are just parents that have handed in ushers, are you?
But you're not suggesting either that they've been terminated by the department, are you?
I'm asking you, you're the head of the department, you're on
And
the
I'm
big bucks.
saying I'll go back and find out for
So
you.
you'll take that on notice?
I'm saying I'm not sure where you got the data from, so I'm happy to go
You've
back.
made
and
that
find
point clearly 3 times, and I've said to you that I can provide that to you if necessary, but if we can, for the purposes of today in the next 7 minutes, take it that I'm asking questions on the basis that it's been provided to me. My question to you, though, is not about the data or looking at other things or how long you've served or how long any of us have been here. It's about the parents in these services and the same unit that has seen 20 of these parent-managed services close since you've taken office. And I'm asking you, are you confident that the same fundamental flaws identified in the case of Darlinghurst haven't occurred in these other public schools, given that it's the same team and Anthony Fatia is the same person heading it up?
Yeah, I've understood what you've said, and I'll go back on notice and find out about those P&C ones that you've referenced and why they may have been terminated. I'm just merely indicating to the committee that neither of us should presume that some of those P&Cs may not have said to the department we want to terminate of our own accord.
That may be one option, but I feel that any reasonable view of this is that not all 20 could possibly have been for that reason.
And
That's
so let me
sensible, isn't
find... Sorry, Miss Wood. Let me find out what they were then.
it? Yes, all right.
Yes.
Let's skip over that one for fears. So, would you undertake to those parents, obviously very concerned, including specifically Darlinghurst, that the public schools out there can trust you, at the very least, and the committee that you chair, to prevent wrongful action on behalf of your department, as has been demonstrated in the Darlinghurst case?
I've indicated to the committee that I haven't waited while the current legal proceedings in the current matter are afoot, that I've been meeting and chairing at my level on a weekly basis with the relevant areas of the organisation to put process improvements in place, and I've actively done that while proceedings have been afoot. I am confident that we can avoid a situation that we've had at Darlinghurst into the future.
Can I ask that you look at 2 specific examples that were not examples of parents handing the service back? Sure. Martin Activity Centre and Barowra Ush. Neither of those were parent handed back, so those 2 went through the same investigatory process led by Fatia and did not have their licence reviewed. Neither terminated of their own accord. Can you take on notice to look specifically at those 2?
Yes, I'm happy to look at those two matters.
All right. Will you be able to take on notice or table a list of every parent-managed service that has closed and been put to tender or lost or not renewed its licence since December 2021, including the outcome, the process followed, and the incoming operator in each of those cases?
I'm happy to go back and see what we've got available. I'm not sure I can commit to look at every... Are you asking me to look at every single USH licence agreement since 21?
That has closed, yes.
I'm happy to go and see what we can do, yeah.
You will take that on notice?
Yes.
Thank
happy
you.
I'm saying I'm happy to go back on notice to see what we can do.
To see what you can do to understand and table a list of those parent-managed services.
In relation to your query there,
yeah.
Yes, I am.
That's either been put out to tender, has been lost or not renewed its licence, because my understanding is that those two other services, for example, that I cited, Martin Activity Centre and Barara USH, FUTIA followed the exact same steps as Darlinghurst USH. He determined that they'd breached their licence agreements. He did not give them the findings, he did not give them a right of reply, and he didn't give them an opportunity to rectify. So there's at least two that we know of that we ask, are you happy to look at those, take that on notice and take some steps in relation to those other two?
In fairness, Ms Ward, I've committed to go back and look at those two in the detail you've requested of me. And I said, in relation to your follow-up question, I'll go and see what we're able to do. You took us back to 21, so I'll go back and see what we can do.
All right, and given that I've given specifics of those two examples with FUTIA at the helm, with the exact same steps, with no rectification, with no information provided to him, are you able to provide specifics on those about whether that causes concern for the same process being potentially unlawfully or problematically followed?
Yeah, I'll definitely go back and look at those two you've named.
All right. And have you discussed those two cases specifically with any stakeholders?
Not to my recollection.
All right. Can you take on notice whether you might have?
Me personally? Yeah, I'm happy to. When I go back and look at those two matters, I'll definitely look at that aspect as well.
Thank you. And did you provide briefings to the Minister?
On what?
On those two cases?
I don't believe so. It doesn't, I don't have a recollection of it, so let me go back and look at it.
You might want to take that on notice. I'm inviting you to take that on notice.
Yeah, let me go back on the two that you've referenced and look at that in detail.
And look at whether you provided briefings to the Minister on those two specifically.
Sure.
Thank you, much appreciated. All right, so those other services, and could I also ask you to look at the notice that existing providers receive before their service is placed on the tender list, unless you're able to answer that now?
So I'm not sure I've understood your question. Do you mind just saying that again?
Sure. One of the issues was the notice that those existing providers, or those former providers, received from the department, let's say, or Mr. FUTIA, before their service is placed on the tender list. So can I ask you to look at that and how much notice those existing providers receive before their service is placed on the tender list?
Sure, we'll look at those two cases in the detail that you've outlined.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask you to also inform the committee about what the published evaluation criteria is for USH tenders?
Yeah, I'm sure we can come back on notice on what we look at as evaluation criteria.
Thank you. And could that detail what weighting is given to price versus quality, to community connection and to continuity of care, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I might move on. Did you have anything else on that? Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Dister,
yes.
If I could look at reports relating to anti-Semitism.
Yes.
Mr. Dister, what is the department's current protocol for responding to anti-Semitic incidents in New South Wales schools? And I ask this in light of the of Hunters Hill High School and the recent incident there.
We don't tolerate any incident of racism and reported racism, including anti-Semitism. We have an incident reporting hotline that schools can report into. We have a religious intolerance helpline, the only one in the country that our families, students, teachers can report into, and school leaders. We ensure that our schools deal with such matters in appropriate ways, and if they need our assistance, we also provide our assistance. I do want to thank the Jewish Board of Deputies. I want to thank Together for Humanity. I want to thank the partners that have helped us when matters have arisen where we've needed further help to help a school. They've stood by us. We have given a submission to the Anti-Semitism Royal Commission that I gave myself as Secretary, which the Commission is considering publishing, and I am a member of the Anti-Semitism Education Task Force that David Gonski leads.
Mr Dister, is there anything specific to the recent Semitic incident at Hunters Hill High School that you'd like to respond to?
Happy to take on notice what that matter was and how we dealt with that matter at Hunters Hill.
And just to follow up, any guidance available to schools when an incident like this takes place? And I referenced this by earlier I was citing a similar incident at Davidson High School and reported the experience of a Jewish student at that school who was isolated in the library during the teachings of the reported teacher, who was, allegedly, running, anti-Semitic YouTube, streaming anti-Semitic YouTube materials in the classroom. So following that, in light of Hunters Hill, what guidance is available for principals?
Well, a lot of guidance that has been provided. Firstly, I'll get Mr Graham to talk to all of the material we've given our schools. Any incident of anti-Semitism in any school in New South Wales is unacceptable and needs to be dealt with appropriately. We were talking about how we deal with matters, but in terms of guidance, let Mr Graham tell you what advice we've given to schools.
I'm just conscious of the time. I'm happy to take that on notice if you want to provide the guidance. Thank you.
That's all right.
Sorry.
Thank you. Mr Dister, in my last round I was talking about the fossil fuel industry involvement in New South Wales.
The what, sorry?
The fossil fuel industry involvement.
Yes.
So specifically I was asking about all of those activities that I listed out. Are you aware of those activities in New South Wales schools? And
I think my notes are saying to me, I think you referred to resource force, is that right?
I was referring to, Comms Declare, which have done a study called Cradle to Career Report, and they identified direct relationships between fossil fuel companies and New South Wales schools. Are you aware of that?
I might be mixing it up with Miss Merton's question around resource force.
Okay.
Sorry. So let me come back on the specifics if that's okay, Chair.
That's fine. Thank you. Can I ask, just back on the funding for early childhood and the questions I was asking this morning, I understand in relation to the Start Strong, the withdrawal of that funding, the 150 million cut, the Minister's response was that there would be guidelines issued and that we don't sort of know what the extent of that is yet. When will the guidelines be issued?
Yeah, I'll get Mr Barakat to talk to that. And I think the Deputy Premier was saying also the funding is part of what's the demand and the demand-driven nature of that.
Yeah.
So I'll get Mr Barakat to talk to the guidelines.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we are replacing Start Strong with two very different funding programs. The one that you're referencing for long day care will be the fee relief program for long day care. We anticipate that the guidelines for that will be out later this year. We typically aim to get them out in September. However, because we are redesigning the program, we just need to make sure that we land all of the parameters for that before we publish the guidelines.
Yeah, but in terms, so that's for the fee relief. But in terms of the replacement, what's it called, universal, or is there just no?
So
that is the replacement.
So the fee relief for long daycare is one part of the replacement for Start Strong that relates to the long daycare sector.
Mm-hmm.
The other program is the Universal Preschool Funding Program,
Right.
which is applicable for community preschools.
Okay, and so the Start Strong has been cut by 150 million. We have 43 million, I think, or something in the fee relief.
I'm not sure where that figure is coming from. I'm
Okay.
not sure that that is an accurate figure. And we wouldn't, I think what would be helpful here is to see what the guidelines indicate by way of fee relief for the long daycare sector.
So that was an amount that I got out of the budget papers. It's the additional amount of fee relief. It was at 40, whatever I said before, 43.6 or something.
Yeah, I'll have to take on notice.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's not my recollection of the number. So.
Earlier we were talking about expenditure out of the CEOF and the way in which some of that funding has been sort of allocated or earmarked but hasn't yet come out. Can you tell me the total amount of, I guess, committed expenditure and what it's been committed on out of that fund?
So I think to date there is roughly around $490 million that's allocated across a range of programs across multiple years.
Mm-hmm.
They include programs such as the Flexible Initiatives Trial, the Building Early Learning Program, the Expanding Quality Access Program, the 3-year-old fee relief program, the First Steps Strategy, the Early Childhood Education and Care Research Program, and the Business Capability Development Program. So they're the main ones, I think, that I've captured. There might be one or two more, and I'm happy to confirm those on notice if helpful.
And what is the total amount of all of those that have been, I guess, allocated or earmarked?
So the total amount is the 490 million, but I can provide you the breakdown for each of individual initiative if helpful.
On notice,
On
that
notice,
would be
yes.
great. So that includes not just the amount that's been spent, but the amount that's been committed under each
The
of
amount
those
that's been
programs?
committed for those programs, yes.
So in relation to the amount that remains uncommitted, how much have we got sitting in the fund?
I will need to take on notice the amount that's uncommitted sitting in the fund. Yeah.
Okay. And I guess what are the plans for that amount, and is there any plans yet?
The fund board is considering a number of initiatives that it will propose to government, and then government needs to make a decision about whether it progresses those initiatives or not.
Okay. Thank you. If I could turn to you, Ms. Harrington. How many requests for accessibility upgrades are currently sitting with Infrastructure New South Wales in relation to schools?
We do progress the integration requests as a priority. I'd have to come back to you in terms of how many are in the system. There's often they come in and we have to work in preparation for the coming school year. So I can come back to you on notice in terms of the ones that are in the system.
Can you tell me what the average time is between a school requesting an accessibility upgrade and getting it fulfilled?
I can come back to you on notice on that.
How does it work in practice in terms of if you've got, I mean, presumably there are different types of accessibility upgrades required, but depending on the level or the amount of work, what's the process from a very sort of simple description from, like, do you get an external contractor in every case? Do you have a contract with builders or others who will then do a bunch of schools? What sits behind?
Yeah, so look, the process is the schools put in what's called a Form A request, and we work with team in Martin Graham's area to assess that. It is done per asset management region, so we have contractors that are approved to do work in schools through our facilities maintenance contract. So basically we work with the school, if that Former A request is put in and approved, then the asset management team will work to fulfil that. As I said, it's you know, if the Form A request is in, then we fulfil that. There's no sort of further assessment that we do. We take that as, you know, a critical need. There is, the cycle that we go through is generally getting ready for the school year to make sure that we have accessible schools for students as they start in our schools.
So when a contractor comes back, so under that contract, is there an initial sort of quote given and then an approval of the cost at that time, or is it just under that contract when it actually gets done, the total cost that the contractor has incurred gets passed back? What's that sort of aspect in terms of contract management look like?
So I can come back to your notice in terms of the process, but basically it depends on the quantum. So it depends, there's thresholds in terms of procurement. If it's under a certain threshold, we might be able to do a direct engagement. We have to adhere to the procurement board guidelines. If it's an emergency, so if we've had fire damage or vandalism damage in a school, we're able to get an emergency procurement to be able to go out to somebody quickly. But essentially we have approved contractors that are on our system, and each asset management unit will abide by procurement rules to engage those contractors for the work.
One of the areas I've been paying close attention to since our consulting inquiry that then started encompassing a whole bunch of contractor issues is in relation to cost blowouts and the way in which you can have a contract for something that then can double or triple by the time we get to the end of it. How does the school infrastructure, both in terms of new school builds but also these sorts of accessibility upgrades and other things, how does that compare compared to other infrastructure developments from this government, or, you know, so what's the process of keeping an eye on those kind of cost blowouts?
Yeah, so look, for our major projects, we do go out to the market. It's a competitive process. We work really closely with our procurement team to make sure we're abiding by all the requirements there. I think it is fair to say that across government, we need to keep an eye on contractors not, you know, charging more than they should. It's something that we've got a lot of eyes on to try and make sure that we've got the greatest value that we can in terms of the jobs that we do in our schools. So there's a lot of projects that asset management teams move through, whether it be integration, maintenance or minor works. One thing we are doing is trying to enable schools that if there are low risk works in their schools, for them to be able to get on with that work, you know, to make sure with the asset management team there's not a work health and safety or asbestos issue, but if that's the case, to give them the ability to get on with that work, engage a local contractor. We find that, you know, they can get often better value. They're people in the community who want to do a good job, so we are working with our schools to provide the right sort of framework for them to do that in a way where they're going to abide by all the relevant government guidelines.
Thank you. Back to... Oh no, sorry.
Still here.
I'm in my own little world. Over to you, Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very grateful that you happen to remember my presence. And I want to come to school attendance. And some of these are CARA stats. It's commonly said that students need to go 9 days a fortnight to get true value out of their education, 9 days a fortnight at school. And some of this are CARA data about schools like Collarenabri, where only 5% of all students actually do that, 9 days out of the 10. Walgett 7%, Moree 15%, Melville High 17%, and a whole list of others. What's the latest strategy about school attendance, and how's the new intensive attendance support model faring?
Yeah, Mr. Latham, we're still doubling down on the Everyday Matters drive that we've had. We're into our 4th year. I can pleasingly tell you, you've called out some concern in these sites. What I can pleasingly tell you is that we are the state in the country with the highest attendance rate, which goes to the average rate of attendance in government schools across the country. We are at 88.2% attendance. there's still more to do, Mr. Latham.
Yeah, I'm not asking about the average. I'm asking about these schools where you'd have to wonder, is there an argument to
So we look at two things.
do something radically different so the kids actually turn up?
Yeah. So you've got to look at both the rate and also, I know you know this measure, you also look at the measure of those that attend 90% or more of the time, because you want to lift both. And again, the blueprint we're driving that you've seen, explicit teaching, explicit around behaviour. You have to look for opportunities, particularly in high schools, around pathways. School-based apprenticeships and traineeships, work experience, vet offerings, really critical. As you would appreciate and know, not everyone should go to university, and nor should that be the ticket, but there should be a strong pathway. So they are the things that we're driving at every school, and every school has an attendance measure and target. We're not going to take the foot off the pedal, because while I said to you we're leading the country on average attendance rate for government schools, we're not at pre-COVID levels. No one in the country is. No. And so we need to lift at least 2 more percentage points to take ourselves to pre-COVID levels.
Yeah, how many homeschool liaison officers are employed?
Mr. Graham can talk to that, because we have just revamped what that workforce will focus on. As you know, there has been a lot of debate in the country around school refusal, and we want to make sure this resource and this expertise is really at the pointy end of those kids who are not coming anywhere near the school gates, to get them back inside the school gates.
Is it working, these liaison officers?
The new role description has just commenced this term.
Right.
It's only within its first 5 weeks.
So you've revamped it. How many of the current HSLOs have said they'd like to return to school teaching?
Yes, I'll get Mr. Graham to tell you how many roles there are, and we ran recruitment processes.
How many want to go back to what they used to do?
And there's been a number that have come through, so he might have that number.
Yep, so the intensive support program has commenced, and some of the previous homeschool liaison officers have returned to school, or some have retired, or a number of them have taken up other jobs in the system to use the expertise that they developed to work with us. But we have kept on 28 of the homeschool liaison officer staff for the remainder of the year, to make sure that there isn't a gap in support between bringing on the new workforce, which we've started to employ now, and the previous program.
How many have gone back to school teaching?
I can come back to you.
Can you on notice? Can you take that?
Take on notice. There's certainly a number who've gone back to school teaching.
Is the department of any program, like some of these schools will be desperate, so I'm not bagging this so much, but it's interesting. Is the department aware of programs being operated in some government schools that reward children for school attendance with fast food vouchers?
No
and is that such a terrible thing?
No specifics. With the Everyday Matters drive that we've got at every site, we have said to our school leaders and teams in our Scout platform, we want you to look at the real-time attendance data. And Mr. Latham, you can see by student, because we want early intervention. I think you want to do both. You want intervention, you also want reward and recognition, and we leave it up to schools to decide what reward and recognition looks like.
Right, okay, so it's not banned.
No, it's not banned. I mean, when I was at Summer Hill Public...
It's better to be a bit chubby and educated than skinny and uneducated.
When I was at Summer Hill Public and had a 100% attendance record, I was invited to the library for the book week lunch.
Okay, no, fair enough, just asking. In what ways is the new Empower Principals initiative different from the old local schools, local decisions policy?
When you say Empower Principals...
Is there an initiative called the Empower Principals initiative that started up? No?
Doesn't ring a bell. We run...
No, my source is wayward.
We run professional learning and offerings through the School Leadership Institute.
Right.
That one doesn't ring a bell.
Local schools, local decisions is well and truly dead and buried.
This government's commitment has been not to have that policy in play, to have greater system support for schools where it's needed, on things like explicit teaching, on things like behaviour, on things like staffing, on things like WHS. So they have asked us to put the system back in the system.
Yeah. On the vexed question of gender, and of course teaching is a feminised profession and has been for some time, it's also true that male teachers can really matter for young boys, in that the male teachers may well be the only active, productive male role model they've got in their entire life. 17% of primary school teachers male, 39% secondary school teachers. Are there initiatives to try and recruit more men for the benefit of male role modelling and concern about young boys going off the rails?
I think you're spot on, and particularly in primary. We were at Gorican together.
Pretty low, isn't it? 18% male.
It is low. It's low nationally, and that's a concern. At
yeah.
Gorican together in that Year 6 class, we saw a phenomenal teacher together, a male teacher.
It was good.
And that role modelling is really important.
Did you get all the long multiplication?
I noticed you used a methodology the teacher was not explicitly teaching, but came to the same answer.
I was always a rebel at school. I always got them right.
I followed the teacher's instructions. I noticed you did not, but we both came to the same answer.
Old Ashcroft primary habits die hard.
Yes, I saw that in action.
Yes.
I'm glad you still came up with the right answer.
Can we get more good male teachers like that? He was fantastic.
I think the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan also goes to this, because you are spot on. We do need more male teachers in the system, particularly in primary schools.
So is there a target for lifting that?
We
19% to something, 10% higher?
We haven't had a specific gender target on it. We are really chasing merit on our scholarships, but we do look at what that breakdown looks like. And 80% of my workforce inside the school gates are female, do a phenomenal job, but I would like to lift that by way of outstanding male teachers in primary schools. It's not so much a secondary issue.
Yeah. Okay. With non-catchment student enrolment, are schools allowed to ask students from out of catchment or their parents about their NAPLAN results? That is, only recruit the stronger students to strengthen your school, and until the other non-catchment ones, you're not coming here.
No, our non-local criteria, preferences siblings, preferences support unit,
regardless
families.
of NAPLAN results.
I mean, you can ask.
Is that prohibited? Is that something you frown upon?
No, I mean, you can ask for this.
You can ask for.
You can ask for the student's academic record. Okay. But I would not want a school just to ask for the NAPLAN results on its own and use that as the deciding factor. I'd want them to adhere to our policy, and we give priority according to that policy, and we clearly call that out.
Right, to the other Tiger supporter, Mr. Martin over there, long-suffering, how are you going with decluttering the curriculum? And in light of these NAPLAN results showing there's still a basic skills deficiency, particularly in the early years, is it time to do more to lessen the requirement in those early years on HSIE, digital technology, the arts, health and physical education, and boost up numeracy and literacy content and time allocation?
Thank you for the question. Yes, look, we have the decluttering, I suppose is the phrase. I think we're into the late 80s of the numbers of syllabuses that have been concluded. There's 113 in total. They'll be done on time. The K to 6 syllabuses, particularly in English and Maths, are, I think, the best in the country. There's no modesty in that. I think we've done a very good job. At the moment, there's an expectation in primary schools that they spend 50% of their time on literacy and numeracy now, and that the other KLAs fit into the other 50%. We hope schools take that advice. The K to 2, K to 3 reading is very strongly focused on phonics. The literacy now has sentence structure, grammar, syntax. The other subjects are also content-based. So in geography you learn geographical facts, rivers, mountains.
But do you look at do an analysis of the NAPLAN results and say we need more intensive work on the basics in the curriculum? Because you can do all these other things, but if you can't read and write...
Look, I agree. We produce the syllabuses...
You're never going to excel.
Mr Disdar's direction on explicit teaching alongside our syllabuses is the answer. It takes a long time to turn the ship around. I think you've identified some schools today with outstanding results. I think if they all follow those processes, they'll all get the same results. We don't run schools or in them in that way, but I'm encouraged by the acceptance and take-up of the explicit teaching direction, and I think our syllabuses give the teachers in the system something to work with. It's a long road.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs Harrington. Hello, I've been waiting patiently all day. At the last budget estimates hearing, forgive me, I'm not sure if you were here at that one or if it was, okay, thank you. The committee discussed planning for the transport-oriented developments. Has the department completed modelling for any future needs for any of the future Tier 1 TODs?
So it's an ongoing process. We're part of the Urban Development Program Committee, so that's run by Department of Planning. So we are very much aligning our work when we look at where the growth is coming to the work that planning is doing. So we are very conscious of the TODs, and so there, along with the enrolment growth audit and the areas that we already have our eyes on, we're making sure that we are looking at the TODs, the type of dwellings that will come on there, the number of students per dwelling and the pace of that development.
Okay, so has modelling been completed for those future needs?
So as I said, it's not completed as in, it's done and then we move on. It is an ongoing process.
Okay, so with that ongoing process so far, has that shown, or what has it shown in terms of increased student numbers?
Which TOD in particular are you talking about?
The Tier 1s, any of them?
So I'm not as familiar with the term Tier 1. I'm conscious of the TODs and it depends on the particular TOD in terms of the growth that we're seeing, the existing capacity that we have in schools. So if there's particular areas that you're interested in, I can go to those.
Just from a high level to begin with, and you might identify them if you'd like to, if there are particular ones that look like increasing demand, and I think it's pretty obvious of the growth areas that we can see around those. But obviously there's community interest in those TODs providing that wider accommodation for families, obviously growth. So I'm interested in any modelling that's been undertaken in terms of those increased student numbers. I'd like to understand how the government's going to meet that increased demand from that TOD. So more houses, more people. What's the plan?
That's exactly right. So we're working really closely with planning to make sure that we are providing the right capacity. Sometimes it'll be upgrading existing schools, sometimes it'll be new schools. You can see in the budget there were some announcements that relate to the TOD. So we've got new high school and primary school in Bella Vista. In relation to the TOD there, we've obviously got more schools coming in the northwest and southwest of those growth areas.
Sorry, go on. Didn't mean to cut you.
So I can step through the TODs if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay. So in terms of Hornsby, we have done the changes to Asquith and Hornsby to upgrade those schools to co-ed, which also helps to deal to demand there. Macquarie Park TOD, we've got the new high school coming. Very pleased that the Midtown Macquarie Park new primary school will open next year. I saw that last week. It's looking fantastic. In relation to the Kellyville TOD, we've got the Rouse Hill High School upgrade. Bella Vista I just mentioned. Bankstown, we've got Punch Bowl Public School upgrade, Condell Park High School upgrade, Yagoona Public Preschool, Burong Public Preschool.
The preschool, are they upgrades?
So no. So we've got the two upgrades in Bankstown, Punch Bowl Public School and Condell Park High School. The others are preschools.
For each of those, perhaps you might table it. I'm happy for you to do so, just to illustrate which are upgrades and which are new schools. And that's good news in those areas.
Absolutely. Happy to do that.
Welcome that. If you could table that, that'd be great. Thank you. And so how many, and what you could, if that modelling includes, obviously it's a guesstimate, but what that modelling might show in terms of increased the potential for student numbers.
I wouldn't describe it as a guesstimate. We've done a lot of work to really look at historical practice. We basically get the common planning assumptions from the Department of Planning, and then we layer in a lot of extra data. So we layer in insights from councils, from developers. A big learning of the last few years is not only the number of dwellings, but how many children are in each dwelling. So that is a change that we've also made. We've also got what we've called place-based analysis. So on top of the common planning assumptions, we are having a look at the developments that are not yet approved, but on the horizon. So that work is basically an enhancement of the work that we've done in the past.
Okay, we've got a census that's just been done. Maybe we might get some intel from that. And of those schools, how many schools will get student, separately to those ones, how many schools will get student toilet upgrades over 2026-27 and over 27-28?
So I can give you some numbers on the toilet upgrades. It has been quite a focus for our asset management teams over the last little while. We did a lot of work on bathroom upgrades over the Easter school holidays, and it is a focus over the coming financial year as well. I can come back to your notice on those numbers.
Okay, thank you. If you could include, so just to be clear on those Tier 1 accelerated projects, sorry if I haven't got the lingo right, but I think you've identified all of them there. There was Bankstown, there's Bays West as well. Could you include
Yes, I can come back to your notice on
Yeah,
that.
Bella Vista, I think you said Crow's Nest.
Yes, so we've got the Camaray Public School upgrade that's underway at the moment.
Yep, and Homebush, I think is in
Yes,
there.
so we've got Newington Public School upgrade and Concord High School upgrade that's just been completed.
Okay, and then Kellyville and Macquarie Park. So my understanding is there's no new schools for Bankstown, is that correct?
So we're doing the Condell Park High School upgrade and the Punchbowl Public School upgrade. So that's what's needed to serve the anticipated demand.
It also follows both Birrong Girls and Birrong Boys upgrades as well that are being completed. That's in that, it's in that TOD.
All right, and Macquarie Park, I think you said a high school.
That's right, Macquarie Park High School and Midtown Macquarie Park Public School is opening for the beginning of next year.
Okay, thank you. And so then, sorry, back to those toilet upgrades. Of those, which schools will get those? Or do you want to table that?
I'm happy to come back to you. There's quite a few schools
that
will get toilet upgrades.
That's good to know. Good to hear. Okay, and then in terms of low and mid-rise zone areas, at Hurstville, Mortdale and Penshurst, what new schools or upgrades are included for those low to mid-rise?
I'm happy to come back to your notice over those low to mid-rise. That's a very large region, so there's a lot of projects across the Metro Sydney, Central Coast, Illawarra and Hunter.
Yep. Can I ask if you could, though, just on the low to mid-rise in terms of Hurstville?
I can come back to your notice on Hurstville.
Okay. And also Mortdale?
I'll come back to your notice.
And Penshurst?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So what new schools or upgrades in those areas? Terrific. And then I just want to jump to... I think I've covered that. And then professional development, the peer review work. Who deals with that, Mr. Desda? Is that you?
Professional development?
Yeah, the peer
offered
review.
by the department?
Yes. Quality reaching rounds.
We have
Are you familiar with those?
We have a quality assurance process in our PL. Most of the PL that we offer is for Mr. Graham's area, but there's other areas like the School Leadership Institute, our Aboriginal Education and Communities Directorate. We have a policy around what professional development needs to look like that's provided by the department.
Are you familiar with the work of John Hattie?
Yes, we are.
Okay, Invisible Learning, the sequel, he talks about... sorry? You read it? Of course you have. So just wanting to talk about that. That typically involves, I'm sure you know more about it than me, but videoing teachers conducting lessons and engaging post discussions about the lessons. Is this a form of professional development occurring in New South Wales schools?
We're driving explicit teaching that we spoke about at length, and all our professional learning revolves and aligns with that. We do look at Mr. Hattie's meta-analysis research piece across what has the biggest effect size on education. We don't drive the visible learning PL.
You don't?
We don't drive it from the centre, we drive explicit teaching.
Right.
But we do look at and take on board his research about what has the biggest effect size in education, and our CC colleagues take account of that.
So,
for example, if you'd like an example.
Sure.
His research says that teacher clarity and feedback and classroom discussion and scaffolding and deliberate practice have a large effect size on student learning outcomes, and that features in our explicit teaching work.
Thank you. In relation to the quality reaching rounds, are you familiar with that?
I think you're referencing the quality
Teaching,
teaching
sorry,
rounds,
teaching.
not reaching rounds.
I'm tired. I need a coffee, obviously.
Yeah, no, it's been
So are you. Quality teaching.
It's been a long session, but we welcome being able to discuss education
Thank you,
always.
yeah. Yep. So are you familiar with quality teaching rounds?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can I call it QTR?
QTR, yes.
Thank you. So in relation to that, is that something that you might be considering or utilising, or is that something that's not utilised at this time?
No, we're across Professor Gore's work. It's very strong work, and it has many of the elements and features that we're driving around explicit teaching.
So familiar with it, but not utilising it?
We're driving the one practice called explicit teaching out there.
Okay, yep.
And we do have schools that utilise quality teaching rounds and its features by way of lesson observation, collective efficacy and growth, and there's some strong work there, yes.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the work of the Teaching and Teachers Research Centre at the University of Newcastle through quality teaching rounds?
Yes, that's Professor Gore's work.
Okay, yeah, and their July 2026 report from that centre. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Excellent, that's great. Of the 159 teachers who reported some intention to leave at baseline in their national sample, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but average intention to leave scores show a statistically significant reduction following participation in the quality teacher rounds. Are you familiar with that part?
Yes, I've met with Professor Gore on several occasions, and she's taken me across that work and the impact of the Commonwealth funding that they've had and the national work they've led, and particularly the work around beginning teachers as well. Yes.
All right, so do quality teaching rounds look like a promising way to improve teacher efficacy, teacher wellbeing and teacher retention in your view, and are they a worthwhile investment?
Explicit teaching is the universal strength of evidence base out there that says regardless of postcode, regardless of ability level, the teaching practice in classrooms that has the biggest impact is explicit teaching. So we're following that evidence base.
Okay, so that quality teaching rounds is already being piloted, as I understand it. Will you expand? Is it worth expanding that pilot? Which is obviously different from explicit teaching.
No, I wouldn't classify it as different from explicit teaching, and neither does Professor Gore. In fact, when I've met with her, she has looked at the features that we've got in explicit teaching and said much of it aligns, but we have supported her national work and will continue to do so because she's had Commonwealth funding around helping teacher practice.
That funding is going to run out though, isn't it? So will you be looking to fund that when it runs out?
Well, that's a matter for my Commonwealth colleagues. It's Commonwealth funding.
So it's not something that New South Wales is looking at, given you've had meetings with her, are impressed by her work, I presume, and so you're not looking to
No, I'm not looking
fund its expansion in New South Wales when that federal funding...
not looking at that.
Okay. All right. Then can I go back to Mrs. Harrington, just on the schools? Could I ask you to also add to those schools, please? Could you look at and provide on notice the number of low to mid-rise housing, TOD school expansion or upgrade or new school, and perhaps on notice for these areas, please? For Menai, for Sylvania, for Kirrawee, for Miranda, for Caringbah, for Woolooware and for Cronulla. So want new schools or upgrades, and will be as a result of those ones as well.
We can take that on notice.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you so much. Just in terms of the reformed curriculum. Mr. Dister, I'm just checking that is there still provision in the reformed curriculum for the teaching of SRE and or SEE in terms of special religious education?
Yes, that's still a feature.
Thank you. Mr. Dister, how many government schools have been identified as not meeting their obligation to provide time for SRE or SEE during the past 3 years? And what sanctions or directives were issued for non-compliance?
All government schools have to provide if there's a request from the community or a need. Sometimes they're unable to because the provider might not be there, but I want to thank the Faith Affairs Council, who we work very closely with, and we've been growing SRE and SEE across the state. I've personally attended a number of those meetings, and in my experience, principals are across what that requirement is.
Thank you.
And,
so, Mr. Dister, just to my question, I'm just wondering how many government schools have been identified as not meeting the obligation to provide provision for SRE, SEE?
Yeah, I don't think we've got data like that.
Or you can take it on
Mr.
notice.
Graham, do
yeah.
we have data like that?
Yes, there are none that I'm aware of, but if people are aware of a particular situation where they think a school's not complied, should let us know and we'll look into it.
Thank you. The issue of digital device use in the schools, I open my question by recognising the Education Minister's recent comments about, quote, keen to see what comes back about pen and paper, close quote, relating to a better way forward for NAP plan. Mr. Dister, what evidence does the department rely on to support the widespread use of laptops and tablets in the classroom?
Yeah, so the Deputy Premier was referencing the last Education Ministers meeting where she has requested and has been accepted that the Commonwealth who administer NAPLAN look at work around the writing and it being pen and paper, because it's pen and paper for Year 3, but it being pen and paper for Years 5, 7 and 9. There is also the Screen Addiction Research Election Commitment that we're delivering on for the government with, I'll get the number wrong, but 9 or 11 providers that are looking at screen addiction, and that research is due later this year, and we will look at that research with our CC colleagues and advise the government on any advice around that. And Mr. Martin, as Nessa, is looking at the Deputy Premier's request around the HSC with take-home assessments as part of the HSC and what that should look like as well.
Thank you. Mr. Dister, has the department compared learning outcomes between schools that rely heavily on devices and schools that primarily use traditional pen and paper teaching methods?
I think there's a growing body of concern and evidence. You raised NAPLAN results when you look at PISA and international instruments, and you look at the proliferation of technology. There's a growing concern amongst parents, amongst teachers as educators around digital dependence. There's a space and place for that in effective teaching and learning practice, but the hours are 9 to 3 are what we can control. So we want to do this screen addiction research, do it well, have the body of evidence to then guide and brief the Deputy Premier on what recommendations we might have for education moving forward.
Mr. Dister, as no doubt you would have seen, there have been reports of schools that have made a conscious effort to reduce the screen time, to have the pen and paper, hard copy learning, are reporting, significantly improved academic results.
Yes, some schools across all sectors have made that decision themselves, but I know you'd also concur with me, Ms. Merton, that you'd want to have the strong research and evidence base, and that's what this screen addiction research goes to. This government asked us through the Deputy Premier when she came in to ban the mobile phone, and that's what we've done, and that's worked really well, and this is the next body of work she's asked us to
just confirming that research, when is that available?
It's due at the end of this year. Mr. Cruz can give you some details. There are 9 to 11 from memory funding grants that were given to tertiary and academic partners to look at different aspects of screen addiction, student learning outcomes, student engagement.
Mr. Dister, is there any research in place today that supports the ongoing use of digital devices in a learning
That's what some of
environment?
this work has gone to, because there hasn't been comprehensive work undertaken.
Right. So it's in the absence of that the devices are still in place at the scale they are?
In the absence of any, significant research and body of research pieces out there, the Deputy Premier has asked us to commission this work. That's been well underway. It's due at the end of this year. Let me get Mr. Cruz to give you some details of that. It's 9 to 11 providers due at the end of this year.
That's correct. So we've got 9 research projects underway with universities, and to confirm with you, Ms. Merton, one of those specific research projects is looking at the link between children's screen time and various different educational outcomes. So it's a large piece of data analysis that one specific researcher is going to be undertaking to specifically look at that link. Others are also looking at particular components in relation to, say, for instance, video game use outside of school hours and how that might impact learning. So the research is looking at both screen time use within school and also out of school in terms of its impact on learning outcomes. Thank you.
All right. We'll go to Dr. Amanda Conn.
Good afternoon. Quite predictably, I've got questions for Ms. Harrington. Last budget estimates, you told us that the department was reviewing the educational facility standards and guidelines in relation to synthetic turf. Where is that work up to?
That is underway at the moment. I can come back to your notice in terms of the date, but we are working through the changes that we need to make to the EFSG to align with the guidelines. We're also consulting with schools as part of that process.
Okay. Will there be a public consultation as part of that process?
It's not a standard thing we do in terms of the EFSG and public consultation. We do engage with the schools. Obviously, principals are representatives of their school communities, so in that way it comes through. But I can come back to your notice in terms of whether we're, including any other input as part of that.
Okay. And to what extent are you considering the planning department's synthetic turf in public space guidelines as part of that work?
We do need to consider that. We've got to make sure our EFSG and pattern book adheres to that and aligns to that. We're not waiting, though, for the EFSG and pattern book changes to obviously adhere to the new guidelines. We actually did have to change the scope of one of our projects that's underway at the moment, which is the upgrade to Eagle Vale, making that a sports selective high school. We did plan to do synthetic turf initially on the 25-metre field. We're now going to do natural turf. That is a result of those guidelines.
Terrific. That's very good to hear. The survey that you did in term 3 last year, will that data be made public?
We can come back to a notice with the specifics there. Happy to do that. We have finished that survey, so I think I reported on about half the schools last time. We have completed that. It's quite similar findings across what I reported last time to this time. In terms of the number, it's around half of schools have synthetic turf. Most do have a preference to keep it, and most are reporting that it is in good condition. Our asset management teams are engaging with those schools, though, if there are any concerns in terms of shade or that sort of thing, so that's case by case.
It very accurately predicted my follow-up question. Your previous guidelines only talked about, I think it was considering adjacent structures rather than actually requiring shade. Will you be going back to shade those existing surfaces where they're not being removed?
What we're doing at the moment is engaging with schools on a case-by-case basis. So if there are any concerns, in particular schools with where the synthetic turf is and the requirement of shade, we're doing that asset by, with the asset services officer will engage with the school, and that'll be on a case-by-case basis.
And for those schools where the synthetic turf hasn't been replaced and it hasn't been shaded, have you issued schools any kind of advice about when that area should actually be closed to student use because of very hot weather?
We do issue reminders in terms of, any concerns that there might be, whether it be, clean air or synthetic turf. We do issue regular reminders to make sure that schools are operating in alignment with those. I can come back to a notice in terms of whether we've actually issued any specific advice on that.
Yeah, I guess my follow-up question relating to where kids are still playing on turf on very hot days in summer and there's actually a risk it burns. Do you think that there's actually a legal risk there of not preventing harm and hazard to kids?
I don't believe there's a legal risk. Our asset services officers work really closely with schools to make sure the facilities are fit for purpose. Shade is often comes up. As a result of the survey and going out and engaging and understanding better where the synthetic turf is on schools, that does give the asset services officers a good basis to have those conversations, and that's underway at the moment.
Thank you. And is there any particular or separate consideration being given to I understand there's 150 public schools in bushfire risk categories 1 and 2 with synthetic surfaces?
So we do need to make sure we adhere to the right sort of planning requirements there. So I can come back to you if there are specific changes that have been made as a result of near bushfire or near flooding, but that is part, as I understand it, that is part of the guidance that we get from planning on where synthetic turf can and can't be installed.
I'm pretty sure that would be part of their bushfire plan as well, but we'll check that as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Cohn.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I think my questions are still for Ms Harrington as well. How many schools have solar panels on their roofs?
I do have that number for you.
And how many don't?
Okay, there's 1,800 solar systems on our schools and 80 battery storage systems.
Okay, so how many don't have?
So we've got
219 schools minus that number.
That's pretty good going.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, excellent. And so has there been, I guess, is there any intention to then put solar panels on the remaining sort of roof spaces? Is that a project that's going to be...
So we have undertaken over the last few years a pilot to have a look at solar panels and battery systems to really understand what the next step could be. That pilot is being finalised now and we're assessing the outcomes of that. We are keen to explore it. It is something that often our schools talk to us about.
Yeah.
And obviously we've got the government's net zero target, so we are assessing the findings of that pilot at the moment and then we'll take the next steps from there.
What's the sort of quantum, I guess, of the department's spend on power bills for schools?
I can come back to a notice, but that's not part of my area. I believe that's part of the operations area. I can come back to a notice there.
So where I'm going with this is, I'm trying to work out what the total sort of proportion of school power bills is being avoided with the use of solar and batteries, and what the capacity is to reduce costs further.
We are part of the whole of government electricity contract, but I can come back to a notice in terms of the data we have around solar and how it's reducing consumption.
Thank you. And this is a bit indulgent, but I'm really curious about building a school. I don't have the money to build my own, so I'm not going to do that, but I'm very curious as to all of the different sort of inputs that go into building a school, and where, because I want to ask some questions on notice about, I guess, what proportion of total construction costs for a new school are from things like, project management costs or staffing costs or that sort of thing. So is there what are the major kind of inputs into
we can give you some information on notice. The large part is obviously the build cost.
Yeah.
But we do go out for a competitive process every time we build or do a major upgrade, and certainly for some of our minor works as well. So we are really reducing the cost, though, through a couple of different ways. For our major projects, through standardisation. So we've got a pattern book that has reduced the costs considerably in terms of architect fees, trying to make sure that our, it's quite consistent with our builds. We are seeing reduction in costs there. Also with our minor works, we are, as I mentioned, we're really trying to utilise local contractors so that we're getting the best possible price.
And is any of that, I guess, insourced in terms of, I understand that years and years ago we used to build schools, and we don't do that ourselves anymore, but is any part of that still anything that the infrastructure New South Wales plays a part in?
Yeah, look, the couple of things that we're doing in terms of insourcing, we are trying to employ our project managers. For some time in school infrastructure, that's been outsourced. We're trying that is something we're phasing to try and have as part of our team those project management resources. We have also brought business case development in-house. Historically, it was done by consultants. We now do that, and we have that skills within the school infrastructure team.
And when we're talking about construction costs, and again, I'm interested in that sort of variability and how you measure or manage the risk of costs blowing out. I'm interested to know sort of what percentage of that total construction contract is dependent on materials costs versus labour costs. Is that something you have access to?
We can come back to you and we'll provide you what we can on notice. One thing we are doing that's helping a lot is making sure that we acquire land earlier. So again, historically we were announcing a project and then acquiring land. What we're doing now is, as I mentioned earlier, really working closely with planning to understand where the need is, to try and get in there and acquire land as soon as we can, so that we're not paying more than we need to and getting substandard land parcels. So that helps us because it means that we go in and understand the site, understand if there's any contamination, and can put that together as part of the bid when we go to ERC and seek funding for that. So that helps to avoid, paying for remediation, those sort of things later on if we've acquired land after the fact.
So, okay, that's really useful. In the standard contract you have for constructing a new school, say, or even for that sort of major facilities upgrade, do you have like a standard profit margin that you put on the contract so things like, the raw input of costs and other things, if they increase, you can still make sure that we're not being gouged?
That's right. So we do use the GC21 contract, which is the standard construction contract for government. But I can come back to you. I think, the procurement board guidelines are important for us to make sure that we are running a competitive process. There's a lot of oversight and probity there. But I can come back to you in terms of what we can give on the breakdown of the components of that build cost.
That would be really useful, and thank you. I appreciate it's a little bit for my own education. As I say, I'm not going to go and build a school. Thank you very much. I did have some final questions just in relation to, and I have to find them because all of my pages have gone out of order, but I wanted to talk about respectful relationships. Here we go. So I'm not sure who's best to answer this, but how many schools are now delivering the Respectful Relationships education program?
So it's part of our mandatory Life Ready course. It's part of our PDH PE K-10 syllabus course around interpersonal self-management skills. So all of our schools.
Okay. So I just want to check I've got the right one. So that was, I understand there was a pilot program, and it was expanded to 150 additional schools in term
Mr. Graham can give you details because we had Commonwealth funding for this, so he can talk to this.
That's right, Under that specific program, so we piloted in 10 schools in 2025, and we're working towards 150 schools in 2026.
Okay, so 150 schools by the end of this year,
That's the plan.
Idea? Okay, so we've got a little way to go.
That's right.
All right. So the government has also provided an $8 million boost, which is very welcome, in funding for the all-in early education program run by Women's and Girls Emergency Centre, otherwise known as WAGEC. And that program runs in select early education centres across New South Wales to equip early childhood educators and families to engage with children on respect, safety and equality. How many centres are delivering that program?
I'll need to take that on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. So independent evaluation of that pilot for that program was really successful. So the question really is whether that's going to be extended past its current funding, what the sort of intentions are. If you could come back on
We'll come back on notice with that. Thanks.
That'd be very useful. Just coming back to, I know that some questions were asked about Thriving Kids. And obviously there is a role for education, even though it's being led by DCJ. In relation to the early childhood settings, is there any, I guess, what's the current plans in terms of working on ensuring that we sort of, I guess, provide the supports we need to under Thriving Kids in our early childhood settings?
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, Thriving Kids covers children under 9, so that's 0 to 8. We do anticipate that predominantly those services will be delivered in a variety of different settings, as outlined by Mr. Graham earlier. The role that we anticipate that early learning services will be providing is by way of advice and referral to services, not so much delivery on their sites, though I do acknowledge there are a number of early learning services that already do provide these types of programs to support child development in their service.
Thank you. I think that's probably all that I have to ask. I'll just check, there's no update on the fossil fuel connections? You've not
No,
got
unfortunately,
any
but
little
if
notes
that's okay,
passed
we'll
you?
return on notice.
Okay,
Sorry.
That's all right, no problem. I'll go back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Just a last few, if I may. Mr. Disdo, what happened to the Education Amendment School Community Safety Bill 2026?
That is working its way through the parliamentary process.
Well, it was second read on the 18th of March. We're now into August. The government hasn't brought it on for debate. Is the government still proceeding in its current form, or are you looking at amendments?
My understanding is that that's proceeding through the parliamentary process. I don't have any control over that.
No. Do you have any understanding of whether your team is bringing it on, or whether you're looking at amendment to it, or what the hold-up is?
We haven't been asked to do any amendment work or anything, so my understanding is that it's proceeding as it was through those processes.
Okay, thank you. Multi-school organisations. So Tasmania is trialling multi-school organisation model that groups schools together. Are you familiar with that?
Sorry?
Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, it allows those schools to collaborate more closely by sharing resources, staff and knowledge with an executive team overseeing them, to take much of the admin load shouldered by principals off their plate. Will New South Wales consider a similar trial?
We're not at this stage.
No? That's
we're
a
not,
no?
We're not considering a multi-school trial at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Why not?
You'll find that we've been strengthening the system that I spoke about around explicit teaching, around our model of support for behaviour, around WHS, around the staffing officer model. I think it was earlier put to me, around the move from local schools, local decisions to a greater system support. And what you might find, having liaised with my Tasmanian colleagues and my ACT colleagues who have been looking at this trial, is that they didn't have that degree of systemness, so we don't feel it's required at this stage.
Okay. Toilet access. How many schools across New South Wales have student toilets locked or access restricted during the school day?
We leave that up to the individual school. When I was school principal in the system, I locked the toilets during lesson time and opened it for recess and lunch, and made toilet facilities available for students if they required it during class.
So they are locked across where, all schools?
We don't mandate what that looks like. We leave that up to the operational requirements of the school.
Individual schools.
I was giving you an example when I was principal in the system way back in the day, and we haven't altered that stance.
Okay, what's the government's policy on that?
The government's policy is to provide safe, clean toilets and access to students as they need it.
Okay, so what's the government's policy on locking the toilets? Safe and clean, yes. Making them available, yes. What's the policy on locking?
We don't stipulate a policy. We leave that operational requirement to schools to best implement.
Okay, so no policy about when they can or can't, or should keep them open or shouldn't, just up to the individual schools, is that correct?
We're hard at work to provide safe, secure, good facilities for toilets. Ms Harrington spoke about that. And then we back our principals to make those operational decisions about how to best enact that in their school.
Yep, okay. Can I go back to school infrastructure then? So just in terms of the infrastructure in schools and air conditioning, how many schools will get extra air conditioning over 26-27 and 27-28? And could you list those schools?
I can come back to your notice with that. I can say that there's been 3,500 air conditioning installations in classrooms and libraries over the last few years, but I can come back to your notice on the years, the future years.
Okay, thank you. If you could, that'd be very helpful. And then back on toilets again. So how many schools will get toilet upgrades over 26-27 and 27-28, and which ones?
I can come back to your notice on that.
Okay, and you'll list those individual schools?
It's something that we're working through with our asset management units at the moment, so I'll do what I can.
Okay. Are there any that spring to mind?
There's a lot of schools that are interested in toilet upgrades, so I won't jump in. No, I'll provide it on notice.
Okay, but fair to say there's a number on the list, and
as I said, it's been a real focus of our asset management teams. It's something that we have really prioritised over the last couple of years. We've had a big focus on it, so we'll continue with that.
Okay, just back, Mr. Distar, to locking school toilets then. I understand that Castle Hill High School there's been significant concern generated amongst parents reaching out, seeking support because they've become aware of proposed changes to student toilet access, including locking of toilets during parts of the school day and introduction of a student card scanning to monitor toilet usage. That's monitoring usage by individual students. Concerned parents have contacted us and the local school P&C. I mean, obviously students deserve to feel confident that they can access a clean, safe and available toilet, as I think you've said. What's your response to Castle Hill High, the P&C and the parents there?
Fantastic school, doing wonderful things, and I'll leave that operational decision up to the school.
So the parents' concern is not your concern?
The parents, I would recommend that they work with the school if they're not already doing so, and I'm confident the school will be able to alleviate that concern.
All right. Is that something that you'd be prepared to discuss with them, given their anxiety around this, and it seems that they're not getting the answers?
We're happy to follow up on.
You're happy to follow up with them, with the P&C?
I'm happy to follow up with the school and get the school to follow up with the P&C.
All right, so you'll follow up with this Castle Hill High, and Castle Hill High
I think it's best if the school follows up with the P&C in their working structure.
Sorry, I thought you just said that you would.
I said I'll follow up with the school,
right,
so they can follow up with the P&C.
Okay, and just to be clear, at the end of the day, to finish on a high level, I don't mean to be Cameron-like, but is it a possibility that you will ask the school to reach out to the P&C so that they can specifically discuss this, given they've raised it with us, they've asked us to raise it with you, we're all here, hands suffering through it, and everybody would like a solution to this or some understanding. Can we facilitate some communication between the school and the P&C?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't capture everything you said, but I did capture, will I follow up with the school so they can follow up with the P&C?
I know you've said that, and I know that's what you want to say. What I'm asking you is the further step, Mr. Distar, whether you will facilitate the school talking to the school P&C about this issue, given they've raised it with us.
Yes, I said yes.
You will do that, thank you, I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thanks, Ms Ward.
That's all from me, thank you, Chair. Apologies to the board.
Anything further? No? Very good. Well, this is good. You're not...
ask questions for another 3 minutes, apparently.
Do you think you want to?
Unless someone doesn't.
Will you want to ask any?
Well, I would ask whether there's anything that the panel would like to put on the record or respond to in relation to evidence provided today.
Thank you, Mr. Diadam. I wouldn't mind just one. I know that the Honourable Mr. Latham isn't here, but he had mentioned Ashford Central School and why it featured in the What Works Best series. So for due recognition of Ashford Central School, and I'm happy to tell Mr. Latham when I'm with him next Tuesday, but just for Hansard, we chose that school to highlight one element of What Works Best, and that was collaboration. The school is particularly doing that with its workforce really strongly. And he spoke about their raw results, which need improvement, but that school is performing stronger than statistically similar schools, as evidenced by my school. and its growth data by way of value add is very, very strong. So it's on a strong path of improvement, and that's why we featured that school, and I wanted to put that on record for Ashford Central School.
Can I just check? Sorry, Mrs. Ward, what was your...
Thank you, Chair, if I may. I just wanted to provide the committee and the Minister with some information. I raised a question earlier today about social media, and I didn't identify the school. I'm happy to do so now for her assistance, so they can look into that for the records and through you. That is Tuamina School.
Thank you.
And can I just clarify something? We had a very quick interchange before about the cultural review that was undertaken. I just want to clarify that some very troubling behaviours, systemic and individual behaviours have been identified, and we're in the preliminary stages of determining whether they will become misconduct investigations or they may be going to misconduct investigations. The other thing, we spoke about work dynamic and my relationship with them. I think it's really important that, yes, I have employed them as head of agency, but I am not giving instructions in this case, and they're actually being given instructions by one of the deputy commissioners.
Thank you. Any other final...
Mr. Latham, who's not here, asked about the number of providers of PD on our website, and he was hoping it was less than 30,000, I think, and it's 350.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Please.
The solar system, so there are 1,800 solar systems, but some schools have more than one system. So in terms of the calculation of how many schools, we'll come back to you on notice.
Thank you very much. Right, well, I think that does conclude. It's been a very long but interesting and useful day as always. I would like to say I have also appreciated Mrs. Ward's Ferris Bueller references throughout the day. Very well done. You squeezed a lot in.
And look around. Life is fast and you just might miss it.
Excellent. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or there's supplementary questions, which I'm sure there will be some, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch, but that does conclude us for today. Thank you.
Thank you to the committee.
Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.